Hey guys. Here is part 4 of What If Naruto Had His Memory Sealed. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are paid, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 23, Land of My Forefathers. Waking up after getting your ass kicked is never a very fun thing to do. Waking up after getting your ass kicked while stuck down under a pool of water? Well, cough 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 asterisk. Naruto emerged from an underground lake, dragging Sai to the rocky shore before collapsing on his back, clearing his lungs of the copious amounts of liquid he had ingested. Cough cough asterisk, you alright, Psycho High? Naruto frowned and took Sai's pulse. He was still alive and well, but it was now abundantly clear that the pale ninja was indeed suffering from chakra exhaustion. Naruto checked to see if he was still properly breathing, and the results gave his eye something of a twitch. How can I be the one that actually woke up and dragged us out of the water, and yet he's the one that didn't get a drop of excess water in his lungs? Naruto sighed and let Sai be for the time being. He took the time to look around the cave they were stuck in. From the roof, the water from the whirlpool was coming through, obviously how they had gotten in, but where was all of the water going? Naruto formed a Kage Bunshin and had it jump into the water to look for a path to move towards while he rested and took stock of the situation at hand. As the clone submerged itself under the lake, Naruto leaned against a rock near Sai. Well, their mission was an utter failure, he had to say. All of the things that they looked through brought them nothing but misery, pain, anger. If Sai could even get angry, Naruto wasn't sure, and a lot of wasted time. Before they could even check the last tower to see if there was anything of use in there, the thing was blown to hell by Deidara, an explosives specialist. After a short fight, Naruto had attempted to flee from the rooftop they had managed to be trapped on by jumping into the raging waters below, right into a whirlpool. Needless to say, the fight didn't go so well for the two Konoha ninja. Deidara's ability to keep the battle at a range that Naruto and Sai couldn't contend at was the real issue of the battle. Deidara and his clay bombs were far too versatile for them to attempt fighting him at a distance, and with their inability to close the distance, it was only a matter of time. They had been fighting all day long, whether it be the traps they were forced to survive, or the soulless golem that tried to kill them in the first hour. By the time they fought Deidara, they had been fighting all day long. Naruto started checking his equipment, but when he reached for the ninjato on his back, he got an unpleasant surprise. Fuck! My sword is broken again! Naruto's sheath and blade had been busted, possibly when he fell onto the rooftop from so high in the air during the fight with Deidara. A few explosions caught him as well when he attempted to flee towards the edge, so there could have been another way they broke as well. Who knew where he had deposited the broken pieces? There was no way for him to repair it this time. This was just not his day. He and his partner had been run ragged the entire time and were attacked by a fresh opponent with superior tactics and the means to execute his game plan. Naruto's body didn't really register the fatigue. The things he did for his own personal training saw to that. However, Sai didn't have his level of stamina, nor his ability to instantly heal the wounds he suffered getting through the traps, and injuries accumulate. Naruto sighed as he looked at Sai's unconscious form. Damn it, Kohai, I told you to tell me if you were hurt or overexerted. Naruto checked himself over. He didn't have anything hurt on him. He was absolutely fine other than his pride. And that had taken a vicious beating, as he didn't land a single shot on Deidara the entire time. Even his new supercharged explosive tag wasn't enough to finish him off. Why didn't you use my chakra? That would have made the results of the battle an afterthought. The Kyuubi decided to chime in. Naruto couldn't say he was ungrateful for the distraction. There wasn't much he could do at the moment, and reflecting on what happened with a second opinion until Sai woke up was as good a time waster as he was going to get. Naruto checked his gear. Sai was right there, and we were flying on one of his flimsy ink birds. Even if Sai was able to stand up to a decent amount of exposure to the chakra, his bird couldn't. We would have dropped from the sky like a stone and died. I just have to face it, Deidara had our number up there. Kyuubi growled from inside Naruto's head. If you had come alone, you could have destroyed that fool. Naruto shrugged, mostly to himself, maybe, but there's no such thing as a fair fight. Coming without Sai might have been easier, but he has his mission and I didn't see anything wrong with the help. Danzojiji wouldn't have sent him if he was weak. He just had a bad draw as an opponent. Deidara seems troublesome. Kyuubi agreed. Danzo was not one to undertrain his people. While he had a penchant for treating his ninja like pawns often, it couldn't be argued that he didn't make absolutely sure that they were ready for the missions that he planned to send them on. If he sent Sai, then he thought that Sai was close to, if not the absolute best that he had. Like Naruto said, Deidara simply caught them at the worst possible time on the worst possible terrain. If you come across that man again, I want you to eradicate him, no questions asked. Understood? Naruto scoffed, you don't control me. But you're right, if I see him again I'm going to drag him to the ground and rip his arms off, and not particularly in that order either. Where did he get all of those explosives from, and how did he have time to shape them? That's what I really want to know. Get some rest. You cannot do anything while your partner is unconscious and weak. The bomber human must think you two died being thrown into the whirlpool, so there is no one pursuing you at the moment. Take advantage of that and regain what strength you both can for the time being, Kyuubi said somewhat sagely. Naruto hated doing nothing, but after flaring his chakra one good time eventually buckled and began to focus on the sound of the falling, crashing water to lull him to sleep. I'm so dead. I'm so dead, Deidara repeated to himself as he flew over the whirlpool that the two boys fell into, looking for any sign that Naruto had survived and getting none. I'm so dead, Yuen! Deidara, get down here! Deidara paled somewhat at the sound of the gruff voice calling his name. Looking down at the abandoned, ruined village, he saw a thick, hunched figure in a black robe with red clouds and the large straw hat that Akatsuki members are known to wear. Deidara, get down here now! Deidara swallowed his nerves and landed his clay bird before pasting a nervous smile on his face. Sasori no Dana! You made it down here at last, Sasori simply looked right at Deidara. I thought you were going ahead to capture the Jinchuriki since you could move faster than I could through the air. Deidara grinned apologetically. Well, you see, I did find him and fight him. He had another guy with him, and we ended up getting into a little fight. They were kind of troublesome, but in the end they weren't that hard to beat. Sasori kept his tone even. And? You're not telling me everything, Deidara. Don't treat me as if I were a fool. Deidara held his hands up in a placating fashion. I never said that, Sasori no Dana, But when I beat them and moved in to finish the Jinchuriki, he took his partner and jumped off of the building I had him trapped on. And then he landed in the water and got sucked into the whirlpool. Whoops, son. Sasori stared at Deidara for a long minute before sighing. Your stupid excuse for art jumped the gun, did it not, Deidara? Deidara got a tick mark on his head. Hey! My art is better than your boring rust and we're attracting excuses. Besides, how was I supposed to know he was audacious enough to jump off of a building into a whirlpool? People don't do that, Sasori scoffed and walked away. Apparently this person did. Deidara simply watched Sasori walk away. Sasori no Dana, shouldn't you be angrier about this? The Jinchuriki is dead. Leader-sama is going to tear us limb from limb for this. Sasori never broke his stride. He's dead, is he? Did you see his body? Deidara shook his head even though Sasori couldn't see it. Then he's not dead. Tell me he's dead when we find his body, and then I'll show you how angry I can be. Deidara followed behind Sasori slowly. Sure thing, How is he not dead? Sasori spoke once more in his straightforward, gruff voice. It's just as I remember it. Deidara gave him an odd look, but chalked it up to Sasori just being weird like that. Undisclosed amount of time later, underground cavern in Uzushiogakure. Thud. 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 Naruto cracked an eye as the loud pounding noises filled the cavern. Ugh, what the hell is up now? Don't tell me they're attacking the river bottom now. Naruto got up and walked over to Sai while the loud thuds still rang out. Naruto kicked Sai in the hip sharply. Psycho-High, wake up. You've been lazy enough for my tastes. Sai slowly opened his eyes. Naruto-senpai, where are we? What happened? Naruto looked around in order to figure out what was making that hellacious racket. Long story short, you blacked out on me when the tide was about to turn in our fight with that Akatsuki bomber, and I had to jump into the whirlpool in an effort to escape being blown up on top of one of the towers. I sure didn't see this one coming. Naruto gritted his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is that noise? Sai rubbed his head and sat up. What are you talking about, senpai? What noise? Naruto gave him a dry look. You really can't hear that? Thud. 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 Naruto gestured around his grandly as the sound rang out. That noise. What is it? Naruto shook his head and put that in the back of his mind for the time being. My Kage Bunshin found out that there's a waterway path leading out, but it's under the water. Can you hold your breath for a while so we can get out of here? Sai nodded and pulled himself to his feet. I should be fine. How long have we been down here, by the way? Naruto rubbed his head. I'm not sure. I can't tell how long I've been asleep since we got down here. How's your chakra exhaustion? Sai generated some chakra before dropping it with a breath. I should be okay with a soldier pill. It will get me out of here at the very least. Sai reached into his pack and fished out a pill before popping it. That should hold me until we're safe enough to rest for real. Thud. 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 Naruto started gnashing his teeth as reasonably sized chunks of rock started falling from the ceiling into the water nearby. This is perfect. The place is caving in. Come on, Sai, we need to get out of here before we get stuck in here. We lucked out up there, but our window of escape is closing. Thud. A boulder twice the size of the teenage ninja dropped into the water. Literally. Naruto dove into the water, followed closely behind by Sai. Once inside of the water, it actually became more treacherous for the two, as swimming made it harder for them to dodge wayward debris falling in with them. Naruto brought Sai to an underwater tunnel that took them further under Uzushiogakure. Where exactly, he wasn't sure, but it was better than sitting in a cave waiting for no one to save them. Eventually they wound up in another underground aquifer, but upon their heads breaching the water they were forced to jump out to dodge a giant stone foot crashing into them. Naruto and Sai stood on the surface of the water to see the same statue from previously, pulling its leg out of the water and turning its gaze on them. Naruto palmed his forehead. How did that thing even get down here? Sai pulled out his drawing scroll. Worry about that later, senpai, we need to fight. Naruto nodded and reached for his sealing paper only to pull out a soggy, messy wad of wet paper. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sight of his most versatile ninja tool falling to the ground in pieces. That is so not good. He looked over at Sai. How do you still have ink in that scroll? You were underwater too. Sai spared Naruto a glance. My scroll keeps my ink and brush inside as well, and when it's shut it is airtight, nothing gets in. Naruto sighed. Damn, that's useful. I need to invest in something like that apparently. He was cut off by being forced to dodge another attack from the statue. Landing ashore, the two boys ran past the sentinel, dodging swings of its massive hands that ended up pounding into the wall hard, causing rocks to drop dangerously from the ceiling and narrowly missed them both. That's the thing causing the damned cave-in? Sai looked back as they both began running down a corridor. It must be the protector of Uzushiogakyo's inner sanctum, not just that one tower. You must have accidentally stumbled upon a secret area of the village when you fled from our attacker Naruto-senpai. Hard thudding footsteps sounded out behind them at a louder and louder pace. The boys turned around to find the statue gaining on them. Naruto's eyes widened at the speed that it was walking at. Why is it so much faster down here? Sai looked and turned around before pulling out his ink. It must be the momentum that it can gain down here on this long straightaway as opposed to the room we had it in the first time. Sumi Nagashi ink flush. Sai poured some of his ink onto the ground and made a few hand seals. Many ink snakes burst from the ground and attempted to ensnare the statue, but upon making contact, the seal array reverted them back to ink. Was there any part of you that thought that would work? Naruto gave Sai a dry look as they continued to run. Saikohai, nothing has changed since the last time we fought this thing, except this time I can't take control of it to beat it. Our jutsu will still disperse upon even touching this thing. Sai nodded in agreement. Uzushiogakure truly were fearsome seal masters if they could make buildings and living golems resistant to chakra-based attacks. Naruto shot a look over his shoulder. Marvel at my ancestors' workmanship later, we still need to lose this thing and find the way out. My Kage Bunshin didn't find an exit, it just found a different path to use. When Sai gave him a questioning look he shrugged. I told it to find me a path and that's what it did. I never said to go any further. Naruto and Sai had to separate as now the statue had gotten close enough to nearly squash the both of them with its foot. It began swinging across at both boys, hitting more walls and causing more things to fall. Naruto and Sai sped up as the cavern began collapsing. What is this thing's problem? It's going to bury itself too if it keeps this up. The emotionless root ninja rejoined with Naruto as they started putting more distance between them and the statue. It must not care as long as it is able to repel all invaders. It possibly won't leave us alone until we are dead. I wonder how it knows where we are. Naruto shook his head. I don't know, but it's just a stupid statue. We might not be able to destroy it, but we can outsmart it. They then entered a clearing where there were several possible tunnels to take, leading further underground. So how are you at labyrinths and mazes, Sai? Sai stood for a moment, the statue closing in behind them before grabbing Naruto and dragging him down a random path. He dragged Naruto so abruptly that Naruto didn't even have time to steady himself and channel chakra to his limbs. Now that he thought about it, Sai wasn't doing that either. After rounding a corner, Sai grabbed Naruto and pulled him against the wall, keeping him from speaking with his hand over his mouth. As the sound of thudding got lower and lower, Sai eventually removed his hand and gestured for Naruto to stay quiet. Naruto spoke in a whisper. What was that all about? Sai responded. I know how it found us in the cave. When we last saw it we had left it in that tower with the elevator platform coming from the ground, correct? Naruto nodded. Well, I believe that the statue can sense bursts of chakra anywhere within the inner workings of Uzushio-gakure, like the way the wall absorbed our chakra when we tried to climb it at first. I believe it sends signals of our location to the statue, like some kind of radar. Naruto's interest was piqued. So you're saying that we're actually somewhere important in Yuzu? But what about the statue? That bastard will just keep coming for us the entire time we're down here. Sai shook his head. It responds to bursts of chakra. If we refrain from using any at all, then it won't be able to pinpoint our location and will return to its hibernation mode on its platform. Naruto stroked his chin. He could see how that could work. He did flare his chakra before going to sleep in the cave. That left ample time for the statue to come from wherever its resting place was to somewhere it could attack them from. Wait. Is the platform our only way out of here? Sai shrugged. I'm not sure, Naruto-senpai, but it's certainly the most blatant way out of here should we find it. Naruto groaned lowly. So to get out of here we pretty much have to go to the big, ugly killer statue. That's just great. Naruto looked around where Sai had pulled him to. Where the hell is this? Sai looked as well. The room, if you could call it that, was a dead-end area with one ornate door on the far wall. There were skeletons and old shinobi armor strewn about the vicinity. The two boys looked around, inspecting the skeletons. Sai picked up some old rusted kunai and shuriken before deeming them utterly useless and throwing them aside. Naruto scooped down near one of the deceased skeleton ninja and picked up a dusty-looking book. He blew the dust off of it and opened it up before reading it aloud. Autumn War. 3 days after the primary defenses shattered. The enemy alliance has fought their way into our border and are now moving towards the main citadel. In an effort to retreat and take stock of our resources and chances of launching a counterattack in the near future, we secretly fled to the hidden whirlpool catacombs beneath the village. There are approximately 32 of us remaining, as the rest elected to remain above, leading the enemy fools into the towers to their deaths. The sounds of the fools screaming from the first tower ring out through our chambers as I write. They just seem to keep sending their men inside, knowing that the sentinel awaits them. The moment the commotion up above stops, we will strike. 6 days since the primary defenses shattered. The battle above still rages. The village leader will not acquiesce to our requests to rejoin the battle above. The sounds of our brethren still combating the foe ring out as clear as day in our ears as we sit and wait down below. The men are growing stir-crazy and bitter at our inaction. However, we must go with the will of our leader. He knows what is needed for Uzushio-gakure to survive. Konoha will come. They will not let us fall, not after so many years, not after all that our alliance has gone through. We sit and wait for our moment, 1Q. That is all we need to unleash hell upon the invading bastards. 2 weeks since the primary defenses shattered. The battle grows quieter above. We still hear the sounds of combat, but they are more sparse now, not the cacophony of noise that one would associate with the assistance of our allies as we initially estimated we would receive. However, it has been weeks since the assault on our home and no aid from Konohagakure has been received. Suna, Kumo, and Iwa are cowards. They preyed on our civilians, forcing us to divert a good amount of our genin and chunin to evacuation stations. Many of our warriors were lost to this purpose that I will not say was worthless. Our civilians are as much a part of our beloved home as our shinobi forces. However, many of our troops were picked off keeping the people safe. To prey on our nation who has never intentionally slighted them in the least, this is treachery at its highest form. Our village leader has had enough and is casting away the contingency plan. He is heading up with volunteers for one final battle with the invaders. I will be among the ones that head up to link up with any survivors for one last-ditch effort at casting the allied force out. This will be our finest hour. They will tell legends of our valor. Blood smeared the pages of the final passage as there was no time span listed. Akasuna no Sasori. We believe that the invading force was an alliance of the 3 villages I have been cursing throughout these passages, but it was just him. Him and him alone. He commanded a force of such overwhelming numerical superiority we figured it was an alliance. The numerous Hydeate visible did nothing to give us any belief to the contrary. But we were mistaken. Never have I seen such mastery of Tsunagekyu's most sacred art of war. He was able to keep the remainder of our shinobi busy and combat our leader directly with his puppet force. But the ones he used on us at first were nothing compared to what we saw when he started feeling the pressure of our attack. He released one puppet, just one. This puppet was horrifyingly effective. I have never and will never see anything like it ever again. The Sandai Mikazakage had gone missing shortly before his attack. His whereabouts and well-being were unknown to all. But we now know just what happened to the Wind Shadow. He is now Sasori's most destructive tool of violence. The Iron Sand bloodline is fearsome, and Sasori somehow retained his ability to utilize it even in his death. One jutsu was enough to take us all out of action. The village leader gave the few of us left after Sasori's jutsu instructions to come down here and place all of Yuzushiogakura's valuables in the most secure place in the village. That was the last thing we were all able to do. A terrible paralysis had stricken us once the vault door closed. We cannot move, we cannot utilize our chakra, even breathing is becoming increasingly difficult. It is taking me the last of my strength to write down the events that have led to our demise. So long as the village's greatest treasure resides behind the impenetrable vault of Yuzushiogakura's premier clan, we will never be lost. Naruto shut the journal and shook his head sadly. Akasuna no Sasori? Sunagakura's greatest puppet user ever, Naruto-senpai. He was unmatched in the art. He went rogue almost 20 years ago, however, Sai said to the blonde shinobi. He must have been brought in as a closer when Yuzu's defenses inflicted heavy enough losses on the ninja. Naruto nodded at Sai's logic. So, he turned towards the ornate door where many skeletons were positioned. Impenetrable vault. You want to see if we can get into it? We did come here to see if we could get something after all. Sai looked apprehensive. With all of the luck that we've been getting out of everything else around here, I don't think tampering with the safe would be wise, Naruto-senpai. Naruto walked over to the vault and gave it a look over. Saikohai, do you know anything about safe cracking? I was more of the direct assault type myself. Sai reluctantly made his way over and gave the vault a look himself before shaking his head. There's no conceivable way for me to break into the vault. We need the key or else this door stays shut, senpai. Naruto looked at the door intensely before his eyes widened. Whoa. This is an elaborate blood seal array. Like, really elaborate. It's very, very precise about who it lets in, and I believe that anyone not of proper lineage will get a nasty little surprise for their troubles. Sai walked around, pacing in thought before he stopped and looked at Naruto. What was that last passage in the journal, senpai? Naruto pulled it straight from memory. So long as the village's greatest treasure resides behind the impenetrable vault of Yuzushiogakura's premier clan, we will never be lost. Naruto's eyes widened. You don't think Dash? Sai nodded. They were the most famous clan of the village. Go ahead and try it. Naruto scowled at Sai. Says the guy that won't get fried if he attempts to use it. Fine. Naruto pulled out a kunai and cut his palm, coating all of his fingers in blood before looking at his hand, then at Sai, and sighing. When I die, you stay the hell away from my funeral. Sai gave Naruto his smile. If you die from this, then I'll just leave you here with the rest of your family's village of origin. That's what you would want, right? Naruto's eye twitched. You're an asshole, Kohai. Naruto turned back to the door and placed his bloody hand against it. Wincing in anticipation for a violent rebuttal from the door, he got a pleasant surprise as he heard the tumblers open from within, finally opening and revealing the contents within to the boys. Looking within, he saw that the vault wasn't very large. It was big enough for both Naruto and Sai to stand in, and that was about it. There was no treasure of financial value, no stockpiled money, nothing of the sort. There was a shelf with a dozen scrolls on it. Sai reached for one and attempted to open it. Naruto watched him struggle before sighing and dragging a bloody finger across it, opening it. Sai grunted in thanks and began reading, ending up squinting at what was on it. There's nothing on it at all, senpai. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the scroll and swiped his bloody finger on the parchment as symbols appeared on the paper. Naruto handed it back to Sai. There you go. Now read. Sai looked at it again. I can't read this, senpai. Naruto sighed and took it from him. What are you, dyslexic? It says clearly, scroll 1 of Yuzushiogakura's listed existing seal array combinations. Get your head in the game, Mr. Chakra Exhaustion. Sai gave him a confused look. I didn't see that at all. It looked like a bunch of random squiggles. Naruto looked back at the scroll. He could read it as clear as day when Sai could not. Naruto smirked. Wow, that's really, really good Fuinjutsu. You can't even read this unless you're an Uzumaki. Sucks for you and everyone else still in Root Saikohai. Sai nodded. Quite, I assume. So I guess your Uzumaki blood is why it was nigh impossible for Danzo-sama to place his personal Fuinjutsu on you and have it stay effective. Naruto shrugged. I guess. Let's load this stuff up so we can get out of here already. Naruto and Sai packed all of the scrolls into Naruto's pockets for the time being, seeing as how any chakra used to seal them in a storage scroll would have tipped off the ever-vigilant and uber-tough guard statue that had apparently been killing things for over 20 years. After reading that, Naruto and Sai really didn't want to see exactly how good they were, not against that thing. Naruto noticed something behind the shelves as they finished loading his pockets with scrolls. What in the? Naruto pulled the wooden shelves down to find another door behind them, a sheathed sword held in a groove on the door. It was a ninjato like Naruto's utterly eradicated sword. The sheath was black with silver and gold spiral designs all over it. The handle looked smooth and well made, but very plain. Sai tried to pull it out, getting Naruto to push him back. You'd think that you would have learned with the vault door and scrolls. Naruto latched onto the blade and tugged on it, getting no give whatsoever. Naruto's sweat dropped as he could have sworn. If Sai showed emotion, he would have been giving Naruto the equivalent of an I told you so look. One moment. I've almost got it. Sai watched Naruto tug away at the sword for the better part of a minute. Yes, you've got it all right, Naruto-senpai. One more tug and I think you might peel some of the sheaths covering off on your hands. Naruto grunted in effort as he continued pulling, now planting his feet on the sides for leverage as he used his entire body to pull. Fuck you, Psycho High. You sure don't show emotion, but you've got that sarcasm shit down pat, don't you? Why don't you be useful and shut the hell up so I can concentrate? This is man's work. Sai shook his head and sat down outside the vault as Naruto kept pulling at the sword inside. Damn it, I'm not leaving without this thing. It looks sweet and I need a replacement. Naruto kept yanking at the sword with all of his might. Don't you know who I am? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. You're a stupid goddamn sword. Apparently upon utterance of the word Uzumaki, complete with the colorful swear and loud proclamation, something in the groove holding the sword clicked and released the blade to Naruto in a burst of cold smoke, sending him flying backwards. Sai looked at the inside of the vault as the smoke cleared and his eyes widened in uncharacteristic surprise. Naruto stood up with a triumphant grin on his face. How do you like that, you piece of archaic crap? I rule you. Naruto looked up at Sai. Alright, Sai, we've got everything I think, so let's get out of here before our luck turns again. Sai didn't move. Naruto-senpai, I think you should come here and see this too. Naruto walked over inside the vault with Sai and found that the wall he had taken the ninjato from had collapsed. Naruto swung his arms about to clear the strangely cold smoke from view. When it cleared out, Naruto's jaw dropped at what they had found. Encased in what seemed to look like ice was a white-haired girl. Uzushio above ground. Sasori no Dana, why are we still here, Deidara asked as he sat by a fire, looking bored. The Jinchuriki is gone, and we aren't even looking for him. Shouldn't we have reported back into Leader-sama right now? Sasori kept looking towards the trio, now duo, towers of Uzushigakure. When Uzushio was first attacked many years ago, it was believed that the defenders were wiped out after a 2-week battle. However, there were many surviving ninja that came out of hiding, fresh, for one last-ditch effort at victory. Nothing is as it seems in this place. A few of the last defenders were never accounted for. He turned to Deidara. As long as I haven't seen any bodies, they aren't dead. They will be back topside soon enough, and that is when we will finish them. Deidara looked at Sasori and nodded. Sasori no Dana, why do you know so much about this, Sasori remained silent, forcing Deidara to sigh and pout about him being such a bastard so much of the time. Kirigakure, with Kakashi. Kakashi sighed as he once again retired to the room he was sharing with Shikamaru for the night. Where the hell are you, Naruto? It's been a week since you left. I can't keep Shikamaru and Tayuya off of my back about this forever. You need to make it back before we have to leave, or I don't know what I'm going to have to do. He looked over at Shikamaru, who was sleeping on a bed nearby. Should I send Pakken or another one of my Niken? Would they even be able to find him? He's in a completely different country. I knew this was a bad idea. Thudding footsteps sounded off down the hall, stirring Shikamaru from his slumber. Kakashi cursed to himself and stood by the door. Here we go again. Knock, knock, knock. Kakashi opened the door with perhaps the most artificial eye smile he had ever given anyone for any reason ever. Why, hello, Tayuya. What can I do for you tonight? Tayuya stood in the doorway with an irritated scowl on her face and her hands on her hips. Where the hell is the blonde asshole? Kakashi gave her a look. What have I been telling you since day one? Where Naruto went was his business. If he wants you to know, he'll tell you when he gets back. Tayuya got a tick mark on her head. Well then, in that case, could you tell me exactly how long it's going to take him to drag his whiskery, borderline homicidal, scar-faced ass back here? Because he's been gone long enough to file a missing persons report 3 times over. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe. Are you saying that you don't trust him? After all that he's done for you, and you don't trust him enough to handle his own affairs elsewhere? Trust me when I say, this is as personal as any undertaking Naruto is going to attempt. Tayuya looked down. It's not that I don't trust him, he's the entire reason I'm not in a tiny cell, or even dead right now. Honestly, I trust him a hell of a lot more now than I probably will ever trust you. She looked up at Kakashi. No offense. Kakashi gave her a true eye smile. None taken. Tayuya ran her hand through her hair. And I know he's strong. If he could beat Kimimaro, then that's saying something. But I'm saying that he can't trust us. Why can't he trust us? You were his jounin sensei when he was a genin, weren't you? That lazy bum over there was his classmate in your ninja academy, wasn't he? And me, we're friends. I'm his friend, aren't I? I live next door to him, and I see him pretty much every day. Oh hell, emotional female distress. I should have known even a girl like her still qualifies as a girl. Let's see, I need a way out here. Kakashi thought to himself as he feigned interest as he subtly looked around the room. Damn you, Shikamaru, you have an easy out. I know your ass isn't asleep. That lazy bones stigma saved you today. Those times he saw me when I was in solitary confinement. I mean, why would he just go and do something like that, spend time with me when he didn't have to, and then just up and leave like this without a single word? He trusted me enough to give me my weapon back inside of his own home and not now. Is it something I did, Kakashi? Kakashi sighed to himself, and resigned himself to his fate. No, Taiyuya, I don't think it was anything that you did. He's just a secretive kid these days. But why now, and why to me? She asked. It's not like I would have even tagged along, I just want to know what he's doing. Sai asterisk. With Naruto and Sai. Naruto and Sai both spent the longest time staring at the girl. Naruto wiped some fog from the clear barrier keeping the girl suspended. Her eyes were closed as she had a very serene look on her face, her heart-shaped face. She had long white hair that went down her back with sharp clawhammer bangs in front of her face. From her body type, Naruto and Sai figured that she was somewhere within their age range. How were they able to do this, you ask? Well, she was naked, that's how. After a long time of the two boys just staring, Sai pointed at her. So are you going to get her out of there, Naruto-senpai? Naruto kept his eyes on the girl because, well, come on. How often in life are you going to get a 100% valid reason to look at a girl you don't know naked and not feel somewhat like a deviant in the process? How the fuck do you figure I'm going to go about pulling off that miracle, Sai? I don't know any katan ninjutsu and this shit doesn't even look like ice anyway. Sai gave him a dry look. You opened and activated everything else we've come across so far. I don't see how you couldn't come up with a way to get this girl free as well. Naruto shrugged. Maybe, but do you think she'll be able to walk when we get her out? It's kind of dangerous to be around us right now if you haven't noticed. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. Actually, more importantly, do you think she'll be able to chase us? Because if I woke up but naked like her and found out that two guys had been staring at me for the better part of an hour, I would run to the nearest living thing and kill it. Sai frowned. Who knows? But aren't you curious right now? You said you wanted to come for everything in Yuzu. Well, she's in Yuzu, she's right here in front of you, and I think you can get her out. Will you just leave her here until the end of time? Naruto looked down shamefully. That would be pretty messed up, huh? But Psycho High, what in the blue hell am I going to do with her? I mean, she doesn't even look like she's related to me. Her face is too different. Her eye structure isn't as big as mine, her nose is more, I don't know, regal I guess. Seriously, who the hell is this girl? There's only one way to find out, senpai, Sai said as he gestured to the frozen girl. Naruto rolled his eyes and cut his hand once more before sticking it to the stuff encasing the girl. It rapidly started to melt onto the ground. Naruto looked at his hand in surprise. Man, I've got some good blood. Did you see that? Like it was molten lava or something. The girl almost collapsed onto the ground before Naruto and Sai caught her. The two stared at each other in confusion as neither had the slightest clue as to what to do in this situation. Slowly her eyes fluttered open to reveal amber eyes. Naruto watched in interest as the girl looked into his eyes and blinked in confusion before finally speaking in a sweet voice. Hello? Naruto's face was unchanging as he answered her right back. Hi there. She looked around blankly. Who are you and what am I doing here? Naruto shrugged. In order asked, my name is Naruto, this is Sai, and we have no clue, we thought we could get that part from you. She seemed to accept this as a reasonable answer. I see. Okay. One more question. Naruto nodded. Shoot. Why am I naked? Naruto and Sai looked at each other before Naruto turned back to her and answered. We don't know that either. Naruto gave her body a good once-over look. Good on you though. Bravo. The girl simply looked up at him from her back, not a single indication of discomfort towards her current situation. She crinkled her nose in a cute manner. I hate to trouble you, but would either of you happen to have any clothes on you that I could wear? My own seem to be missing at the moment, and this floor is cold. Naruto and Sai looked at each other before Naruto pulled a sealing scroll from his pocket and unsealed a change of clothes. The two boys gave her some privacy as they vacated the vault to allow her to change. Sai took this time to whisper to Naruto. What are we going to do now, senpai? Naruto glared at Sai. I don't know. We definitely can't leave her here, that's for damn sure. Can you take her back to Konoha with you? Sai frowned. And keep her where? I have only enough space in my lodgings for myself, and Danzo-sama isn't accepting anyone else en route either. He wouldn't take her regardless. She's too old to be trained by him properly now. Naruto started pacing. This is all turning into one massive clusterfuck, I swear. I came here looking for scrolls, maybe a family tree, you know, the usual stuff. I found Akatsuki a statue with a grievance and a hot naked girl sealed in a vault. What is it with my luck? So who are you two again? Naruto and Sai turned around to see the girl with her white hair tied in twin ponytails going down her back. She had on a black pair of Naruto's shinobi pants rolled up to her knees with a black pair of sandals. She had on one of Naruto's black muscle shirt, and the sight of the girl adjusting it on her chest was actually quite appealing to Naruto, but it was business time. Kami, I'm so stiff after being stuck in that place. Me too, Naruto said before he slapped himself. What I meant was, shouldn't you give your own name before asking for someone else's? The girl's mouth opened in realization and she quickly bowed. I'm so sorry. My name is Hamiko Kayamiza. Level 9 Seal Master Apprentice of Uzashio Gakure. Naruto stared at her in shock. You're a Seal Master? No way, you're so young, how can you be level 9? My sensei isn't even level 9, he says he's level 8. She put her hands on her hips. Well, I just said I'm a Seal Master Apprentice. I'm not a fully accredited Seal Master yet until sensei promotes me to level 10. She blinked in thought. Wait, there's a battle going on right now. She looked around rapidly. Where's sensei? Where is anyone? She then noticed the height on the heads of the two boys. She broke out in a huge smile. Konoha is here. Sensei said they would come. You must have beaten all of those jerks up top. She looked at Sai and Naruto fondly. So I'm sorry I'm such an airhead sometimes. What were your names again? Naruto answered. Well, he doesn't really have a name. I just call him Sai, it seems to fit him. Sai nodded in acknowledgement. And me, like I said, I'm Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Hamiko's eyes widened upon hearing his surname. Uzumaki-sama? From Konoha? You must be related to Mito-sama somehow. Naruto looked at her in confusion. Mito-sama? Who is Mito? And Sama? Why am I Sama? Hamiko latched onto Naruto's arm. To be saved by a member of Mito-sama's family in Konoha. This is truly a blessing. Have you and your partner seen Sensei yet? Others will probably call him village leader or something. Naruto looked somewhat hesitant to accept her thanks. Hamiko, I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll let this guy do it. Tell her, Sai. Sai nodded. Uzashio Gakure fell while you were in that chamber. You've been asleep for the better part of nearly 20 years, Hamiko Kayamiza. Hamiko just stared at them for a moment before a grin broke out on her face. You guys need to stop fooling around. If Konoha is here, that means that we won. You shouldn't fib like that. What if I had taken that seriously? She finished with a small giggle. Naruto looked down sadly and Sai simply kept emotionless eyes on her. Hamiko stopped smiling. You guys? Right? Tell me I'm right. Tell me that you're just messing with me, that Yuzu is still okay. She asked in an increasingly desperate manner. Thud. 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 Naruto and Sai both turned towards the nearest wall and spoke at the same time. Shit! With that, the wall crashed down as the sentinel came through, its eyes set firmly on Naruto and Sai. The two prepared to grab Hamiko and run until the girl stepped towards the statue. Stop being a nuisance, Kameno-kun! She spoke with utter authority. The statue stopped moving at the girl's behest, shocking Naruto into a stupor. How the hell did you do that? Do you have any idea the hell that thing put us through for the past 2 days? Hamiko turned to Naruto. What do you mean, how did I do that? I was the one that made the seal that animated him, why wouldn't I have control over him? Now tell me, she said in an increasingly dark tone. What happened to Yuzu? She was starting to shake as she spoke. Naruto moved quickly and wrapped Hamiko in a hug. I'm so sorry, Hamiko, but Sai wasn't lying. This is real. Uzashio Gakure was sacked a long time ago. You're the only person we found here alive, and that's because you were in that odd hibernation chamber. Hamiko stood silently, leaning on Naruto's shoulder until she finally broke down and began to cry on him. Naruto simply held her and let her get it all out. He moved them over towards an unruined wall and let her weep for her lost land on him. It was the very least he could do for her, for now. Chapter 24, Last of a Dying Breed. Once again, Kakashi sat aboard a ship. However, the ship wasn't bound for the mainland. This ship was going elsewhere for the time being. It had been a week since he had let Naruto go on an excursion that should have taken him 5 days at the most. Kakashi was needless to say worried. He had no idea where Naruto was, other than the fact that he was somewhere on Nami no Kuni, and he knew he couldn't go home without Naruto anyway, not that he would if he could. Naruto was his comrade, and after his monumental failure with Sasuke, he was going to keep that boy safe. However, he also had to consider the fact that the boy was fully capable of going toe-to-toe with him by this point, and would have a better than fleeting chance of winning if they were to ever face off, especially if Kakashi was still deluding himself into thinking that Naruto wasn't as powerful as he carried himself as these days. The idea of him fighting a few of the Jounin of Konoha to prove a point seemed rather appealing to the masked man. He wondered who would end up having a good match with him, and who would end up getting destroyed. A few of the thoughts of potential Naruto vs. Konoha Jounin face-offs made Kakashi nod his head, and a few made him snicker. So we're finally going to get the blonde idiot, are we? Kakashi was brought back into focusing on the task at hand by Taiyuya. It took long enough. Kakashi sighed. She seemed angry, but honestly she was way happier than she had been all week that they were finally going to look for him. Now that the chances of actually seeing him were well increased, she was way more manageable. Kakashi shook his head at that. He had heard from Genma about what Naruto had gotten up to in Kumo. It was common knowledge among quite a few elites due to Guy heading to his house 3 days straight, while he was on medical leave, that he had shared a bed with the Kazekage's daughter during their stay in Konoha following the retrieval mission. Did that kid even openly recognize the caliber of women he was attracting to him? Kakashi thought it best to play the responsible adult and burst Taiyuya's bubble somewhat before they got there. Now Taiyuya, it may be far more difficult to find him than you know. It's been a few days since he's landed here, so chances are his trail has long since gone cold, and that's if it didn't rain. Taiyuya visibly deflated while Shikamaru groaned at the prospect of actually having to work on this mission. So what are you saying we have to do, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi scratched his hair sheepishly. If I can't pick up Naruto's trail, I'll have no choice but to have us wait for him here to return. There's not much else we can do if we can't even find him. Taiyuya raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wait. If we can't find him and he ends up getting whatever he needs to do done, what makes you think you can wait him out? Won't we just end up missing him? His dumbass will probably end up heading back towards Mizu no Kuni, or even Hai no Kuni once he's done with whatever he's doing. Kakashi gave her a knowing eye smile. But there's one place that I'm certain he'll end up making his way to at some point. Either he already has, or he will at some point, and if he's already been there, it's all the better for us. That can be a jump-off point for us to search for him. Shikamaru was intrigued. Kakashi was talking like Naruto had been there before. Where exactly are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi simply smiled at Shikamaru and Taiyuya. I guess you'll both find out when we get there. Uzushio-gakure, underground catacombs. Naruto and Sai had allowed Hamiko to sleep after telling her the entire story about what had occurred during the destruction of Yuzu. They had refrained from telling her exactly what it looked like up there. Well, Naruto did. He had to elbow Sai in the face to keep him from blurting it out. Not exactly the most subtle in social situations, that Sai. After telling her all that they knew and had found out about what happened, they let her cry herself to sleep, and after coming to the conclusion that letting her rest was the best plan all around, they both took up positions against the stone walls and got some rest themselves. During this time period, Naruto almost grabbed Hamiko and dislocated her shoulder when she startled him in the middle of the night. Sheer willpower kept him from doing so, as all she was attempting to do was just lay against him. Instead of pushing the distraught girl off of him rudely, like Sasuke Uchiha would have, he wrapped an arm around her and let her stay with him. He was obviously the closest thing to her old life that she had, and the only person showing any empathy to her situation, as Sai's face stayed as plain as a brick wall the entire time they explained the situation to her. The only thing he simply could not get used to was her calling him Uzumaki-sama. That was just weird. So the next morning, they were taking a guess as to the exact time of day, seeing as how they had spent an undisclosed amount of time underground. Naruto gently shook Hamiko awake and looked across the room to see Sai simply staring at the two of them blankly. Pretty creepy thing to wake up to. Good morning, Psycho Hai. Sai took that as his cue to stand up. I believe it's time we exit the premises, Naruto-senpai. Naruto nodded and let Hamiko adjust her eyes to being open before he let go of her and stood up to start stretching. I agree. But what are we going to do about Hamiko? He looked to her as she yawned and rubbed her eyes. What are you going to do when we get out of here? Hamiko immediately woke up properly upon having that question sprung on her. I'm not really sure, Uzumaki-sama. I don't have anywhere to go. The massive statue that seemed more akin to her pet now walked up to her and kneeled down. Hamiko gave it a sad smile and patted it. It will be okay, Kameno-kun. We'll be fine. She then made a few hand seals and placed her hand on the statue. Kai. The statue, or Kamenu, shrunk to the size of a 4-inch doll that she wrapped a rope around and placed around her neck. She looked at Naruto and Sai, one who seemingly didn't care, however his eyes lied on that front, and the other, who just stared in awe. What? Naruto pointed. You can control that damn statue and shrink it? How the hell are you doing this stuff? Hamiko shook her head. Don't you know anything about Fuinjutsu? Your clan are the best Fuinjutsu users in the entire world. Naruto rubbed his neck sheepishly. I guess it skipped a generation, or several. He noticed Hamiko staring at him. What's the matter? How old are you, Uzumaki-sama? Hamiko asked, her voice deadly serious. And what level of seal mastery would you say you were at? Naruto and Sai looked at each other. 14? And I don't know. I can't tell all of the seals that go into Kamenu, but I was able to stop him for a bit. What does that make me? Hamiko's jaw dropped. You're not even level 3 yet. You're 14 and you aren't even at level 5? Naruto shrunk under her yelling. Yeah, I guess so. Is that a bad thing, Hamiko? Hamiko grabbed him by his collar and pulled him close to her face. Everyone in your clan can at least say that they were level 7 before they were 15. And you mixed overlapping seals without knowing all that went into one of them? What kind of Uzumaki isn't good at Fuinjutsu? Naruto's sweat dropped. An Uzumaki that wasn't even introduced to the art until a few months ago. Give me a break, Hamiko. I'm better than pale and listless over there, he said while pointing at Sai. Hamiko palmed her forehead. Kami, there's an Uzumaki out there, a real true Uzumaki. And he can't even do Fuinjutsu. Naruto took offense to this. Hey! I can do stuff. I can make tons of stuff. I make sealing scrolls, customized explosive tags, and check it out. He pulled out the seal he used to control the statue. I even made this temporary control seal that helped us beat your statue when we first ran into it. Those things are beginner stuff. Hamiko took the seal note away and inspected it, frowning more and more the longer she looked at it before balling it up and tossing it aside. It's completely shoddy. How can you be proud of that? Naruto's jaw dropped. What? Do you know how hard that was to come up with? Hamiko pointed at the statue on her necklace. Compared to what I did to animate Kamenu-kun, you might as well have scribbled your name in crayon and handed it over to me. Your seal has so many deficiencies I'm surprised it didn't kill you. First of all, simply using it puts you in an internal struggle against your target. The only guaranteed way that you could ever use it was if you tried it on something with no will whatsoever, and even then you could still lose. Although it would be utterly hilarious to see someone lose a battle of wills to an end table. She laughed slightly at the thought before reassuming lecture mode. Second of all, it's so temporary that even if you won the initial struggle there isn't much you could do with the control you just fought for. And finally and most important, it's a mimic array, did you know that? Instead of having the target's movements be an extension of your thoughts you had it so that the only way they could do anything was if you did it first. That's so stupid. Naruto visibly deflated. Well, you don't have to put it like that. I've been basically teaching myself after Erosenin pounded the basics into my head. I thought I was doing rather well until now. Hamiko sighed before walking up to Naruto and winking at him. Well, at least I know what I'm doing now. Upon seeing Naruto's questioning look, she elaborated. There's no way that I can in good conscience leave an Uzumaki to their own devices with such shoddy seal work. So until you actually become passable at Fuinjutsu, I will be your teacher, Uzumaki-sama. Naruto stared at her for a few seconds. You're going to train me? Hamiko nodded. Yes, because basically, you're not very good at Fuinjutsu at all. If anyone told you that you were, they were either lying to make you feel better, or they never saw an Uzumaki from Uzushio-gakure at work. Naruto looked at his hands. Well, when you put it that way, ... Hamaki clasped her hands together. So it's my responsibility to teach you the right way of going about with your sealing techniques. I owe the Uzumaki clan a debt that I can't repay them now that, well, you know. So I'll have to pay it off through you. That makes me feel so special, Naruto said sarcastically as his eye twitched. But Hamiko, I don't want you to do anything that you don't have to. Naruto could see the benefits of having Hamiko with him. Yes, he had the scrolls from Yuzu that pretty much would make him jump up in skill, but simply looking through the stuff that was listed the other day had him a little hesitant to try them out. Some of them were ridiculously absurd sounding. Other than the chakra-draining seal that would have been a boon in battle, there was a seal that could store chakra. Store chakra. Store chakra and transfer it between people to recharge their reserves, like an adrenaline shot of chakra, and he didn't even want to know what could happen if he screwed that one up. Hamiko frowned and walked closer to him. Uzumaki-sama, there is nowhere else for me to go. she said as her natural bangs from her white hair somewhat shadowed her amber eyes from his full view. What would I do? I'm completely out of place here. I know nothing of this current world I now find myself in, and you are the closest thing to my masters that have been so kind to me for my entire life since they found me and taught me everything I know. She bowed to him. I would be honored if I could go with you. Naruto looked at Sai, who didn't have any helpful facial expressions to help him out, or any facial expressions at all. Thus Naruto was forced to go with his gut on this one. That and Hamiko seemed like a good girl, although the sooner he could break her of that Uzumaki-sama crap the better. Naruto picked her up by her shoulders to get her to stand again. Hamiko, no bowing. I'm not noble, I'm just some guy with the last name Uzumaki. But I have a question, why were you stuck inside that vault? Sai came forward, finally speaking. I would like to know that as well, Hamiko-san. Naruto-senpai and myself were very surprised to find you in there. Hamiko took up a thoughtful look. I don't know. Sensei said that he was going to leave the future of our village up to me. I thought he was going to let me head up with him to fight, but then I ended up unconscious, and when I woke up I saw you too. Naruto shifted his new sword on his back and turned to head down the corridor. We can figure this stuff out later. We still need to get to the surface. Hamiko, can you get us out of here? Hamiko smiled and nodded. Yes, I remember my way through here like it was just yesterday. Naruto's sweat dropped. Technically for you, it was just yesterday. Hamiko growled at him lowly as he backed off. Okay, bad attempt at situational humor. Let's just go. As the platform in the first tower rose back to the ground floor once more, Naruto and Sai felt déjà vu as this had been the place they had fought Hamiko's statue Kumenu. Naruto looked around and saw that the door was still sealed off. How are we going to get out of here, Hamiko? Hamiko walked towards the door and started writing a seal on the door before biting her finger and adding her blood. Fuan Kai! The walls all shimmered before the wall in front of the entrance dropped. She looked back at Naruto and sighed before sighing heavily. I guess it's time for me to see what's left of Yuzu. She frowned as she looked around the destroyed tower. If this is any indicator, I'd better prepare for the worst, huh? Naruto and Sai walked behind her as she headed outside. She stopped and looked around at the battle-scarred village. She sighed deeply but did not shut her eyes or look away. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. You want to take a minute for yourself, Hamiko? She shook her head. No. There's nothing more that can be done here. Uzushigakure was my home. Well, this isn't Yuzu anymore. It's nothing but ruins now. Even if I stayed, what would I do? Live like a hermit on the grounds of a destroyed village? I'll go with you instead, Uzumaki-sama. My entire life has been to serve your clan. It's all I know, thus it is all I'm willing to do. Naruto looked at her strangely. She's kind of like Haku, only knowing how to really serve. Doesn't she have her own dreams and goals? The way she's talking, it's as if as long as there is an Uzumaki about, she can move along. No Uzumaki-sama, Hamiko. Sai walked out ahead of both of them. Let's go then. Naruto-senpai, I think it best if Hamiko-san travels with you. I cannot take her with me into Konoha, and even if I could, I couldn't get her set up as a citizen. Naruto nodded. At the very least, I'll see you out of Nami no Kuni. I need to re-up with my squad though. Kakashi's going to chew my butt out once I get back. This wasn't supposed to take this long to do. Sai shrugged. It could not be helped, senpai. If you tell him of your encounter with the Akatsuki, he should understand completely, but do remember to keep my involvement a secret. Naruto watched Hamiko pick through some of the rubble nearby. Understood. Though how in Kami's name I'm going to explain Hamiko to him and everyone else is beyond me. But I'm not leaving her here. No way in hell I'm doing that. I'll come up with something by the time we meet back up with the others, don't you worry. He called out to the white-haired girl. Hamiko, are you ready to leave? Sai nodded as she came back over. I wasn't worried at all, senpai. If nothing else, you could actually tell the truth about where she came from. I don't think that would matter too much if you did. Hamiko made it over to Naruto. I'm ready to leave, master. Naruto palmed his face. Master? Really? Hamiko, come on. You're not my servant, you're not under my command. You're a girl that's my age. Aside from owning any person, owning you would be strange. Strange, and Ero-sennin and Kakashi-sensei would never let that fact die. Hamiko shook her head vehemently. That is highly inappropriate, master. You won't let me call you Uzumaki-sama, and now you dislike being called master. Your clan are my retainers, how else am I to show you your proper respect, master? She finished with a smirk. Naruto grumbled and turned to Sai. Saikohai, help me out here. Talk to this girl for me. Sai gave him one of his trademark smiles. She is apparently your property now, Naruto-senpai. That would make that your job. Naruto gave Sai a dry look. You sure don't treat me like a senpai, Sai. Aren't you supposed to listen to me? Kid, shut up and pay attention. Naruto's eyes snapped to attention as he began to look around for any sign of trouble. Sai caught on to Naruto's tension as he quickly followed suit and began looking around, back to back with Naruto. Naruto's fingers drifted up to his sword that he was grateful to have, as his last one had been pieced apart during his last confrontation. Can you tell me where they're coming from, Kyubi? A growl came from within his mind. Whoever it is, they are doing a great job of keeping themselves concealed. All I know is what you know, that there is someone's presence around here. Be careful, you're not getting us killed in this wasteland. Naruto's eyes panned over to Hamiko, who was looking around in confusion. Master, what's going on? Is there something wrong? Naruto's eyes widened. Couldn't she sense the intent rolling around the area? The way she handled seals, she had to have been a ninja, right? Hamiko, what ranking were you? Hamiko gave him an odd look. I wasn't a registered ninja, master. I had basic training like a lot of people did, but everything I did was focused on seal making. I was trained alongside the Fuinjutsu Corps. I don't really know any other ninja arts. Naruto would have sighed deeply in grief at that moment. If it was Deidara again, the only advantage they would have in the fact that Sai now had enough strength to fight all out, and the fact that the entire village was now their playground, would be negated by the fact that they now had to protect someone. Naruto quickly made a dozen Kage Bunshin and sent them over to Hamiko. Keep her safe, no matter what. I don't care what you have to do. He looked over his shoulder at Sai. Let's take this elsewhere. Sai nodded as the two disappeared in a leaf and ink-shrouded shunshin. Hamiko tried running out to find them, but were kept back by the Kage Bunshin. I need to go with Sai-san and Master. Why are they leaving? The Kage Bunshin in charge shook its head. I can't let you go after the boss, Hamiko. Things are about to get ugly out here. Appearing elsewhere in the village, Naruto drew the blade from his back with a loud ring of steel. If it's Deidara again, I promised Kyubi I would cut his arms off. I really hope it's Deidara. Sai pulled out his scroll. How will we go about fighting him this time, senpai? Naruto grinned. That's going to be the easy part. We have tons of space. You can try to take it to him from the air if you like, while I have my own method of reaching him. Sai nodded. That will do for now, senpai. Upon both coming to an agreement on how this was to be handled, they were both caught in a fiery explosion. Deidara watched from a distance, laughing loudly. And there you go! What happened to that strategy of yours, boys, He then blinked blankly. Oh. I wasn't supposed to kill the Jinchuriki, Deidara was then bound by ink snakes that emerged from around him. As he struggled to escape, a sword was driven through his chest, freezing his face in an expression of pain and horror. Naruto smirked as he buried the sword through him up to the guard before the blade stuck fast as he tried pulling it out. Deidara quickly lost his color and turned to the color of clay. Naruto panicked and channeled wind chakra to his blade to pull it out and get distance as the clay figure of Deidara exploded. As Naruto landed from his evasive action, Sai came to his side. That was a nasty little surprise. It looks like he has a clone technique of his own as well. Naruto looked around. Where is he now? He isn't flying above us, so where could he be? Sai didn't speak, instead drawing on his scroll as snakes came off and burrowed underground. After a moment of waiting, Deidara came out of the ground a good distance away from the two boys, launching his clay explosives at the snakes. Naruto rushed in, trying to stay close with the long-range expert, but despite the speed that he came at his opponent with, Deidara saw him coming and dashed away, reaching into his pouch for more clay. As Naruto cursed at the speed that Deidara had, simply running backwards, he noticed that both of his hands spit out clay sculptures. Naruto shook his head as if he had been seeing things. I must have been underground too long. Naruto closed the distance enough that he was finally able to engage Deidara up close. Deidara avoided a thrust of the blonde teen's sword and maneuvered out of the way of a spinning slash. When Naruto spun for his attack, however, Deidara was fast enough to plant one of his explosives on Naruto's back. The little clay spider crawled on Naruto's back while Deidara jumped away from him and made his hand seal. Katsu! The explosion rocked Naruto and sent him to the ground. Naruto grit his teeth in pain as he could feel the damage he had just taken rip at his nerve endings. I'm so tired of you. His eyes flashed red as he started leaking Kyubi's chakra. You've turned this entire trip into a massive headache. One tail of chakra formed behind him. Deidara had a small grin on his face. Fighting two of you, with one of you being the Kyubi Jinchuriki, not exactly my design of an ideal battle, Naruto growled at him and rushed at him, gripping his sword double-handed. Don't you run from me! Deidara had another clay figurine that so happened to be a bird in his other hand and expanded its size before taking off on it, leaving Naruto to miss his swipe. Naruto growled in anger and leapt into the air to cut down Deidara's ride. The missing mane paled at seeing him leap at his bird and quickly formed another clay spider that he threw down at Naruto. The enraged Jinchuriki cut right through it, forcing it to explode on contact, and pushing him back to the ground where he landed on his feet, smoking from the blast. He then noticed which way he was going. Sai! He's going back towards Hamiko. Cut him off! Sai nodded and immediately took off on one of his ink birds while Naruto kept up and pursued from the ground. Well, it looks like the Jinchuriki left me a way to get him to cooperate. Hamiko jumped at the sound of the gruff voice suddenly calling out. The clones took a defensive perimeter around her, but most were cut down by an iron tail extending from a blind spot and running right through them. The initial attack left 2 of Naruto's Kage Bunshin remaining and they picked up Hamiko before jumping away from the scene of the mass clone slaughter. Clone-sama, who's attacking us? Hamiko asked, clutching at the Kamena necklace tightly. The clone she had spoken to stood in front of her while the other was behind, keeping a watchful eye out for any movement that could be perceived as hostile. I don't know Hamiko, but if I had to guess it would probably be Deidara's partner because that's who Boss and Psycho High went off to fight. It seems this one isn't as much of a musclehead as most are prone to being, the voice said once more. Or maybe his clones are just smarter than him, but if that were the case they would have just dispelled and saved themselves the pain of death that they're about to feel. The clones reached on their backs for their swords. As if we'll just let you hurt Hamiko like that. Her eyes widened upon catching sight of markings that ran all along the blade in the clone's hands, but she couldn't bring herself to speak quickly enough. I guess it's easier to just kill you than to try and talk to a clone that has standing orders. With that, Saban came flying at the clones and Hamiko, forcing her 2 protectors to burst into smoke, but as it cleared there was no sign of the girl. I thought my clones said that I wasn't just going to let you hurt Hamiko like that, came Naruto's voice from a short ways off. He was shrouded in the Kyuubi's chakra, holding Hamiko close to him. Sai! Sai's bird landed behind Naruto, who placed her on its back alongside him. Naruto-sama? Naruto gave her a small smile. It's okay, Hamiko. He looked at Sai. Take her with you. She'll be safer than if she were down here with me. This fight is more along my alley anyway. You take Deidara, just remember to sever his arms from his body somehow for me. He gave him a questioning look. Can you take Deidara all on your own? Absolutely. Sai looked at the figure who had appeared while they were talking. A hunched, grotesque-looking man wearing the Akatsuki robes. But are you sure, senpai? Naruto followed Sai's line of sight and narrowed his eyes upon seeing what his rude comrade saw. I'm absolutely sure. If you can, get her somewhere you know will be safe and keep her there while you deal with Deidara. I know you'll be way better equipped to fighting him this time, but she could still get hurt up there with you 2 going at it. Sai nodded. Understood. Good luck, senpai. Sai then took off and left Naruto to his own devices amid the ruins of Uzushio-gakure. Naruto faced down his opponent and drew his sword from his back. Well, you must be Deidara's partner. It sucks for both of you, because you're obviously strong or else you wouldn't be here. And now you're going to die, a long way from home or away from anyone that would even care in the slightest. The gruff laughter from his would-be opponent raised the hackles on the back of Naruto's neck. Man using Kyuubi's chakra made him super aggressive. It was taking everything he had to not rush him blindly like he had with Deidara, which was the main reason he was happy that there was another person to fight. The man began to speak. I would say the same thing to you, Uzumaki, except I can't. You technically are home. That, and I'm not going to kill you, I'm going to drag your subdued carcass to have your demon extracted, then you'll die. Ha ha. Morbid humor, how quaint. Naruto lowered himself. Not that I actually care, since I'm going to kill you and everything, but as I said to your friend when we first met, I tried to make it a habit to learn the names of the people after my biju. Naruto's Akatsuki opponent sighed in reminiscence. You know, I don't remember doing most of this. I actually didn't. This village was mostly eradicated by the time I had gotten here, there were just still many of Yuzu's ninja out and about. A remarkable amount come to think of it. It just goes to show how dedicated they were, but I can't believe I missed one, again. Tell me, how did you escape Deidara? Not that it matters at this point, but we fell into the whirlpool where there were hidden underground chambers. Naruto's grip on his blade tightened. Who the hell are you and what do you mean you missed one again? He laughed deeply. Underground chambers, of course. I wondered how those last defenders popped up like cockroaches last time. How ingenious to use the whirlpool, a certified death trap, to escape ruin. And I mean I missed one again because the girl is obviously an Yuzu survivor. Where else would you have gotten her? Who the hell are you? I won't ask you again before I stop being so cordial and start cutting things off. Naruto yelled at the man. He laughed at Naruto's anger. From the way you're yelling at me and gripping your weapon so hard, I think you know already. Naruto bared his elongated canines at him. You're right, I do. I just want to hear it from you. Very well then. I am Akasuna no Sasori. Naruto smirked. That's who I thought you were. Before vanishing in a blur of red. Now die! Naruto reappeared right in front of him, his sword drawn back to cleave him into two. With Sai and Hamiko. I have to go back to Naruto-sama. Hamiko tried to reason as she held on to Sai's ink bird tightly out of fear of falling off. I have something he needs to know. Sai kept his eyes peeled for any sign of Deidara. The man was a right bastard when it came to sneaking up on them and attacking from a distance. He didn't spare the girl a glance as he kept guiding his ink bird. The only reason Naruto-senpai would tell me to leave the area is if he was planning on drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra. If that is the case, then allowing her to return to him would do more harm than good, for everyone. I cannot let you go back to Senpai Hamiko-san. It would be best if you stayed with me for the time being. Hamiko's eyes darted back to where she had been placed on the bird from. But he needs to know something important. I need to tell him how to use his sword. Sai peered back at her slightly. His sword? The one he picked up inside of the vault? Why didn't you tell him about it when he first took it? Hamiko frowned. I didn't know he had taken it. I wasn't paying attention to Naruto-sama's weapons when you first found me, but when his clone drew the sword and I was able to see the markings on the blade, I realized what he had. How did he even get it anyway? Sai remembered the events that lead up to Naruto getting the blade. He pulled it from the wall. That triggered the entrance that led us to you. What is it anyway? Hamiko sat up straight on the bird's back. It is the Senenki no Ken, Millennium Sword. It's an heirloom of Uzashio Gakure. And dash. Wait, what are you doing drawing? Sai looked back at her and gave her his forced smile. Don't worry about it. Now please continue. Naruto vs. Sasori. Naruto's blade was blocked by an iron tail appendage stretching from Sasori's back within his robes. As Naruto struggled against the tail, it proceeded to stretch and maneuver over his head swiftly in an attempt to impale him. Naruto rolled aside and lashed out once again. The blade once more blocked his sword strike and pursued him in an effort to pierce him. You're a fast little bastard, aren't you? Sasori taunted as his tail retracted back within his robe. Naruto set his sword in a defensive stance, staring Sasori down. So much of him was covered by that damn robe he couldn't tell what other nasty surprises he might have under there. What did this man have that could have possibly taken down the bulk of an entire shinobi village all alone? He rushed at Sasori again, slashing at him from any side he could get a favorable angle at. Each time he was blocked by Sasori's iron tail. For a guy that didn't move his body at all, he had damn good reflexes with such an obscure appendage of his body. Was it even a part of his body in the first place? Damn that cloak. Naruto got upset at his lack of any progress whatsoever, even using his Kyuubi boosted speed. Block this. Raitun, Kaksen no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Live Wire Jutsu. After making his hand seals and placing his hands on the ground, a speedy stream of arcing lightning ripped across the ground at Sasori. Sasori finally found it prudent to move as he jumped away from Naruto's attack, lest he find himself with a few thousand volts of electricity running through him. Naruto smirked. I finally got him to move. He's got some pep in his step when I actually get him to jump out of the way of something. Naruto rushed in with his sword primed to strike at the oddly built enemy when Sasori gave him another surprise. Sasori blasted Senbon at him in a rapid spray from his mouth. Naruto thought about trying to use his sword to deflect them, but settled on that being a stupid idea the moment he realized he couldn't even count them all and rolled out of the way. What the hell? Did those things fly out of his mouth? Who does that? Naruto didn't have long to ponder this as Sasori threw his tail out at Naruto again, missing repeatedly in his attempts to finish the boy off. The foot of the young Jinchuriki caught itself in the rubble that they were fighting on. Naruto saw the metal tail fly at him, and clasped his fists side by side before thrusting them out. Futon, Fujin Saiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. The wind projectile barely held the blade off as Naruto frantically tried to lift his foot out and evade before he ended up being a human shish kebab. The wind-based attack eventually died off and the tail shot at Naruto as quick as ever. However, he found it in him to evade by the skin of his teeth, although the leg of his pants did get cut when he got his foot free. Naruto now had the back of his shirt blown open by the explosive attack from Deidara and his pants leg shredded from the unstable surface of rubble that he and Sasori were fighting on. Naruto inspected himself. The wounds on his back had long since healed and the cuts and scratches he got pulling himself free were mere trifles. Sasori's tail swung menacingly around him. You must have an extra life to go with each tail of your biju. Naruto flipped him off and started running circles around Sasori, making him appear as a blur while a red trail left behind was the sign of his wake. Sasori sighed in annoyance as he tried to use his tail to stab, the annoying fly. All he hit was nothing, as simply penetrating the red haze that settled in Naruto's path while he continued running around him. "You're really beginning to work my nerves, boy." Naruto's response was a reasonably sized chunk of debris flying from his shroud that he was running around Sasori at a high speed. Sasori's tail moved swiftly to intercept it. Soon thereafter even more debris flew at him at an even higher pace. The speed steadily increased, forcing Sasori to give his iron tail a good workout to block them. This pattern continued until Sasori tired of blocking chunks of building and stuck his tail directly into the circle, getting a series of rapid popping sounds for his trouble. The shroud disappeared, confusing Sasori as to Naruto's whereabouts. Doton, Shinjuzanchu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Jutsu. Naruto emerged from the ground directly behind Sasori and slashed his body up repeatedly before landing a distance away and sheathing his sword. "And that's how you do that. That was a good move, kid." Sasori's Akatsuki cloak was cut to ribbons, finally dropping off of his frame. "That might have worked if I was normal." On his back was what appeared to be a demon mask with the iron tail extending from the mouth of it. Naruto palmed his forehead at the sight of this. "What are you? You barely look human." Sasori laughed. "That's because this is a puppet boy. My puppet armor, Hirako." Naruto's teeth made a loud clicking noise as he found himself undeterred by this news. "Well then I guess I'll just have to smash your puppet armor to get to the soft, squishy puppeteer underneath, won't I?" Sasori laughed again. "You can try, boy." Sasori raised the right arm of his puppet, which looked like a torpedo, and fired it at Naruto, who easily dodged. However, this was only the beginning. The torpedo rotated and launched tons of wooded cylinders from within. Naruto didn't like the looks of them whatsoever and tried to get more space when the cylinders broke open, launching a large amount of needles in all directions. The boy crossed his arms in an X pattern frantically. "Futon, Senpu Kakusui, Wind Release, Whirlwind Pyramid." Naruto's defensive wall kicked up, violently pushing the deadly needles away and shrouding the area in dust and debris. As the battlefield cleared, Naruto was nowhere in sight. Naruto had taken cover in a crater outside of the area that he and Sasori had been fighting. To get to Sasori he had to crack the puppet armor, but that damn tail. He couldn't cut it, and he had been trying to use his wind chakra through the blade the entire time. It was like it wasn't chakra conductive, which made no sense. It was in a vault, in a ninja village. How could it not be chakra conductive? A squeak alerted Naruto to some off-color looking mice down by his feet. Naruto looked at them curiously as they stopped in front of him. "What the dash?" The small mice turned into words that brought a smile to Naruto's face. "Saikohai, you beautiful bastard! And Hamiko too. I definitely think she's earning her chan today." With Sai and Hamiko. Hamiko gave Sai a worried look. "Are you sure that Naruto-sama will get your message about the sword?" "Yes," Sai stated, still looking for somewhere to put Hamiko. "Senpai will get the message, rest assured. Maybe back on the towers again? That would make her a target if Deidara ended up finding her, plus, she couldn't get herself down if she had to. Well, she probably could after seeing how she had basically sleepwalked through 3 of the previously impassable seals that kept him and Naruto from doing what they wanted. Do you think it will let him use it?" Hamiko smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm certain. If it wouldn't allow him to use it, then he would never have been able to pick it up. Hopefully he's good at finding things out on his own, because I don't know enough about the Senninki no Ken to really give him an idea on what to do." "Naruto-senpai is very surprising," Sai stated before narrowing his eyes in the distance. "Here we go. Please hold on tightly and stay down, Hamiko-san. It seems I won't be able to let you off after all." Deidara was watching with a smirk on his face as the scope over left eye was trained on Sai. "I thought I would have to go and interfere with Sasori no Dana's battle to get one of you. It's a good thing you decide to come to me, We're not all settled up yet, are we?" Sai didn't answer as Hamiko looked between him and Deidara. "Sai, who is that?" Sai pulled up his drawing scroll. "That man is the main reason we found you, Hamiko-san. Allow me to go over there and thank him for you." Sai attempted to strike first by drawing out bats from his scroll. "Chuji Giga, Super Beast's imitation picture." Deidara laughed as his hands coughed up sculptures for his use. "You have more fight in you this time, I have to say, but you're still coming at me with that same lame excuse for art." His birds left his hands and clashed with Sai's bats in midair as a few went around the clash, heading towards Sai and Hamiko directly. "How many times do you need to hear it? True art is an explosion." He made his half-tiger seal. Sai maneuvered the bird, amid Hamiko's uncomfortable screams, through the mid-air explosions. "I won't be nearly as easy to subdue as I was the first time, I assure you of that. Sai cut through a bird that got close and continued towards Deidara, now actually having the chakra to attempt fancy evasive maneuvers and to boost his ink beast's speed in mid-flight. You weren't that fast the first time, Deidara stated before shrugging to himself and making more exploding birds for a long-range attack. He let them fly with a devious grin on his face. Sai narrowed his eyes in annoyance as he saw even more birds coming their way. Sumigasumi no jutsu, ink mist jutsu. Sai shrouded his bird in a decent area around it in ink as it sped towards Deidara. The clay sculptures went inside the shroud and exploded, trying to take Sai out without sight. The bird emerged from the mist still in flight, and still generally coming at Deidara. Deidara smirked to himself as he watched Sai come closer. Now why would I send so many of my beautiful figures into there with little to no hope of hitting you? Because they weren't supposed to hit you, fool, they were just supposed to locate you, Deidara made his hand seal again. Katsu! Little clay insects appeared all over the bodies of Sai, Hamiko, and the clay bird, glowing and exploding on them before they could react. I have to keep the Jinchuriki alive. There's no such restrictions about fighting you, Deidara smirked before he realized that he wasn't seeing flaming corpses falling from the sky. Instead, he saw melting ink bodies drop, no bodies whatsoever. Danger senses went off for Deidara as he jumped over Sai's low slash. He had hung off of the legs of the bird and taken his shot at the explosives artist. Deidara hung off of the other side as well and kicked at Sai, who swung himself up on the top of Deidara's bird to take a more advantageous position. He kept himself in a position to defend from whatever side Deidara would end up coming up from. What are you looking at, Sai turned his head and saw Deidara sitting on another clay bird. This surprised Sai, as he had never even felt Deidara's weight leave the bird. He looked on the underside of the bird to see that it was holding a clay clone of Deidara in its talons. Sai looked up and saw Deidara's hands moving towards his hand seal. Katsu! Before he could finish the word, Sai jumped off of the bird. He free fell to the ground as the fiery explosion of the clay bird sounded out over him. The sound of a bird's cry let Sai know he was saved as he found himself scooped out of the air gently by his bird. The pale root ninja sighed to himself and patted the inky construct on its head. Hamiko shook herself off as she stood up from where Sai's bird had dropped her for his gambit of an attack on Deidara. She watched Sai's bird save him from a screaming, flaming death and clutched her Kamena necklace tightly. Sai-san and Naruto-sama are fighting so hard. And I can't help again. I can never help, all I'm good for is making seals. Her eyes widened before a small smile came to her face. And what's wrong with that? Seals are the backbone of this village. And I'm the best. She reached into her pocket and frowned. Sai-san didn't have much ink to spare me, but it's better than nothing. I just have to make do with what I have here, it has to be enough. She looked up at Sai, still in midair combat with Deidara. I won't be useless here, Sai-san. Naruto vs. Sasori. Naruto stepped out of his crater of hiding with a serious look on his face, and his sword drawn. Sasori noticed him. I knew you would come out eventually. You look like the type that wouldn't retreat in the face of insurmountable odds. Naruto let a chuckle escape him. Insurmountable odds? Again with the S-rank superiority complex. I swear, it's like none of you fools get it. Naruto's amused face slipped. I could have tried to run. Even if I didn't get away, I could have tried. I am your objective after all, right? But if I ran, I would be leaving Saiko-hai and Hamiko-chan alone to fight, and I won't do that. Sasori gave the boy a cursory glance. Nothing had changed to give him such confidence, so why was he acting so brazen? Using them as a means for your escape would have been better. If any of Yuzu's ninja had tried that, then I might have spared one or two, but since they all had this need to rush to their deaths and fight me for their comrades, I helped them out with that. It seems that trait passed down to you. Naruto's face never changed. Saiko-hai is my comrade. Due to the way he was brought up and trained, much like myself, he's something like a brother to me. Rude may do anything to finish the mission, but we do not turn our backs on our comrades. He's fighting Deidara for me, for my safety, and I won't leave him to his death by running away from you. And Hamiko-chan. I would never leave her either. I missed the opportunity to save someone like her before. I wasn't strong or smart enough to do so. But now I am, and I'll be damned if I'll let her be alone in this world just because one man is after my life. Naruto held up his sword in front of his face, blade facing directly up as it began to glow. Senenki no Ken, I am your master whether you accept it or not. Now help me take this bastard down for your nation. The wind around Naruto began to kick up as a smirk came to his face. I don't know what this is supposed to look like. All Hamiko-chan said was that I had to exert my will over the sword for me to use this. Oh well, let's try it. Sennen Hakiai Ikijiaraware, Millennium Release, Primary Materialization, The sword dematerialized and reformed as gray/silver metal gauntlets around Naruto's forearms and ankles. A wicked blade came from the sides of each of the outsides of Naruto's arms. On his legs, surrounding his sandals, there was also a blade along the outsides of his legs. The Kyuubi found itself amused by Naruto's new find. Do make sure that you don't end up ripping yourself apart while you use these blades, boy. As entertaining as that is, having your body be eradicated by a powered sword would be a massive slap to my face. Naruto stretched himself out and tested the feeling of his new weapon before grinning and looking up at Sasori. This really doesn't have a name. I guess I'll have to come up with one, won't I? I think I'll have to call them Sennin Kagake, Millennium Gauntlets. Sasori scoffed. So you got some pieces of metal and you think you can fight me, boy? Naruto shrugged. It's worth a try. Now let's see what these things have got. Hyakunin Tsukakaru, Century Rush. Naruto circulated his Kyuubi chakra around him while pushing wind chakra into his blades and rushed at Sasori directly. In response, Sasori thrusted his iron tail at Naruto, who slashed at the man with his bladed arms. Naruto moved his body into a rapid motion and took on the appearance of a red-edged buzzsaw. The two clashed and moved past one another. Naruto simply stood straight up and stared at his hands blankly after the attack. Sasori, meanwhile, felt his puppet armor fall around him, unusable due to the damage it had taken. As Naruto felt and heard the body of Hiriko collapse, a grin came to his face. Chapter 25, Fight with Tools. Sai vs. Deidara. Deidara watched Sai come ever closer atop his ink bird construct. He's much faster and more reflexive this time. The last time it was like he was fighting in slow motion. Sai had been flying circles around Deidara for the longest time. Having expected to blast Sai out of the sky much like the first go-around, Deidara had pumped a lot of exploding clay into the attack on Sai's ink mist feint. He even had to sacrifice one of his birds and an entire clay clone in an effort to defeat the boy, but he was still hanging around. Sai, on the other hand, felt that he needed to invest in bringing more ink in case of emergencies. He had been using ink since he first found Naruto on Nami no Kuni. He never thought he would be fighting a member of Akatsuki, and he couldn't borrow any ink from Naruto due to Naruto losing all of his as well as his seal paper to the whirlpool. He was running out as well, but unlike Deidara, once he ran out of his long-range specialty, he still had a weapon on his back to use up close. At this point it was a matter of outlasting him and getting close again. From there Sai had to be able to finish. Getting sick of fighting in the air, as he felt that it left Sai with something of an advantage due to his lighter airborne creation, Deidara started directing the height of the fight lower and lower. A mid-air dogfight was looking less and less appealing when Sai pulled up right on his tail. Meanwhile, Sai was wondering how he should go about attacking Deidara from his current position. Ideally, he would be able to draw something to shoot him down, but Deidara apparently had a propensity to counter his attacks in a rather explosive manner, and if he did it from this range, Sai would be caught in the explosion. Attacking with his blade in close was also not very appealing. Deidara was slippery and he could detonate the bird he was flying on at any time. They were too close to the ground and moving too fast for Sai to bail out and free fall to escape again. When Deidara looked back at Sai with a knowing smirk, it put him on high alert, and that feeling was well founded when Deidara proceeded to jump off of his bird's back before tucking and rolling along the ground. Sai's eyes widened as the bird came to a dead stop and began to glow. Crossing his arms in front of his face as some method of defense, Sai ended up being thrown off of his ride violently by the force of the explosion, taking nasty burn wounds across his arms and torso as well as the sheer impact damage of falling along the ground. Sai rolled onto his belly and crawled along the ground as the blood from a gash on his head soaked into his hideate and down his face. This really isn't good. Naruto vs. Sasori. Naruto looked back as Sasori emerged from the wreckage of Hiriko, his puppet armor. He was still picking the pieces of the formidable tool off of himself and grumbling. Naruto was surprised at hearing a youthful voice doing the griping. This guy had to be way over 30. He looked down at the blades on his forearms and outside legs. It really sucks that this is the only way that I can channel elemental chakra to the blade, but I have to say, after that first attack I can't complain too much. Sai's message to him was taken verbatim from Hamiko about his weapon. The sword was a special construct for whoever was the leader of the village at the time. The final ceremony towards finding a new leader was finding someone that could find their way to exert their will over the blade and bend it to their will. Throughout the existence of the sword, the Senenki no Ken was never the same thing twice. Therefore the gauntlets were Naruto's own creation and the physical manifestation of his spirit. Hamiko didn't know any techniques with the weapons since every listed user had their own attacks to fit their specialized release form, so Naruto was coming up with his own on the fly. The one thing he could say though was that he found it far easier to sharpen his chakra and run it through the blades, as if they were just an extension of his body and his chakra was still flowing through him. Even using the Kyuubi's chakra with the Sennin Kagek felt easier. He felt no heightened bloodlust at all, and it was clear that the Kyuubi's chakra was circulating through the blades as well due to the fact that they had a red sheen to them. Oh well, he would get used to them on the fly, because right now he still had a fight to win. Sasori quickly freed himself from Hiriko and looked at Naruto. The man looked like a teenager. He had red hair and a lazy expression. He also had the usual Akatsuki cloak that Naruto figured he would have to get used to seeing on everyone that came for his head after this. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. You sounded way older inside that stupid puppet. Sasori gave Naruto a cool glance. So I've been told. A puff of smoke surrounded him. So I guess that it's time for me to get serious. When it cleared, there was a puppet with spiky, long, black hair and a black cloak. Allow me to introduce you to my favorite puppet. The Sandai Mikazakage. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So you made a puppet in the image of the Sandai Mikazakage? Why? Sasori laughed. No, this is the Sandai Mikazakage. I defeated him in battle and claimed his body as my puppet. It took a moment for Naruto to really understand what he had just been told, and it hit him like a sack of bricks. So you killed the Kage and turned him into a puppet? I know a puppeteer, those things he has are elaborate, and not made of people. You made a human being into a puppet. I'm not even going to ask you to go into detail about how you managed to do that. Sasori nodded. Good, because sitting here and explaining it to someone that won't be conscious for too much longer would be a waste of everyone's time. With that, he sent the Kazakage at Naruto. Let's do this then. Naruto rushed out at the puppet. I'll break this one too. Naruto went through the motions for his buzzsaw-esque attack that he had used to destroy Hiriko. Hyakunin Tsukakaru, Century Rush! A motion of Sasori's fingers opened the mouth of the Kazakage as an iron powder began to file out. It then took the form of a solid iron wall directly in front of them both. Naruto's attack hit the iron barrier and the two metal forces made a horrible grinding noise before bouncing off. Naruto adjusted to his dizziness and stared at the wall, growling at the barrier. Well, that's just fantastic. Naruto made a cross seal and formed a dozen Kage Bunshin. Make that doll playing freak pay. The clones rushed in while Naruto crouched and observed from a distance. They all went around or jumped over the iron wall to attack Sasori. His body twitched as the memories of how they were violently dispelled came to him. He simply stood still and crouched on all fours on the ground, priming himself for an opening to attack. The wall of iron collapsed back into powder before shooting at Naruto rapidly. Satetsu Shigure, Iron Sand Drizzle. Fuck! Naruto generated his one-tail cloak of chakra and cut out in a hasty retreat away from the almost microscopic iron projectiles. He was shocked to see that they had such a wide range of spread. How the hell is that even happening? He cut back to avoid getting overtaken by the small iron pellets and rushed Sasori and his Kazakage puppet as he generated a Rasengan in his right hand and drew it back to attack. Looking closely at Sasori and the Sandaime Kazakage puppet, Naruto saw that his clones were able to get close enough to force a short conflict, as the cloak of the Kazakage was somewhat shredded, revealing a shut chest compartment. As he bared closer to the puppet user and his prize tool, his senses of danger went off due to the fact that Sasori wasn't moving. He wasn't even making an effort to get the Kazakage in his way to run interference. Naruto aborted his attack just in time to see the mass amounts of iron particles stop in front of Sasori and his puppet. The chest compartment was wide open as a strange glow emitted from it. It had to be some kind of strange control thing for the sand, as it wasn't visible until it came close enough to almost hit Sasori. That needed to go if he was ever going to get any misdirection on Sasori. He had to put yet another thought aside for later as Sasori pressed his advantage. Senjutsubu, Thousand Hands Manipulation Military Art. A series of compartments opened up in the left hand of the Kazakage puppet with a series of summoning seals in them. From the seals came an obscene amount of puppet arms that expanded out at Naruto. They crashed directly in front of him as he dodged the move. Naruto prepared his body to cut right through them before he got another nasty surprise from Sasori. After detaching from the Kazakage, the arms shot poison gas that Naruto was caught off guard by. He quickly emerged from the cloud and went through with his plan to utterly eradicate the puppet arms with extreme prejudice, using his modified taijutsu to dice them up almost effortlessly, turning them into useless chunks of wood. His vision started to swim as he set himself back into a stance to battle with Sasori. He stopped and glared at Sasori, who took the time to speak to him. Do you feel it yet? The paralyzing effects of my poison? Naruto frowned. So that's what that was? Kyuubi, systems purge please. Naruto cringed at the feeling of Kyuubi running his chakra through his organs and nerves to clean his system before smirking at Sasori. Yep. Felt it. It's not really that bad. It's like a mixture of tons of stuff I've already had before. You deal with it once, you can deal with it all at once. Your poison is useless. For not showing it, this significantly caught Sasori off guard. He had somewhat been banking on his poison to subdue Naruto. It was meant to paralyze Naruto and slowly kill him over the length of 3 days. How else was he going to capture and transport Naruto all the way to a point where he could have his Biju extracted without paralyzing him? He would wake up and break away. But now that his poison proved to be ineffective, he had to come up with a new way to keep Naruto down without killing him. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't have such restrictions, and immediately proved that to Sasori with his next move. Naruto pulled out a handful of shuriken and layered them with wind chakra before throwing it at Sasori. The puppeteer called forth another iron wall to block for him, but Naruto ran through a series of hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The sheer raw amount of shuriken made by the replication technique stuck into as well as went over the iron wall, where Naruto then made his next move, flying through more hand seals. Raiton, Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. The shuriken above Sasori's head began to rain down a torrent of electricity that forced him to flee alongside his puppet. A few jolts actually hit the Kazekage puppet and gave Sasori a significant shock himself as the electricity coursed through his body. The smell of the burnt hair and flesh from the Kazekage wafted through the air. Sasori's eyes narrowed as he saw that the attack had disrupted his puppet's magnetic apparatus. It was slowly losing its power, and would soon be useless and deactivated. Naruto grinned at Sasori. You aren't going to beat me with a lucky scratch, Sasori. You need to actually finish me to claim victory. I wonder if you actually have anything capable of doing that. How did you even take this village down anyway? This village became too dependent on its Fuinjutsu. Sasori started. Everything that made this village unique and powerful was based on its sealing techniques. From the genjutsu seal they had at the perimeter of the forest surrounding it that would force people to wander about, to the defenses set up around major choke points in the village. After being able to negate that advantage and engage them personally, I found that they weren't as skilled as many believe they were. Naruto didn't accept that answer. There were still too many things to consider on that front. You're just one man, no matter how you cut it. To take on the bulk of an entire military force seems beyond you in a straight fight. I suppose I'll get the answer from you before I finish you off for good. Sasori simply smirked. Finish me off for good? Just try it. The red-haired puppeteer had the Kazekage make use of its still active magnetic part, and launched 2 masses of iron sand at Naruto. As he made to dodge, Sasori simply spoke the name of his attack calmly and coolly. Satetsu Kai-Ho, Iron Sand World Order. Sai vs. Deidara. Sai eventually picked himself up off of the ground, his head swimming due to the concussive force of the blast and the impact of his hitting the ground. He idly wondered why Deidara hadn't arrived to finish him off. Not to look a gift horse in the mouth in this case, he pulled out his tipless tanto and began slowly stalking the ruins for a sign of Deidara. He fell off of his ride as well. Even if it was intentional, there was no way that he was at 100% himself after that. He limped along the area looking for Deidara. Why was that bastard so good at covering his tracks? He and Naruto never even saw him every time he attacked until it was too. Boom. Late. Sai found himself rocked by an explosion that came from under him when he placed a foot on the rubble that made up the bulk of Uzushio Gakure. Sai's sandal and pant leg on his right leg were destroyed. Stepping on a landmine, so that's what Deidara had been doing for so long. Looking at the burns on his leg, Sai was extremely grateful that Deidara's explosives didn't have any shrapnel in them. Walking was now a chore, and running? He didn't even want to think about how he would run for the time being. At this point, his best bet was holding out until he could get some assistance in the form of Naruto, but seeing as how Naruto had his own opponent, he needed to figure out his own way to win or at the very least survive. For the time being, all he could do was take a rest and hide. He was next to worthless the way he was, and trying to move now would probably make things worse than they already were. Sai ran through his supplies and checked his stuff. He still had his tanto that he had placed onto his back once more, he had his scroll, he had enough ink to hopefully carry him through the rest of the fight, he had a holster full of kunai and a pouch of shuriken, no explosive notes. Much like Naruto, all of his were ruined when they went into the whirlpool. He also had gauze. That was what he needed right now, something to cover his wounds to keep them from getting infected while he was running around the battlefield. Wrapping his torso, his now exposed arms, and his wounded leg, he let himself settle for a moment. He pulled up his scroll and drew up some ink mice to search for Deidara in the meantime, so he could at least perhaps get the drop on him once he felt well enough to move before a subtle clicking noise alerted him to his left. Turning his head, he saw a clay insect sculpture with its eyes glowing red. Sai immediately propelled himself out of his area of hiding before he found himself caught in another explosion. As he looked around, he saw a dozen of the insect sculptures crawling his way. Suicide sentries sent out by Deidara, but where was the man himself? That was what Sai needed to know right now. In the meantime, he drew out his shuriken and tried hitting the explosives before they could get any closer. As they connected with them, the blast signified that he had finished them off, but now it was abundantly clear where he was and he could be picked off at any time by Deidara. This was made abundantly clear when Sai looked up and saw clay birds circling overhead. As they came careening down at him to finish him in a suicide dive bomb, he heard explosions come from behind him before a massive shadow covered him with its stone frame, covering him from damage as the blasts rocked his apparently mobile cover. That was close, Sai-san. Sai turned to see Hamiko right next to him with a small smile on her face at being able to reach him to assist. Hamiko-san, what are you doing? Senpai gave me orders to make sure you were out of harm's way. Hamiko frowned as even more explosions sounded out around them. Well, that's not fair to you two, is it? Doing all of the fighting alone like that. And even more so to me, what am I supposed to do if you two are killed here? I don't know anything or anyone in this time, how am I supposed to get along? If that's the way things are going to go, I might as well fight too and risk myself as well. Sai winced somewhat as he was beginning to feel his injuries, the adrenaline from the hiding and searching finally wearing off. You aren't a shinobi, Hamiko-san. You couldn't help either myself or Naruto-senpai in combat. Hamiko gave him a deadpan look. Really? Because what do you think is shielding you right now? Your iron will to live? Sai's sweat dropped with an expressionless face. Random misplaced and sturdy debris? Hamiko kept her look as the explosion stopped. Kameno-kun, let's get Sai-sen moving again. He's no good to us if he can't even dodge, we have to be the ones to move for him. The statue? Was what Sai was thinking, how is a statue going to move for me? I'd be better off moving on my own feet than relying on that massive thing to get me around safely. He didn't have time to dispute with her, however, as the stone cover that had been his saving grace just moments ago had picked up both him and Hamiko and set them on adjacent shoulders before stomping along the battlefield. Sai looked at Hamiko, who was smiling at being able to seemingly help. This is going to hurt me more than help me. I can't use chakra on this statue, remember? It absorbs any that come into contact with it. Hamiko grinned and patted the side of Kamena's head. Oh, that? I turned that off. Sai raised an eyebrow. You can do that? Hamiko scoffed. How many times do I have to tell you and Naruto-sama? I was the one that animated Kameno-kun, I can control his seal array. I just turned that part off so that you could fight from here. I can't do it myself, so you have to fight for me, Sai-san. Sai nodded and watched as Kameno stomped over the battlefield like a minesweeper, triggering Deidara's hidden bombs and disposing of them safely from the two on his shoulders. Two black mice scuttled up Kameno and stopped on Sai's legs before turning towards for him. Hamiko-san, we need to head northwest towards the central towers. Deidara is somewhere in that area. Hamiko nodded. You heard him, Kameno. Take us to the citadel. Naruto versus Sasori. This is total bullshit. Naruto yelled as he dodged ever-expanding branches of metal from running him through. Sasori's last jutsu, Setetsukai Ho, had forced an ever-expanding forest of deadly iron branches that could keep branching off at any time, making it one massive pain for Naruto to dodge, as the increasing numbers of branches also meant more potential for him to be impaled by even more iron branches. Naruto couldn't even anticipate the attacks due to the sporadic habit of the attack to break off and expand randomly. It quickly trapped him deeply inside. His entire reason for keeping in one piece thus far was the fact that he had extreme reflexes and senses from the Kyuubi's chakra in addition to the chakra cloak that the Kyuubi used as an early warning radar for danger, early warning as in a quarter of a second. Naruto now stood in the middle of a forest of iron spikes that stretched out over a massive amount of space. For some reason all of that evading took it out of him. And the blades on his arms and legs began to feel heavier and heavier, like such weapons should feel as opposed to the light as air feeling that they had when he first activated them. Naruto began panting. Kyuubi, what's happening? You are not very attentive towards your reserves, are you? You couldn't feel the blades siphoning off your chakra? The demon in question asked in a disbelieving fashion. You didn't think that natural feeling of feeling your chakra flow through the gauntlets like another part of you was just a perk, did you? It was steadily siphoning off your chakra to power the transformation. No, I didn't feel it. I've never really run out of chakra before, not like this. The gauntlets fell off of Naruto and turned back into his ninjato before he fell to his knees, his hand on the handle of the weapon. This is not the time for this. Give me more chakra. Sai, if you use my chakra as a glorified soldier pill, you're going to be the walking dead after this fight is over. You know that, right? Especially since you're using it as a replacement for your own instead of just as a bolster? Duh. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes, as if Kyuubi could see it. Do I have a choice right now? Just keep the juice coming until I finish off this clown and link back up with Saiko Hai and Hamiko-chan. You're going to be puking blood and pissing fire tonight, boy. I'll be sure to laugh at that when it occurs. Kyuubi began to increase the flow of chakra to Naruto to get him to move. Naruto sheathed the Saninki no Ken on his back, not wanting to touch the blade for the time being after getting drained dry by it not a moment ago. Sasori, you missed your chance to finish me off, you tentative bastard. The Kazekage puppet began flying through the iron forest as Naruto felt his strength return to him. The left arm of the puppet was now a buzzsaw and the right had a blade extending from it. Naruto began springing through the branches, playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse with the puppet. With it trying to rip into him with its bladed weapons and Naruto trying to get a chance to destroy it and move along to Sasori himself. Naruto wasn't really worried about getting cut or stabbed, he was really trying to lure it in. He figured that since he could probably survive a stab wound from the puppet, especially now since he knew Sasori's poison couldn't beat him, once he destroyed this one, Sasori would have nothing left to fight him with. After all, Kankuro only had 2 puppets, so maybe it was a Suna puppeteer thing. Feeling more and more spry and loose as more of the Kyuubi's chakra circulated through his body, Naruto took advantage of his boost and lashed out at the puppet with his chakra shroud tail. Naruto wrapped around it and pulled it in with a Rasengan forming in his hand. The red of the Kyuubi's chakra bled into the Rasengan, giving it a warped color. He proceeded to slam the jutsu into the body of the puppet, ripping it asunder and scattering its body along the ground. Naruto walked up to the remains of the puppet and stomped on the head for good measure, crushing it under his foot. Whoops! Sorry, I'm so clumsy with other people's tools. I guess that's why Kankuro never let me mess with his puppets when I was staying in his family's place. Naruto saw a flash of red hair in the forest of twisted metal and immediately took off in pursuit. After a decent chase that eventually led them out of the iron jungle, Naruto closed the distance swiftly with his speed boosted and smirked as he bared down on Sasori. Too slow! Naruto shot out a claw of chakra that cut right through Sasori's arm as he passed him by. Standing away with a bloodthirsty grin on his face at finally getting the chance to pick apart the puppet user himself, he looked down at his hands to find that there was not a drop of blood on them. Looking back at Sasori, he saw that he had torn off a good portion of his cloak and saw Sasori's arm coming back to his body. Well, that was potentially barbaric. Like I said earlier, it's a good thing I'm not exactly normal. Now that he had a good look, he could see that Sasori's arm was segmented, like a puppet. Naruto sighed and pointed at him. Okay, I was willing to accept the fact that you turned a Kage into a puppet, because after watching it fight it seemed like a damn good idea, despite the fact that it's a human being and the idea seems utterly ludicrous and morbid. But this? How the hell can you even do that? Is that even physically possible? The body of Sasori was that of a puppet. He pulled off the rest of his cloak and showed his inhuman body. There were clear segments and compartments on his chest, stomach, and back. Even his eyes didn't look human anymore, open and wide like a puppet. It's very possible seeing as how I did it. And there's nothing ludicrous about it. Why would I want my human body that has weakness, can feel pain, and would have eventually grown old and weak no matter what I would have done? I can have a body that I can upgrade at will never feel sickness, and is all around stronger than my human body could ever be. I have turned myself into the ultimate eternal art. The right compartment of his chest opened as Sasori pulled a scroll from his back. Now let me show you exactly what my superior body is capable of. Opening the scroll in a puff of smoke, many figures rose out, hovering above Sasori. Akahigi, Hayaki no Sauen, Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets. Over 100 puppets kept Naruto from Sasori as they all wore red cloaks and had their own weapons. You wanted to know what took down the majority of this village's forces? This was the technique that did most of the work. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt an influx of Kyuubi's chakra. His lips started to blacken as a second tail of chakra began forming behind him. As he spoke, his voice sounded gruffer and more serious. 1 against 100, I have to say, Sasori, I'm disappointed. You do know what Jinchuriki like me are meant to be, don't you? 2 bubbling tails of red chakra swished behind him. Army killers. Always go with quality over quantity. Naruto launched himself at the force of puppets. Sasori's puppets came at Naruto to put this fight to rest once and for all, but as the boy drew close he vanished from immediate sight and began ripping through the puppets savagely with his bare hands. Blood flying through the air was a sign that Naruto was being cut by the weaponry wielded by the puppets, but the fact that he refrained from slowing down at the very least signified that these were shallow, and with him not being susceptible to Sasori's poison this wasn't nearly good enough to beat him. All Sasori could do was maneuver the puppets around Naruto's path of destruction and cut him off from free range of movement. Eventually he was able to do just this, surrounding Naruto with a circle of puppets a dozen thick. Naruto had the top half of one of Sasori's puppets in his hand as he stared around himself, noting that he was surrounded with an amused smirk, and with his feral features this made it somewhat chilling, especially as his body was now clearly visible due to him having his shirt utterly torn asunder by the puppets with only the strap of his sheath being intact. His substantial amount of shallow wounds sizzling shut right in front of Sasori's eyes. "So this was your big plan when you came after me? Mob me with puppets and hope your poison stops me? Let me show you something that just might get the point across to you." Naruto took the sword in the hand of the puppet he was holding and stabbed himself in the torso. Naruto pulled the blade out and watched his blood slide down the metal as it mixed with the poison that began running off of the weapon. He tossed them all aside as he looked at Sasori. "That was the best attack that your puppets were going to get with those weapons, and it's not even going to make me stumble. You were the wrong person to come and fight me." Naruto fell on all fours and began to build up air in his lungs. Sasori sent the puppets in to stab him all at once. No matter who he was, there was no way that he could shake off that kind of damage. As they began to gather around him with their blades drawn to skewer him, Naruto let out a massive concussive roar that sent all of the remaining puppets flying away from him. All of those that were closest were broken apart by the raw power that Naruto's roar had pumped out at ground zero. The others were tossed aside haphazardly all over the place. Some flew off into the distance, others flew somewhere within the mass of iron sand and were shattered upon high-speed contact with the branches. Naruto picked the pieces of what was once his shirt off of his shoulders and chest as he faced down what was his last obstacle, Sasori himself. The puppet-bodied man showed no intimidation at facing down the demonically charged teen. "I'm not done yet. Though I have to say, for a Chunin you happen to be a tougher rundown than previously perceived. Itachi said that you were able to survive against him the first time based off of pure misdirection and unconventional tactics." Naruto chuckled in his gravelly voice, his vocal cords manipulated by the chakra running through him. "I've had almost an entire year to prepare since then. Itachi and Kisame actually matched up with me. You don't. Why you were sent to deal with me, I'll never know. And neither will you, since I'll just have to rip you apart just like I did with every other puppet you've thrown at me today. It won't be nearly as easy as you believe it will be." Sasori lifted his palms and revealed pipes that spewed intense flames from them at Naruto, who moved aside and started working angles to get at Sasori properly. As he approached from the back left, poles emerged from the back of Sasori's hips with 5 blades attached that began spinning rapidly. Naruto diverted his attack to avoid getting pureed by the blades as Sasori took off at blinding speed to get some mobility going. Naruto smirked, so now he wanted to move? He had been fighting the entire battle as stationary as he could, and now he decides on dynamic movement once Naruto had it in him to see how many chunks he could tear Sasori into before he stopped functioning. He didn't know whether to be pissed off that Sasori could now move so quickly, or ecstatic that it wouldn't be that easy to pin him down and rip his head off. Banking on the Kyuubi's ever-growing presence in his person giving him these thoughts, Naruto began tearing across the ruined landscape in pursuit of his barely human foe. Sai and Hamiko vs. Deidara. The rising, towering metal structure off in the distance earlier didn't ease Hamiko's worries about how Naruto was doing in his fight, but seeing as how they weren't currently being engaged by the man Naruto had been fighting, they figured that he was still alive and kicking. Hamiko had to admit, after seeing that, if she had remained with Naruto she would have been a liability. At least now he had a chance to only have to worry about himself. Besides, Sai seemed to require the aid after seeing how heavily he was bandaged, and knowing that he didn't look like that when he dropped her off, he must have been injured pretty badly to require that. They had themselves to worry about for the time being. As they neared closer and closer to the triumvirate of towers that Naruto and Sai had found so much misery in on their first day in Yuzu, they noticed that there were no more mines. Since they were getting closer to Deidara's position, didn't that mean there should have been more of them? And yet Kamena hadn't run over any in quite a while. The pale boy looked over at the silver-haired girl who didn't seem frightened at all about heading off to fight. "Aren't you at least a little unnerved about fighting this person? He's been giving me and Naruto-senpai fits ever since he first showed up." She turned to Sai. "Are you scared?" Sai frowned. "I don't have feelings like that." Hamiko shook her head and started looking out at the path as they neared closer to the towers. "I'm not scared. I'm not even supposed to exist in this time apparently. I should have died with everyone else, but I didn't, and now I'm here. Why would I be afraid of dying in a battle that I'm not even supposed to be alive to fight in the first place? As long as I can help you and Naruto-sama, then I'm okay with this." Sai's eyes narrowed as they now stood between 2 of the towers, with the other destroyed one on the other side of the clashing rivers that made the whirlpool that gave the village its name. He was around here somewhere. There was no reason for him to leave, he had the complete advantage here. Deidara watched from his cover of rubble from across the river. Sai and some white-haired girl were riding a statue, a giant walking statue. He couldn't have grinned any wider if Sai had painted a multicolored bullseye on his chest. He stuck out on that thing's shoulder like a sore thumb, and while he could see how it would have been useful when avoiding his sentries and landmines, now that he was here to actually take shots at Sai himself, it was not but a hindrance. If that's how this is going to go, then I can finish him without going through the rest of my clay, or even moving on. He rubbed his broken leg. Jumping from a speeding bird in flight was not one of his most capital ideas. However, the plus side, from the look of Sai, it certainly worked for him, as he didn't really look much better off whatsoever. His hand spit out a wad of clay that he manipulated into 3 bird sculptures that he sent flying out at Sai and his newfound ally's pet statue. Hamiko saw the first one coming and pointed out at it. "Kamei-no-kun!" The statue swatted it out of the sky. In response, it exploded on the arm of the golem. It was so close that Hamiko could feel the heat from the blast on her entire body. Sai saw that there were 2 more coming in from both sides of Kamei. Thinking fast, he moved over to the other shoulder and pulled Hamiko off along with him just in time for the 2 birds to collide with its head, taking it out. Hamiko gasped as she saw her favorite creation collapse, its head crumbling and falling off as it fell backwards. She turned to Sai anxiously. "Where is he? Those last 2 came from nowhere and Kamei is gone. It took me so long to make him." Sai kept her head down and kept her from looking back as they crawled along the ground. Hamiko was the most mobile of the 2 of them, and that was not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination. "Hamiko-san, what can you do to help us here?" Hamiko turned to him and pulled out a small stack of blank seal notes, and a minuscule amount of ink that Sai had given her back in the catacombs. "I may not be a shinobi, but if I can get close to him I can finish him myself." Sai was skeptical of her chances to actually defeat Deidara. "You believe that you can win?" Hamiko grinned. "Do not underestimate the power of Fuinjutsu, Sai-san." The sound of whirring drifted through the air, confusing both Sai and Hamiko. "What on earth is that?" Sai looked up, thinking that they had somehow been found, and saw a man with red hair flying through the air with the use of some strange appendage on his hips. He then saw a mass shrouded in red plow into the figure, sending it careening into the side of one of the towers, blasting a massive hole in the side of it. Due to the shape of the shroud surrounding the second one, Sai knew exactly who it was. "Hamiko-san, we need to get out of here." Hamiko was confused. "What was that? And why do we need to leave?" Sai crawled along the ground again while covering her with his body. "That was Naruto-senpai fighting his opponent. And we need to leave because being anywhere near senpai when he uses his special chakra is a horrible idea." Sai didn't even turn back around to answer her. "It destroys." Naruto versus Sasori. Sasori wasn't fool enough to believe that he would just lose Naruto by simply taking off on a low-flight dash away from the battlefield. Not likely. He was simply doing this so he could find an easier area to fight Naruto than in the wide open area that would grant the agile Jinchuriki the advantage, or better yet, Deidara, who he hadn't seen since they split off earlier, which was why he wasn't really surprised when he found himself body-checked into the side of a building by said Jinchuriki. Naruto followed Sasori to the ground, landing on him and proceeding to pound away on his face as he heard cracking noises start with every punch he landed. Naruto almost got incinerated, however, when Sasori tried to burn him off like a tick with one of the flamethrowers in his palm. Naruto quickly rolled off of him and out of the range of the flames that threatened to lick at his body. Taking this moment to attack, Sasori again used his propellers to speed at Naruto and catch him flat-footed, moving just fast enough to surprise Naruto with the weapon he had been storing in his stomach compartment. Sasori stabbed Naruto right through the belly with a long stinger-like cable that widened Naruto's eyes in pain and surprise. Sasori kept moving in to kill. Capturing Naruto was now no longer on his mind. This boy destroyed everything. All of his hard work, his favorite and most powerful puppets, the things that were supposed to last for all eternity, just like him. Looking down on Naruto's lifeless face was his only desire now. He idly wondered what a Jinchuriki puppet would be like. He couldn't wait to find out. Naruto grit his teeth in pain as blood flowed from his mouth and stomach. The pain of having the cable in him was amplified by the feeling of repeatedly having the wound heal around it before being yanked back open by Sasori moving towards him. Naruto planted both hands on the cable and pulled tightly before beginning to whip around and drag Sasori in a swinging circular motion. Sasori subconsciously forced himself to loosen up more cable and ended up getting swung into a pillar, utterly destroying it with the force that Naruto had thrown him into it with. Sasori's body lay broken on the ground as he tried to eject one of the makeshift puppets in a scroll on his back to shift bodies. Naruto had utterly destroyed his limbs, breaking them where they weren't already intentionally segmented. Even his torso, the hardest part of his puppet body, and his head were cracked from the impact. He could survive this. This was nothing at all. As long as only one all-important piece of him survived, it would all work out. His plan wasn't to be, however, as Naruto yanked hard on the cable, pulling him back and towards the enraged boy fast. Fear actually ended up eating at Sasori's heart as he saw that in one hand Naruto still held the bloody cable that was still sticking out of his chest, and in the other, a burning red Rasengan. Naruto drew his arm back, choking down the bile that was rising from his pesky wound and locking on to the body of Sasori. What the hell was that thing on the left side of his chest? Hopefully an off button because Naruto was about to press it. You should never have come here. Rasengan, spiraling sphere! Naruto obliterated the body of Sasori, as the little cylinder sticking out that Naruto had targeted burst, showering the boy in blood, the only time in the entire battle that he had actually drawn blood from Sasori. The force behind the Rasengan carried out behind the point that he had hit Sasori at, and destroyed the wall behind it. Naruto collapsed and sat down, wiping the blood from his face. Sighing to himself, he steeled his nerves as he pulled the long cable out of himself at great pains and tossed it aside as pieces of building began to fall around him. I should probably get myself out of here before I decide to pass out, huh? Sai and Hamiko versus Deidara. Deidara had to admit, seeing Sasori get drilled out of midair into the side of a building was not something he really expected to see happen, especially while he was fighting a kid, a Jinchuriki kid, but still a kid nonetheless. And the sounds from inside that followed were mighty impressive, and a telltale sign that Sasori wasn't really winning, since if Sasori had been winning he wouldn't be able to hear it from inside a building across a whirlpool. And that flash of red light that came from the holes inside didn't really scream victory for Sasori no Dana either if he had to guess. Deidara chuckled as the noises of the battle died down, and the only noise left was the sound of the whirlpool only 50 feet at the farthest away from him. He shook his head, knowing that Sasori most certainly didn't win that fight, not the way things had looked when he had seen them clash. He says all of that crap about art being long-lasting and then he goes and gets himself wasted 1 second later. A sound of growls surrounding him alerted him to his current predicament. Deidara found himself surrounded by lions constructed of ink as Sai limped towards him with his tanto drawn. You shouldn't have been paying so much attention to Naruto-senpai's battle while you were in the midst of your own, or did you forget about me? Deidara chuckled at the sight of Sai and his lions slowly moving towards his down form. I guess I should rethink my views on you, shouldn't I, He revealed one of his clay figures sitting on his shoulder, putting Sai on guard. You have art that can both be here for long periods of time, or be gone in a flash. However, I think that wishy-washy way of thinking is cheating and makes me sick. At least Sasori no Dana had the decency to choose one side of the fence while you balance in between. With that he picked up the figurine and placed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it, much to Sai's surprise. Deidara smirked as his body began to rapidly expand. I'll turn your little pencil drawings into art for you, because true art is an explosion. Sai turned to run, but with his leg he had no way to escape no matter how big the blast was. Sai-san! Hamiko shouted as she ran up to the bulging Deidara. Fuinjutsu, Jiken Bunkatsu, sealing technique, time splitter! Hamiko slapped the seal on Deidara's head and ran back towards Sai. Fuin! She then leaned down and placed Sai over her shoulder as she began to run away with him leaning on her. Come on, we have to go now! Sai blinked at her as she moved as fast as she possibly could to get them away from the bulging Deidara. However, something seemed off. He was bulging far more slowly than he had been a moment ago. He looked at her as she determinedly assisted him. What did you do? Hamiko looked back. That seal I just used slows things to 1/5 of their maximum speed. I don't know how potent it will be though, since I'm not used to using anyone else's ink for my seals. Sai looked back to see Deidara slowly approaching critical mass. So what are you saying? Hamiko gave him a nervous smile. Due to a disconnection between me and the seal it might break. By break you mean? Sai fished nervously. Hamiko looked back. Utterly backfire and fail in about 5 seconds, and that's being very generous to my seal making. Sai said nothing and simply pulled the rest of the ink he lent Hamiko from her, as he started drawing on his scroll. Chuji Giga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Sai quickly summoned up an ink bird that swept him and Hamiko up and flew off. The seal on Deidara's head slipped off as he returned to regular speed. Art is an explosion! Before detonating himself and taking out a good chunk of riverside land. Hamiko looked down at the explosion left by Deidara. Well, that's certainly an interesting way to go out, don't you think, Sai-san? Sai didn't look with her. He's not dead. The expression on Hamiko's face showed skepticism towards believing that Deidara was still alive. He blew himself up. Now if there's any way that you yourself have personally seen anyone live through that, I think it would be common knowledge even to someone like me. Sai shook his head. This isn't the first time that he made a false figure of his explode. He probably switched himself out with it before we were able to reach him once he realized his partner was dead. Even if he could have defeated us, he wouldn't be able to beat Naruto-senpai afterwards, making his staying here any longer a null point. Hamiko nodded before her eyes widened. Naruto-sama! What happened to him? Is he alright? Sai turned the bird around to head back towards Naruto's last known whereabouts. Deidara limped out of the vicinity of the village, using the trees for support. I guess I'll have to wait until next time, little pale drawing boy, he said to himself as he walked along. With Sasori no Danagon, it seems that you're the only one I can test my own art against now. He looked down at the mouths on his hand. I wonder, will it be my art of a single moment, or your ink constructs that trumps the other in the end? A smile slowly made its way onto his face. For some reason I can't wait to find out. Sai landed his bird in the midst of the tower that Naruto plowed Sasori into and let Hamiko off while he stayed on it with his wounded leg. Hamiko ran to the collapsed building and sifted through the rubble. How did the building even fall? Sai yelled back from his place on the bird. Deidara's blast must have been strong enough to take out what was left of the tower. Naruto-senpai probably did a number on it from the inside to weaken it as well. Hamiko picked through significant pieces of fallen building. Naruto-sama! Are you alright? Say something if you're still alive! Ow! Naruto pushed a chunk of roof off of himself as Hamiko ran over to check his injuries. Please tell me you killed that bastard Saikohai. Sai's bird walked over with him on its back. Sorry to say I couldn't, senpai. He escaped after you killed your opponent. Sasori, Naruto said. I killed Akasuna no Sasori. That's who that was. Hamiko stared at Naruto in disbelief. They had told her that he was the one who had destroyed her village, and here he just beat him immediately. Naruto wriggled his body free and stood up shakily. He walked past Hamiko and set a hand on her shoulder before moving along to Sai. You look beat the hell up, Kohai. Sai gave him his smile. As do you, senpai. I would venture to say that you probably got it worse than I did. Naruto scoffed. Yeah, but I can walk. Sai shook his head. That's because you have the Kyuubi inside of you. Normal people like me actually have to deal with their injuries. If chunks of building fell on you and you can just pick the pieces off and walk up to me, that kind of tells me you aren't normal, doesn't it? He took a moment to think. How did the tower fall on you anyway? By the time Deidara's suicide clone exploded, you should have been long gone. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, you see, I was kind of picking up a few things after I was done, and then the entire place comes down around me. Sai raised an eyebrow. What were you picking up that got your attention like that? Naruto opened his mouth to answer before he was glomped by Hamiko. Naruto-sama! You're alright. Naruto buckled under her weight. Apparently his body was giving out sooner than he thought it would. Yeah, Hamiko-chan, I'm fine. Just let go of me, please. Hamiko pulled away from him. Hamiko-chan, master? Naruto grinned at her. Well, yeah. If you're coming with me, that means I'm going to have to be your first friend in your new life, won't I? He then gestured to Sai. And Saikohai here will be your second. Sai simply stared at them both blankly, forcing Naruto to sweat drop. He's not got much to say. Naruto's knees buckled, forcing him to lean on the side of the ink bird. Alright, Sai, I can't go back to Kiri or Konoha like this. There will be too many questions that I don't feel like answering, so just drop me somewhere nearby where I can heal okay. I have a safe place in mind. Later that night. Knock, knock, knock. I'll get it, father. A door opened to reveal a beautiful, dark-haired woman in a pink shirt staring in a surprised fashion at her guests. Naruto-kun? Is that you? Naruto gave her his best grin while being supported by Hamiko on her shoulder, body wrapped in bandages. Hi there, Tsunami-san. It's good to see you again. He rubbed the back of his neck. I hope it wouldn't be too much to ask of you for a place to stay for the night, would it? Tsunami gave him a smile. Of course not, Naruto-kun. You and your guests are welcome here always after what you did for this country. Hamiko returned her smile. We saw the bridge. He almost fell out when we did. Naruto chuckled. Yeah. I didn't really see that one coming at all. Tsunami giggled. Yes, Kakashi-san said the same thing too when he arrived. Naruto blinked at her. Wait, you said when Kakashi arrived? He came back here before without our team? Tsunami shook her head. No, he's here right now with 2 other kids. As a matter of fact, he was the one that said that you would probably be showing up here in the next day or 2. With that, a familiar masked visage came into Naruto's clear view, with his ever-present eye smile in place. Oh, hey Naruto! Funny running into you here, huh? Kakashi began laughing humorlessly, which led to Naruto laughing uncomfortably, making the two females between them stare confusedly. Shithead is back? Where the hell is he? Naruto paled at the sound of that voice as Kakashi slid to his side. Oh, and just so you know, Taiya's been very upset since you left in Kirigakure. Good luck with that. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Thanks so much. Chapter 26. Snap your fingers, snap your neck. As if having demonic chakra flooding your coils for hours in the middle of a battle with two S-ranked missing ninja, having a sentient sword with superpowers suck out all of your regular chakra, getting run clean through by a steel cable, and flying on a bumpy bird while your new servant that apparently wouldn't take no for an answer valiantly attempted to patch your belly wound wasn't enough excitement/torment for one day. Naruto found himself caught in the shakeout from hell by Taiya upon being spotted at the front door. Now normally he would have either tried reasoning with her and explaining himself after listening to what was bothering her, or he would have kawaramied with the nearest hapless fool, i.e. Shikamaru Nara, who had just entered the vicinity to see what all of the fuss was about. But today, after all of the things that had transpired over the last 3 to 5 day period, upon being snatched up and shaken like a rag doll by the girl for approximately 30 seconds, he blacked out. Master! Hamiko yelled as she showed surprising speed and strength by yanking Naruto away from Taiya as soon as his eyes rolled back in his head and he started foaming at the mouth. Why would you do that to him? Do you have any idea what he did to himself today? He was barely able to stand even with my help. Master? Was the questioning statement that went up unanimously after Hamiko spoke. One tone was in curiosity, one tone was in annoyance and anger, and the last was in raw unbridled amusement, accompanied by a short perverted giggle. Hamiko looked at the unresponsive Naruto in her arms before sighing and looking towards Tsunami. Do you have anywhere I can keep him for the night? I'm afraid with the grievous injuries he had inflicted on his person he will need a few days before he can move safely. Tsunami nodded. Yes, we have extra rooms upstairs. It was where we were planning to place everyone else for the night. Hamiko gave a short bow before dragging Naruto up the steps. Thank you very much. Kakashi gave her an eye smile. He'll be up and about, running amok by tomorrow. Don't worry. Hamiko looked over at him while she was dragging Naruto up the stairs and almost dropped him when she saw him. White Fang! She shook her head and continued lugging Naruto up the stairs. Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow in surprise. What did she call me? How would a girl like that even know that name, let alone had an inkling of how to associate me with it? By the way, where did he even find her, and why would she call him master? And why the hell is he so hurt? Just what have you been doing while you were gone, Naruto? Shikamaru had musings of his own as he watched Naruto get dragged up the stairs but decided to save that for later. Alright. The troublesome blonde is back, so can we go home soon? Taiya just stared at them going upstairs. Who the hell is this? And master? What the fuck is going on here? Kakashi sighed and put a hand on her shoulder. There's not much you're going to be getting out of Naruto tonight, so you might as well wait for him to wake up before asking anything. However, if he refuses to answer, that's his business. To you all. There are things that I simply have to know about. That wasn't the same sword that he left with either. The next day. Getting to him, however, proved very difficult when Taiya decided to forego Kakashi's advice to just let the matter sit until the next morning, deciding to wake him up and talk to him right then. As when she reached for the shut door leading to the room that Hamiko had taken Naruto into, she found herself unable to make contact without taking a significant jolt before seeing the seals slapped on the front of the door. Taiya growled to herself and yelled at Kakashi to get shithead's stupid seal off of the door. However, when Kakashi walked upstairs and looked at the seal on the door, all he could say was that Naruto was getting really good with his Fuinjutsu and walked away without even attempting to touch it. This didn't, however, stop him from walking away and giggling at the thought of what exactly that girl was doing in the room all alone with Naruto. Inari was absolutely ecstatic at the news of Naruto being in the house and ended up foregoing any warning towards staying away from his room, giving him a nasty little shock when he tried to barge in and see his hero. Needless to say, after that one, no one else tried getting into that room for the rest of the night. Naruto awoke to the feeling of being snugly placed in a futon, a good sign of everything being cool. He then remembered what had transpired last night. Maybe he should have said that his body was more brittle than a piece of chalk the second he walked in the door. Actually, no, that wouldn't have stopped what had happened to him. Feeling it hard to move, he sighed. Hamiko-chan? Yawn yes, Naruto-sama? Why are you in the futon with me? He asked blankly, looking down at the mop of white hair with her arms wrapped around him. Hamiko looked up at him, opening one amber eye. You were going into shock due to your injuries and exhaustion again, master, and I assumed that without your shirt and with you just in those bandages you were cold. I simply decided to comfort you using my body heat. Naruto nodded. I see. However, is there any particular reason that you're naked? Hamiko shrugged. I felt it would be better if there were no articles of clothing to divert my heat master. Thinking that he somehow took offense to this, she frowned at him. Are you angry with me? I'm sorry if you don't find me attractive enough. Naruto made to sit up as Hamiko allowed him up and covered her chest. What? No. Hell no, are you kidding me? By the way, what cup size are you for reference's sake? You can't be anything under AC, never mind. But you don't have to do this stuff for me. You don't owe me anything, I'm taking you with me because I want you with me. I was never going to just leave you there by yourself, you deserve better after everything that has happened, and seeing as how you're all that's left of my ancestral village, and you seem to have a connection with my family, I decided on bringing you to Konoha. Hamiko smiled at him as she stood still covering herself. And that is why I am willing to do these things for you so easily, Naruto-sama. I feel that at some point I must tell you about myself in order for you to understand why I feel this way on the subject. Naruto shook his head at the sound of someone coming towards the door as he smiled at Hamiko. I think that's something that needs to happen at some point. I'd be glad to listen to you when you decide to do so. Naruto. Whenever you feel like taking your seal off of the door, breakfast is ready for you and your friend. Giggles. Naruto turned his head from the door where he saw the seal Kakashi was talking about. You put a seal on the door? Hamiko shrugged in response. I didn't want anyone trying to disturb you last night, so I put it up. Well, I guess that's our cue to head on down and grab some chow, Hamiko-chan. He then raised an eyebrow as he noticed that she was still covering her modesty with not the least bit of embarrassment or anxiety. We need to get you some damn clothes to wear. He then had another thought. Why are you not the least bit concerned with the fact that you're sitting in front of me naked? Hamiko looked at him in a cute, clueless manner. Well, I assumed that upon awakening you would feel tempted to take advantage of me in this state, so considering what I had initially anticipated to happen, I'm not really bothered in the least if you just look. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. So you fully expected me to see you all snuggled up on my chest, both of us in a less than fully clothed state to say the least, and decide to more or less ravage you? He got a nod in response. Do I really give off that kind of vibe? Hamiko smiled. Not at all, master, but you are a teenager that is growing up, and you are my age. It would only be natural of you to see a reason to take advantage of that. Oh yeah? This girl is going to be a lot of fun, I can just sense it, boy. Good luck with that. Quipped the Kyuubi amusedly from within Naruto's head. Naruto kept up his look. And you seem to be just a-okay with that. I would ask you why, but I'm kind of afraid to know the answer. Naruto groaned as he stood up, not exactly throbbing in pain like he had been not an entire 24 hours prior, but still very stiff. Okay, change into what I gave you to wear and I'll see if I can't get you any clothes of your own today. Naruto rolled his eyes as Hamiko immediately stood up, shedding her only shield to her modesty to acquiesce to his request with not a second thought. Yeah, kid, I can see it already. Kyuubi spoke up as Hamiko moved to change. That little girl is going to have you wrapped around her finger without even knowing she has it, mark my words. Naruto felt like disputing, but just could not find it in himself to do so as he found himself staring at Hamiko squeeze one of his muscle shirts over her chest. You know, the part of me that enjoys the fact that I'm watching this right now has to agree with you. Kami, Erokyofu, and Kakashi-sensei messed me up good, didn't they? Naruto smirked as he watched Hamiko attempt to smooth out the shirt, making her assets move in a very noticeable manner. And I simply just don't care. After amusing himself by watching Hamiko get dressed, Naruto decided to forego a shirt and simply walk downstairs in just his bandages and a dark red pair of pants. Hamiko had rebandaged him despite his insistence that he was fine, and the end result ended up with his upper body up to his neck and even his arms looking like he had escaped an attempt at living mummification. Naruto sat at the table and gave everyone a big, healthy grin as they watched Hamiko grab a seat next to him. Hey there, everybody. I can see you all have something to say, so go ahead and say it. Inari quickly jumped in before anyone could speak or question what he had been doing for the better part of a week. It's good to see you again, Naruto. How have you been? Naruto smiled at the ecstatic young boy. Well, I'm glad someone here wants to know how I've been doing just because they miss me. Inari grinned at the praise from the scar-faced blonde as everyone else currently in possession of a Konoha headband sweat dropped. Kakashi cleared his throat. Well, be that as it may, Naruto, you said you wouldn't be gone any longer than 2 days. Naruto gave him a dry stare. I severely underestimated the lengths that creepy people were willing to go to in order to find me. Kakashi immediately knew what he meant. So how did it go? Naruto gestured to himself. I'm still in one piece, so that's always good. And I will say that the trip was extremely productive. Kakashi smiled to him. I noticed. Now who is this mysterious girl you came here with? Naruto looked over at Hamiko, who bowed to Kakashi. I'm sorry, Hataki-san. My name is Hamiko Kayamizu. I was unaware that Naruto-sama knew Konoha's white fang. It certainly is a pleasure to meet you. Kakashi laughed uncomfortably. Sorry, you've got the wrong guy. I'm his son actually, Kakashi Hataki, at your service. Hamiko blushed at the mistake. I'm so sorry, but you look so much like him even with your face covered the way it is. I couldn't believe that I was in the presence of such a legendary ninja for a moment. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Did you just call Naruto-sama? Hamiko looked over at the pineapple-haired boy. That's right. I did. How else am I supposed to show respect for master? Naruto face vaulted out of his chair. How did he not remember to tell Hamiko to keep all of that sama stuff and master talk under wraps for the time being? Oh, that's right, he was dealing with chakra exhaustion and wounds brought about from battle. Master? Taiya let out. Shithead, what did you do to get this girl to call you master? Actually, why the hell do you even have a girl following you anyway? You sure didn't leave Kiri with her. Naruto pulled himself off of the floor and returned to his seat next to Hamiko. It is a long story filled with lots and lots of personal things that are inconsequential to all of you with the exception of Kakashi, and that's because he was the one to let me go in the first place, therefore he's the only one getting the scoop on that. I'll tell you later, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi nodded in acceptance. There were just some things that most people didn't need to know, he understood that much. Shikamaru groaned. So you disappear at the random for a week, show back up in Nami no Kuni for Kami knows what reason, you come back all bandaged like it's normal, and you're not even going to tell us why? Yep. Naruto said without a trace of guilt or shame in the matter. It's not like you guys lost a pound of flesh following me or something. The only one I owe an explanation to is Kakashi, because he was the one that put himself on the firing line and let me go. If I hadn't come back, do you realize how screwed he would be? That walk back to Konoha would be like him heading to the gallows. Kakashi flinched and nodded. He might as well have gone missing Nin if he didn't come back with Naruto, especially after explaining to Tsunade and Jiraiya when he disappeared and how suicidal to say the very least. Why? Shikamaru asked. It was strange that Kakashi would flinch like that at the thought of him losing Naruto. Naruto was strong, very strong, but he was just a chunin. Kakashi was a jounin of perhaps the highest feasible caliber with the most vaunted Digitsu Kekkai Genkai in Konoha's history. For Naruto to say something like that and for Kakashi to actually make a motion that supported his words was something that registered looking into. But he wasn't going to be getting anything from Naruto since the boy wasn't very vocal on a lot of the things he was doing professionally these days. Hell, these days no one other than the Hokage herself even knew how to find him other than leaving him messages at home for the longest time until it was discovered that he trained by tearing the forest of death asunder. Naruto leveled his gaze coolly at Shikamaru. You really don't want to know that right now, Shikamaru. I can guarantee that you would find it troublesome to say the very least. Taiya scoffed. Well, fine then, Mr. Secret. At least tell us where you got her, she said, pointing at Hamiko. Why did you bring her here? Does she live around here or something? Naruto looked at Hamiko, who nodded. Well, no. I found here while I was off doing what it was that Kakashi let me leave to go do. He gave a meaningful look to Kakashi. I found her. She was the only one left, Kakashi-sensei, and if not for my certain bad luck with a few red clouds I wouldn't have even found her or anything, so that's a good thing at least. He locked his eyes with Taiya. And she's coming back to Konoha. With me, he said in a low growl, as if daring anyone to even attempt to call him on it. Kakashi nodded. Of course, Naruto, but how are you going to support yourself and her on a chunin's regular salary for missions? Naruto smirked. You wouldn't happen to have a copy of the bingo book on you, would you? Kakashi nodded and passed it to Naruto, who had his eyes widened to a comical margin when he found what he was looking for. Yeah. I'm absolutely sure that I can support myself and Hamiko-chan on my current wages. Don't worry about that. Why? Kakashi asked. He knew that Naruto was well aware of what it took to feed himself and keep himself comfortable. Now he had to multiply that by at least 2 now. Naruto passed the book back to Kakashi. You'll find out that later too. He looked at his commander. So when do you think we'll be heading back to Konoha, since I'm positive that I've pretty much missed the entire mission in Kiri? Kakashi placed the book back into one of his vest pockets. Well, since you're back to full, or as full as you need to be, health, we can head back today if you want. Naruto nodded. That sounds alright. I need to go get Hamiko-chan some clothes first, because she cannot keep wearing my clothes up and down the road. No matter how good she makes them look. He added mentally. Taiya stared at Naruto and spoke far too calmly for his tastes. And why on earth would she be needing to wear your clothes in the first place? Before Naruto could think of a brilliant and believable way out of this situation, Hamiko chose to answer. Because when Master found me, I had no clothing of my own. Naruto's eyes bulged in horror as he saw the calm expression on Tayuya's face as an ill omen. It didn't help that he could see tick marks starting to form. Looking at Shikamaru, he was trying to avert his gaze from Hamiko, who was still wearing Naruto's much too tight shirt. Kakashi simply gave Naruto a thumbs up, complete with an eye smile. You work fast, Naruto. Naruto simply turned and looked at Hamiko before grabbing her and disappearing in a shunshin behind Inari, snatching him up also. Well, it looks like Inari needs to help me find somewhere to get stuff for Hamiko-chan. Later, you guys. He then vanished in another shunshin, leaving all of the others sitting there in silence. Tazuna, who had stumbled downstairs sometime during Naruto's explanation, looked at everyone else in confusion. Why is everyone just sitting there? Kakashi shrugged and pulled out his Aika. He's already going to tell me everything I want to know later. I'm good as far as that's concerned. He felt the glare of tsunami on him and sighed. Inari's not here right now, can I at least read it until Naruto brings him back? Shikamaru stood up and walked off. Chasing him now would be too much work to deal with. I'll worry about things later. He headed out the front door. I'll be on the roof getting some sleep. All eyes panned over to Tayuya, who still had her uncharacteristically calm face on, getting even Kakashi to look at her in concern. She simply stood up and walked upstairs. There's no reason for me to try chasing him now just to yell at him when I live right next door to him in the first place. I've already waited a week, I'm sure I can wait another day or two to tear him apart. And the more time that passes until then, the more ammunition he's building up for me. 2 days later, Konohagaku no Sado. The group had set out from Nami no Kuni and moved at an incredibly brisk pace even by shinobi standards to reach Konoha, mostly because they were being headed by a jounin in Kakashi, and the everlasting stamina lunatic that answered to the name of Naruto. Naruto carried Hamiko the entire way due to the fact that she wasn't nearly as fast as the rest of them were, with her not being a ninja and all, and was still cutting a pace that kept him in step with Kakashi. Speaking of Hamiko, Naruto had enlisted the services of Inari to find a suitable clothing store for his new female attachment. She still had her hair up in her twin pigtails that went down her back past her shoulders with the bangs that shaded part of her eyes from clear view, but she now wore tight black shorts that came to her thigh, a white, long-sleeved kimono top that stopped at her waistline, the belt of which was white as well, and a white pair of high-heeled sandals. The kimono top had light blue ornate designs of waves all over it. Naruto had instructed her to pick out whatever she liked, as he assured her that he would have absolutely no problem footing the bill. He then rubbed his hands together and chuckled conspiratorially, making Inari back away slightly. Hamiko had mostly spoken only to Naruto throughout the entire trip, with him trying to get her used to what to expect upon arrival in Konoha, and asking her about what he could do to make her comfortable once she started living with him, since letting a girl that had never lived alone live in a foreign village at least 20 years after her time by herself was an absolutely horrible idea. That and Hamiko insisted on staying close to him anyway. Upon reaching the village, they all headed straight to the Hokage Tower to debrief. They all stood at attention while Kakashi gave the official mission parameters, and upon being excused by Tsunade, the 2 other Chunin walked out of the office while Naruto left in a shunshin. After a few moments to make sure that Shikamaru and Tayuya had left the building, Tsunade slid the window open where she found quite an amusing sight: Naruto and Jiraiya standing on the same ledge under the window glaring at each other. Both were crouched with Jiraiya still towering over him. What do you think you're doing, Gaki, at my entrance? Naruto glared up at him. About to head back inside of Tsunade-bachan's office the fun way. What does it matter to you, Ero-sennin? Jiraiya humped and turned his nose up. Tsunade-hein would only let me enter her office this way. Why would she let a brat like you do it? He looked back at Naruto to see he was no longer standing there. Where did he go? She lets me do it because she loves me. That and the fact that I hit Gamabunta up on a regular basis to get sake for her, Naruto said, standing in front of Tsunade as they both looked down at Jiraiya from inside the office. Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair. Such a good little chunin, aren't you? Yes, Tsunade-sama. Naruto chirped happily. You still got the shipment when I was gone, didn't you? Tsunade nodded. And Shizune Nichin didn't take it from you? Another nod. Excellent. Jiraiya stared with his mouth agape while Tsunade and Naruto both had looks of amusement on their faces. And since you have such a problem with the brat using what you like to call your entrance, you can take the long way around, she said happily before slamming the window shut as he leapt for it in an attempt to enter the way he had gotten accustomed to doing. Jiraiya pawed at the window like a puppy before frowning and jumping off the ledge. Roughly 1 minute later he entered the office through the door, glaring at Naruto and Tsunade, who were both grinning next to one another. He took his usual spot, leaning on the wall by Tsunade's desk as he noticed the extra person in the room, sitting patiently with a small, pleasant smile on her face. "Hey, who's the girl?" Tsunade looked to Naruto, as did Kakashi, as Naruto hadn't really told him anything yet, asking to wait until they all got home so that he didn't have to repeat himself. Naruto motioned for her to come over to him, which she did, and he showed her off to everyone in the room. "This is Hamiko Kayamizu, and seal the room off and get your Anbu out of here before I go any further." Tsunade looked at Hamiko curiously. "Is this that big of a deal?" Naruto shrugged. "It could be, it's all a matter of your personal opinion, but do you really want to risk it?" Tsunade frowned, but nodded and made a motion as the aura of the room changed, signifying that her guards had left. Naruto felt comfortable with continuing at this point. "I found her in Izushio-gakure." Jiraiya gave him an odd look. "Why did you go there? How did you even know about that place? How did you even get there?" Naruto gave Jiraiya a straightforward look. "I know a lot of things I shouldn't. You should know this by now, Ero-Kyofu. By the way, speaking of knowing things, I think Kakashi-sensei should know everything at this point, but that's neither here nor there. Kakashi-sensei let me go once we got to Kiri, seeing as how it was just a reconnaissance mission and I had asked to go to Yuzu to see if there was anything there for me. And there was a lot of stuff there actually." Naruto pulled a scroll from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I found quite a few things there. Mostly things about Fuinjutsu that I hope to put into practice soon, as well as the sword strapped to my back. It's a good thing I found it too, since my other one was broken during my fight with Akatsuki." Jiraiya's eyes widened. "You fought Akatsuki? Was it Itachi and Kisame again?" Naruto shook his head no. "Thank Kami then, because I was about to ask you how the hell you survived that on your own if that were the case." Naruto sighed, feeling some phantom pains thinking of the entire situation again. "It wasn't them, but damn if it wasn't still a violent fight." Naruto wanted to give Sai some credit since he was the one that chased off Deidara, but he couldn't really do so without blowing both of their cover. "I ended up getting beaten the first time they found me after a day of dealing with the traps and other obstacles left all over the place. I was forced into a whirlpool that thankfully led to a series of underground passages where I found her." He ended, pointing to Hamiko. "She was frozen in some kind of sealed-off room in the vault I found." "How long was she frozen?" Kakashi asked as he was interested in the story at hand. "She doesn't look any older than you, Naruto." Naruto nodded. "I know, she was frozen when she was 14. That was during the fall of Izushio-gakure. She's the only one left. It's been at least 20 years since she was placed there. Apparently she's a level 9 seal master, better than you, Ero-Kyofu." "Actually," Hamiko cut in, "I was ranked level 9, but I was never able to take my promotional test, so I don't know what level I'm really at now." Jiraiya looked at Hamiko in disbelief. "You're seriously saying that this little girl is better than me at Fuinjutsu? You need to come up with better stories for your girlfriend Gaki." Naruto rolled his eyes. "First of all, she's not my girlfriend, you ass. Second of all, she is that good. She made a seal that animated a statue and made it a chakra-blocking killing machine that almost took me out twice. In addition to that, she basically ran down my seal-making skills to the letter, pointed out every flaw in one of my best creations, and did other things that Ero-Kyofu could have never come up with on the spot. She doesn't even need any guide points, she can just scratch something up just like that. She's faster than he is as making them too." Hamiko blushed when all eyes turned to her. "You don't have to put me over like that, Naruto-sama." She then straightened up and regained her composure. "But Master is right. I did say that I would work with him on his Fuinjutsu. I cannot allow a known Uzumaki to exist that is any less than my equal at the art." Kakashi interjected. "So enlighten me, Naruto, because I seem to have missed the reason that she calls you Sama and Master with no trouble whatsoever." Hamiko shrugged. "Because Naruto-sama is my master," she said as if that answered his question. Tsunade sighed. "Brat, there had better be a damn good reason that you've got this girl calling you master as if she were obligated to do so." Naruto backed up a few steps as he saw her hand twitch as if it were going to creep towards the bane of Naruto's office existence, the paperweight. "I tried to get her to stop ever since she first started doing it. I tried telling her that she didn't need to call me that stuff, but she insists on it, and all she ever says is that how else is she to show her respect to me? I just got tired of trying to get her to stop and decided to flow with it." Hamiko frowned. "Naruto-sama is the only Uzumaki left alive apparently. I pledged my life to the service of the Uzumaki clan after they rescued me and gave me a purpose, therefore he is my master and I will do whatever he commands of me." Jiraiya's eyes widened and he slowly pulled out a pad and pen. "Go on." He clicked his pen open. Hamiko was oblivious to Jiraiya's current actions, therefore she did as asked. I am there for whatever master requires of me. Anything that he desires that is in my power to provide for him he should consider done. I am his to command for his every whim. While she spoke, Jiraiya was scribbling rapidly in his pad. Jiraiya was perusing over his notes, with a lecherous grin on his face. Well, I see absolutely no problems with this setup as long as the Gaki knows what he's doing. A roll of the eyes from his apprentice was the reaction received. You wouldn't, would you? I'm not going to make Hamiko-chan do anything she doesn't want to do, but she will be living with me. I think I can get her assimilated quicker to the way things are if she was with me. Tsunade agreed with him. Very well. I'll have her entered as a citizen of Konoha when I get the chance. Does she wish to be a ninja? Naruto shook his head. Hamiko-chan isn't a ninja, she's just damnably good at fuinjutsu. Hamiko nodded in agreement. Naruto-sama is correct. I was instructed from the earliest time I was able in fuinjutsu. I was unable to become a shinobi of Uzushiogakure, but I still found ways to be useful. I hope for the same here as well. Tsunade gave the girl a smile before turning her attention to the scroll Naruto dropped on her desk. So I assume that this is full of the other things that you found on your excursion. Naruto smirked. Not really, I still have those things with me since no one but an Uzumaki can even open or read them. This is something else though. You might really like what it is, it might make one of our treaties even stronger after all of the tumultuous stuff that it went through over the last year. Tsunade opened the scroll only to widen her eyes as a pile of broken pieces of something fell out. She saw a head and turned it towards her before hearing Jiraiya gasp. He had a discarded piece with the emblem of a scorpion on it. This is the insignia of Akasuna no Sasori. Kid, are you telling me you were able to capture one of his puppets? Naruto shook his head. No, this is Sasori himself, or what's left of Sasori. He turned his body into a puppet. I think I destroyed his heart or something when I finished him off because that was the only time he bled during the entire fight, and man did he bleed when I hit it. His eyes turned to Tsunade with a shine. So when can I expect my money for the kill? Tsunade smiled at Naruto. I'll dispatch a hawk to Suna when we're done here telling them that you've defeated Sasori. Good going, brat, how did you pull it off? Kakashi walked up to Naruto and planted a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, I'm actually very interested in that too. Naruto shrugged. Well, most of the things he had were intended to poison me. I'm immune to pretty much everything ever conceived in that department, so he couldn't finish me. He only had one thing with the potential to really finish me off, and when I disabled that, it turned into a battle of attrition, and I never lose when it factors down to that. He adjusted the sword on his back. Another member of Akatsuki is some guy named Deidara. I wasn't able to finish him, he got away, but at least you know another one of them now, so you have 4 confirmed members and one of them is dead. Jiraiya planted a hand on Naruto's shoulder. That's some good work, Naruto. You're really coming along these days, aren't you? Naruto grinned up at the man. Yep, and after what Kakashi told me, I know what I'm doing next. Kakashi blinked. What would that be, Naruto? Naruto channeled some wind chakra into his hand. I'm going to learn how to mix elemental chakra with the Rasengan and see what I can do from there, and the best part is... He lifted his other hand as lightning began to crackle around it. I have 2 to work with now. Kakashi's eyes widened. How did you get another affinity, Naruto? Naruto let the chakra around his hands drop. I use a lot of lightning ninjutsu to go along with my wind. You would think that I would suck at lightning stuff because it's weak against my main affinity, but I use it so much I developed a second affinity. That's always fun, isn't it? Now I have to do the exercises for this too. I hope nothing as serious splitting a waterfall is necessary for it. Naruto-sama may not be very good at fuinjutsu, but he is very strong. Hamiko mumbled with a smile on her face. I have a question that I hope I am permitted to ask you, master. Naruto gave the white-haired girl a smile. Sure thing, Hamiko-chan, you can ask me anything that you want. Hamiko nodded and walked over to Naruto, placing her hands on his belly and pulling up his shirt. I was under the impression that you weren't very adept at sealing, so why is there such a powerful one on you? How did you come up with it, and why is it there? It looks like it was meant to hold something back. Does it hold back a bulk of your chakra or something? She said as she forced Naruto's seal to appear by channeling her own chakra around it. All of the adults in the room had their faces darken at the thought of Hamiko finding out about the Kyuubi, but Naruto just kept smiling. Tell me, if you found out what was inside me wasn't exactly normal, would you think any lesser of me, Hamiko-chan? Hamiko looked up at him inquisitively. No, I can't say that I would, master. I know full well what fuinjutsu is capable of holding back in the power of seals. If there is something this strong on you, there is no way that what it holds back is normal by any stretch of the imagination. Naruto nodded and looked at Jiraiya. I told you she was good. He looked back down at Hamiko, who was poking at his stomach and staring intently at the seal. When did you find out about it? Because you seem like you wanted to ask about it for a while. Hamiko looked up at him and stood back up. I saw it when I was bandaging you up on the way to your meeting place with Kakashi-san. There was some kind of red glow coming from it, but you were slipping in and out of consciousness, so I couldn't ask you about it. Naruto kept smiling to her. So Hamiko-chan, I just have to say, what do you know about the word Jinchuriki? Hamiko blinked. You mean like Mito-sama? Naruto sighed. Again with that name. Mito-sama. And you say that I'm related to her or something, and what does she have to do with being a Jinchuriki? You don't know this either? Do you know anything about your clan master? Naruto shook his head. Nope, no one ever told me anything about them. I just figured it was a simple family name or something that I was stuck with in the orphanage at first. I didn't even know I had a clan. Mito was my grandmother, Tsunade said while looking at Naruto. She was the wife of the Shodaime Hokage. Hamiko looked around the room and realized that Jiraiya and Tsunade were there. You sure do know some powerful people, master. Tell me about it, he said. But what about Mito? How does she fit in with the term Jinchuriki? Hamiko lifted Naruto's shirt once more to look at his seal. That's easy. She was one. The container of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto palmed his face. So I not only am related to the Yondaime Hokage, had a clan of my own that more or less ran an entire hidden village, and am the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I'm related to the first Kyuubi Jinchuriki who just so happened to be the Shodaime's wife. And I'm sure at least one of you knew it too. Man, Danzojiji has no idea how right his idea was to make me go after Hokage. This pedigree of mine is ridiculous. Naruto then looked at Tsunade and pointed at her. Wait, so that technically does make you my actual Bachan on some level, doesn't it? So I can really call you Tsunade Bachan now, and you can't say jack about it. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a tick mark on her head. You're so lucky we're supposed to be family brat. Love you too, Tsunade Bachan. Naruto ducked a paperweight. Ha! You've got to do something better than that. Naruto got drilled in the side of the head with one of Tsunade's heels. Gah! Who throws a shoe? Honestly. He rubbed his head and looked back at Hamiko. Well, I asked you all of this because I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki now. His eyes met hers as she looked at him in shock. I know it's a lot to take in, but if you have any problems with it, you don't have to live with me. Naruto then blinked in surprise. Hamiko-chan? Hamiko's eyes shined as she prodded and poked at the seal on Naruto's belly. You're a walking example of the most powerful Fuinjutsu known to man. That is so amazing, master! Jiraiya looked at the girl in amazement. So you're not concerned by this in any way? Hamiko didn't even look up. Of course not. Master is just master, he just has a demon sealed inside of him, and pretty well too if this is any indicator. It makes sense though, that power that you were supposed to be using when you fought those ninja that attacked us felt malevolent. Naruto smiled at how easily his new guest was taking his secret. He looked up at everyone else. Anyway, I've been thinking. Maybe you should just come out with it and tell everyone about the Kyuubi. Tsunade gave him a strange look. Why on earth would you want that? Naruto smirked and let out a small laugh as Hamiko kept poking at him. Because it's getting obnoxious to keep a secret, and it's a bad secret at that. Everybody knows except for the kids, as if there's one thing I hate, it's badly kept secrets. You might as well just let people talk about it at this point. Jiraiya looked at Naruto somewhat proudly. He was taking his burden head on and just pressing the issue on it instead of trying to sweep it away. It was common knowledge that for those that didn't know Naruto but knew of him that the Kyuubi would always be the proverbial elephant in the room. What about the hater's kid? Naruto scoffed. If anyone has any problems with it, I can keep myself safe at this point. If any of the people my age have a problem with it, they obviously don't care or know me enough to tell the difference between me and a demon, and anyone that has enough of a problem to actually try something should have done it when I could barely fight back. I just killed an S-ranked missing ninja by myself. Let that little bit of info fly when you tell the village and see if anyone is still stupid enough to try anything on me. They couldn't get into my house anyway after Hamiko-chan helps me set up the security seals. Kakashi looked over the blonde who had a confident look on his face and a white-haired girl still messing around with his abdomen. Well, it's your secret to tell, I guess. It would make at least one less secret the village has to keep anyway. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, and when Akatsuki tries something on me, the village will at least know why I'm tearing it apart fighting in the middle of it instead of just being confused about it. Tsunade smirked. Well, that's all I need from you right now then, Naruto. Take your friend here and get her settled in. I'll get you later if I need either of you for anything. Naruto nodded. Come on, Hamiko-chan, he said, pulling her up from poking at his stomach. You can gawk at the seal later. It's time to show you around before I show you where I live. Hamiko blushed at being caught at so unabashedly perusing Naruto's seal, in public. Naruto picked her up piggyback, ignoring her eep in surprise, and walked over to the window, tossing a salute over his shoulder before opening it and jumping out of it. After a few hours of showing Hamiko around, he finally decided to take her home so that he could figure out how all of this was going to work until he got his money for Sasori's bounty. Naruto opened the door to his apartment, thankful that he hadn't gotten into the habit of trashing the place, as he never really spent too much time there anyway. As he clicked the light on, Hamiko walked in behind him. Master, why is it that there were so many people looking at us strangely? Naruto shrugged as he made his way around his apartment. Oh, well, most people don't really like Jinchuriki much at all, and a lot of people think I'm the demon reincarnated or something stupid like that. Hamiko sat down on Naruto's couch. Well, that's dumb. No one ever thought of Mito-sama like that. Naruto made a noise of affirmation as he walked back towards his room and started picking stuff up. Well, she was the wife of the Hokage. If I were him, I wouldn't have tolerated any crap like that and would have lopped off a few heads if they tried anything against my wife. He sighed and made his way back towards the main room. Well, I only have the one bed, Hamiko-chan. You can have that until I get paid for the mission and my bounty, and can go get something for you too. I'm thinking of moving out too, and since I have you two, that might be the best course of action in this case. Knock knock. Come in, Taiyuya-chan. Naruto said as he headed into his kitchen to see if he had any food that was still good to eat for him and Hamiko. Taiyuya walked inside and saw Hamiko sitting in one of the couches before turning her head at the sound of Naruto digging through his cabinets. She simply leaned against the door and waited a few moments before speaking. So where did you go? Naruto didn't turn around. Was the Shiogakure? Ever heard of it? Taiyuya kept looking at him. No, I haven't. Why did you go? Family stuff. As in actually wanting to find out something about them. Naruto went through his refrigerator, cursing to himself about having nothing for Hamiko. Hamiko-chan, you don't seem to be much of a fan of ramen, so I guess that the rest of my money will have to be on real food until I get paid. What do you like? Hamiko sat and thought about it while Taiyuya was in disbelief over how easily he was telling her these things. Why are you telling me this now when you didn't say anything when you left? Naruto grunted as he grabbed a carton of milk from the fridge and shut it. Because you didn't need to know. You actually still don't need to know. I'm just telling you this because Hamiko-chan is going to live with me and you at least need to know where she came from. She's going to live with you? Taiyuya asked incredulously. Why? Naruto walked back into the main room and sat down next to Hamiko on the couch. Because she's from 20 years in the past, and she has no idea how this world will operate. Not only that, but she insists on serving my clan, and I'm not going to sit here and tell her she can't do the only thing she's ever wanted to do. I can't get her off of that kick, so I'm going to help her with it any way I can. Maybe I can help her find something else she wants to do. She looked at Hamiko, who looked back at her with amber eyes. She's from 20 years in the past? Hamiko nodded. I was frozen and preserved. Sealing is a very powerful art. Taiyuya sighed. Alright, I'll try and get used to it. She then sharpened her eyes at Naruto. But you'd better not do anything perverted with her and take advantage of her. Naruto smirked and pulled Hamiko into a hug. Why, Taiyuya-chan? Would you like me all to yourself? Taiyuya sputtered indignantly. I'll give Hamiko-chan whatever she wants, and if what she wants just so happens to be me, who am I to turn her down? If you want me instead, all you have to do is ask. I can make Kage Bunshin, you know. There's certainly more than enough of me to go around. Taiyuya blushed at the thought before Naruto reappeared at her side and whispered into her ear. I warm up at making 100, you know. And that was all it took for Taiyuya to black out with a nosebleed. Naruto caught Taiyuya bridal style and looked up at Hamiko. Well, that was certainly easy enough, wasn't it? And I didn't even get beat up or bitched out or anything. I'm going to put her in her apartment, and then we're going to get some food, Hamiko-chan, because what I've got in here will just piss you off. Chapter 27, Where the Big Boys Play. 5 months later, undisclosed location in general area between Tsuchi no Kuni, aka Land of Earth, and Yama no Kuni, aka Land of Mountains. Naruto had his eyes closed with his sword in his lap inside of a small fissure on the side of a cliff as he caught a wink of sleep before the tough part of his current mission kicked up once more. As he heard the muffled footsteps of his comrade enter the vicinity, he let out a small sigh and started rebooting his mind to prepare for work. His hair had grown out quite a bit during his long time away from home, allowing it to trail down his neck, and he was now wearing the gear he had purchased in Kumo. The sleeveless dark gray hooded vest, the black pants, the black bracers on his forearms, and his black shinobi sandals. He had grown about 3 inches over the past few months out and about. As a man in a cat-patterned mask entered the cave, he looked Naruto over. You're already awake. That's good. It's time to get to work, kid. Naruto chuckled. No time for real rest, huh, Tenzo? Tenzo sighed and pulled the mask off of his face to reveal a man with short brown hair, black eyes, and a mask-style hideate in the fashion of the Night-Aim Hokage. Use the code name for the love of Kami Naruto. Naruto put his hands up defensively. We're in a cave, 1,200 feet off of the ground, 450 more feet to the peak of the mountain. Anyone that actually hears your name is going to be dead in a few minutes anyway, and if a patrol actually came all the way out here away from the base, they are either completely stupid, or the others didn't do as good as they thought covering their tracks when they went and did reconnaissance. So either way, you're good. Tenzo stared at Naruto for a moment with his eye twitching. Lack of respect for protocol aside, you've done very well on this assignment. You're not half bad at this stuff. Who knew a 14-year-old kid was this good at sacking bases? I thought Hokage-sama was insane when she stuck you with my squad, but you are damn efficient at this. Naruto shrugged. Just because I have a ton of chakra doesn't mean I can't operate without it. I like this kind of stuff. Though that base in Umi no Kuni was a pain in the ass with that scientist and all. Good thing you were there when it started falling apart. That sea monster thing was annoying. Tenzo laughed and rubbed the back of his head. It was pure water. I could control it and bend it to my will, not really a good move on that Amachi guy's part. Enko really didn't take too kindly to the way he played with that girl's head there either. I almost felt sorry for the bastard, almost. Naruto slung his sword over his back. And that's why we sent her and that Isaribi girl back to Konoha afterwards. Because we couldn't let her keep doing this crap if that was how she was going to react when we actually caught somebody that was willing to go down without fighting to the death. Alright, who's going with me on this one? Is Yugao heading in with me? Tenzo patted the boy on the shoulder. You're going in alone on this one. If you get caught, they're going to swarm and head outside. Only the best will stay inside at that point, and from there if it requires it you can cut loose with the Kyuubi's chakra. I mean really cut loose, like go as hard with it as you can, that's why I'm here, remember? Naruto nodded. Yeah, about that. Why do you insisting that I keep going full blast with Kyuubi's chakra? I mean, it is really good practice without freaking anybody at home out, but won't people be able to tell that Konoha did this when they feel my chakra being left over afterwards? Or can your Mokutan handle that too? As long as you don't turn the place into a smoldering 2-mile in circumference crater, we should be good, Tenzo admitted. Although we were supposed to do that anyway, but not with demonic chakra, or alerting anyone that needs to stay alive to our presence. Both of which you using every bit of demonic chakra you can pump out would cause. Naruto stood and dusted himself off before doing some light stretching. Quietly, Tenzo said. You pretty much have the general layout of all of Orochimaru's bases mapped out in your head, so anyone else going in wouldn't have the advantage of staying under the radar like you. Naruto took off his hideate and placed it in a pocket before pulling his hair into a ponytail and pulling his hood over his head. If you've seen one of Orochimaru's bases, you've seen them all. The man has next to no imagination for this kind of thing. I swear they all have the same basic layout. Once you get past the creepiness of them, they get kind of monotonous. Tenzo placed his own mask back on. Alright, are you prepared to go? He got a nod from Naruto. Well then get started and stay low profile. No ninjutsu, and as little chakra use as possible. Set the charges underground to coincide with the ones above ground and get your ass out of there. Naruto saluted Tenzo. Hi Bunteichu. With that, Naruto left the cave and started scaling the cliff face with chakra on his feet as the sun began to set. This was what he had been waiting for so long for. Tsunade had finally given him a mission that was right up his alley, and though he was out of practice when he started, he fell back into the swing of things quickly. Flashback 5 months prior. You're kidding right, Tsunade-bachan? She's kidding right, Shizune-nichan? Naruto asked in an unbelieving fashion. You're seriously jerking my chain right about now, aren't you? I didn't think you would ever send me out on something like this ever again. You're actually going to send me on a real A-ranked mission? Where I'm actually going to fight? Tsunade stared Naruto down. You were recommended for Anbu by Genma Shiranui, and even Kakashi has said that seeing what you can do in the group could be worth looking into. This is the perfect opportunity to see what you've got, brat, even if you're not technically one of them at this point in time. Any objections? Naruto thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, not really, but can you do some stuff for me while I'm gone? Tsunade thought about it. What do you need? Naruto smiled. First, take care of Hamiko for me. She should be just fine. She lined the apartment with seals so she should be secure, but she might get lonely. Just keep her busy, she can make all kinds of stuff for you. Just give her some specs on what you want in a seal and she'll pull something together for you. Second, get rid of that law for the QB. If people want to talk about it, go ahead and let them. Let people form whatever opinion they want on the matter. I'll just have to change it for them later. Or kill them for being stupid and trying to hurt me, whatever comes first. Tsunade's sweat dropped at the casual tone but gave in and agreed to the second request. Sure, now about your mission. You will be finally using that little spiky blonde noggin full of Orochimaru's secrets for us. What do you have from memory? Naruto sat down, tapping his chin before Shizune placed a sheet of paper and a pen in front of him. Time has pretty much taken a sledgehammer to the minute details, but other than the unholy garbage I have on the curse seal, I have a few of his lieutenants' names and the coordinates of a few bases spread out all over the place. That man really got around, he said as he wrote out some of what he knew on the paper provided. Tsunade waited for him to finish before taking and reading what he had down. This isn't bad at all. It's definitely more information than anyone else had been able to scrounge up on Orochimaru's workings for years before this. It's definitely settled then. You will be accompanying a contingent of Anbu on search and destroy missions against the bases you've just listed for us. Naruto had to grin at that. Finally, he mumbled out. Are you going to promote me now or what? Tsunade lowered the paper and frowned at him. Maybe. We'll see when you get back. I'll summon you in a few days to get your full briefing for the mission. Tell no one what exactly you're doing. I'm sure you know this. Naruto had a question. What about my money? It's been 2 weeks and I never got my money for Sasori. Tsunade rubbed her temple. Since he turned his body into a puppet, there was no biological evidence of it being Sasori himself despite his signature poison coating the weapons you sent. Naruto blinked. You need DNA? Why didn't you say so? I kept the tatters of the shirt I used when I fought him. It has his blood from my final attack all over it. I'll send it right to you before I set out on this trip. I want my money. Suna's not shafting me on this one. Tsunade sent a look to Shizune, who nodded and left the room, probably to prepare correspondence to Kaze no Kuni. She then returned her attention to Naruto. I'll handle it if you get me the DNA. Now get rested and ready for the mission. No training, and get your affairs in order before you leave. This one's going to be a long one. Understood, Tsunade-sama. Consider the bases raided and sacked. Naruto saluted her and exited through the window. End flashback. Night had fallen as Naruto made his way further in from the edge of the cliff he had just scaled and eventually came upon a seemingly normal-looking fracture in the rock wall. Pretty normal-looking cave entrance. The man can certainly disguise his bases when he wants to. The opening seemed unguarded, but Naruto knew far better than that. This base was still active. That meant that there was a guard or two somewhere within easy sight of the entrance. Naruto simply stood still and decided now was the time to use one of his natural advantages. Hey QB, can you help me point out any sentries posted out here? I know they're here, I just don't really know where, and attacking one without having a bead on the other could blow my stealth before I even start the mission. He waited for a moment for a reply before receiving one. There is one currently using Doton, Mogirigaku no Jutsu, Earth Release, Hidden Mole Jutsu, about 10 feet in front of the hole in the wall. There is another just inside the entrance, right out of your or anyone else's line of sight. Naruto looked along the ground for a sign of jutsu use before acknowledging Kyuubi's assistance. Thanks a million. Alright, he's close enough to the surface so that he can sense the movements of intruders. That means I can use a move to get to him. But I have to somehow get the other guy first, or else he'll get wise to something strange happening and alert the rest of the base to my presence. Naruto was incredibly grateful for the new moon being on this night as it left him with the perfect lack of visibility for him to pull this maneuver off. Naruto created a Kage Bunshin and hinged it into a spider before pulling out a spool of ninja wire. Naruto's spider clone took the end of the wire and walked off towards the cave, the underground sentry either not noticing or acknowledging the presence of the spider. As it entered the cave and saw the Odo shinobi posted to stand watch, it moved up the wall closest to him before jumping off onto him and gently walking around the man's shoulder area twice, leaving slack to ensure that the wire would go unnoticed. Luckily, there was no need for the spider clone to transform back as it found a recess in the wall that it could fit its body into and hold the ninja wire. Upon getting the wire fully situated and steadied, it dispelled. Upon getting the mental cue from his clone, Naruto pulled on his end of the wire as hard as he could, feeling the steel wire tighten and run into something, the guard's throat. Naruto kept pulling until he felt the wire give a tug back, signifying that the body of his target had expired. Dropping the wire from his hands, he then picked up a stone before tossing it directly into the mouth of the cave. The underground sentry, feeling the vibration, jumped out of hiding and looked inside the cave, unknowingly turning his back on the direct location of Naruto, who then proceeded to bury a kunai into the back of his head/neck from 30 yards out. Naruto ran from his hiding place and pulled the kunai from the back of the man's head before holstering it, and making a Kaiga Bunshin to clean up his mess outside while he continued on in with his mission. Getting through Orochimaru's underground design bases was a simple game of what deadly trap goes here. The first hallway, uninhabited, which meant, avoid the pressure plates that would drop the floor out from beneath you in a flash, dropping you into a pungy pit. An easy solution to this, run along the wall. Avoid the tripwires that were set up down the long staircase leading deeper into base that would end up with poison gas secreting from the walls and saturating the area. The second branching corridor, Naruto proceeded to take a left, hoping that he was right in remembering that the first right turn in the original Oto base that he infiltrated lead directly to the barracks. Not exactly the most fun start to a mission if he could accurately recall. Before leaving, however, he stuck a charge on the ceiling of the exact spot where the three paths met, using the low light of the base to hide it. Orochimaru really needed to invest in some lighting in his bases. The torches gave the place a dark, creepy, somewhat intimidating vibe, but low visibility meant guys like him could sneak in all day and have the advantage, especially over Oto shinobi and their light gray usual uniforms. Eventually Naruto came upon a room with all kinds of communications equipment. Oh yeah, this room definitely had to go if he was going to keep doing this. As he entered the room he had to ponder something as he moved along the wall. Why did every room with equipment like this have everything facing away from the only door in there? Even one desk or table turned around would mean that his way in would have been much harder. One guy manning the main radio out of the base with his back turned. There was no real need to flat out kill him, or even touch him. All he was getting was static anyway, so simply killing the main feed wouldn't alert him whatsoever, and then he could have the guy scrambling to get someone on the line when the place started coming down around him. Naruto followed the cable of the radio up to somewhere in the ceiling corner. With a placement like that, it probably would have led to a long-range dish of some sort outside of the base. It was quickly severed with a shuriken cutting straight through it, leaving the same sound of static on the line. His job done, Naruto exited the room and continued down the hall. Outside the base, waiting along the jagged peaks, overlooking the area that Naruto had just entered, a pair of masked Konoha Anbu watched for any sign of trouble for the blonde inside. An Anbu with long purple hair turned to her brown-haired partner. "Bunteicho, how long do you think it will take him to finish up and return outside?" "I don't know, Yugao," Tenzo stated. "It depends on how many Oto shinobi he comes across in there. Sending him to do it himself was a better option than sending in two and having them split up or something along those lines, especially after what happened during the first base we ended up going after. You're breaking protocol, Taicho. Naruto must be rubbing off on you on that front," Yugao teased. "But you're right, I guess. That alert inside of the first base we went after wasn't a laughing matter at all. I'm honestly still kind of scared from when Naruto had to access the Kyuubi's chakra to cut our way out. I can see why he was worried about using it around us. The bloodlust I felt was horrible." "You were the one that insisted on checking out the barracks," Tenzo insisted before nodding. "Well, either way he should be fine. Even if he gets caught he can get himself out. I think I want this kid in Anbu when we go home. He's damn good all things considered." "Think he's okay in there?" she asked. Tenzo chuckled. "If he wasn't, then I guarantee that we would both know it." With Naruto inside the base, Naruto had only had to kill one more person since he had been there. A lone ninja that had almost caught sight of Naruto walking through the halls as he was on his way back to the barracks had to be dealt with. Naruto ended up breaking the neck of the unprepared man with a swift kick to the head before a fight could break out. Why he didn't just shout "intruder," Naruto will never know, but that was neither here nor there. To hide the body, Naruto propped the corpse up in an off-area corner to make it look like he was trying to catch some standing Z's before someone busted him. That wasn't going to be a reasonable hiding spot for long, so he had to move. There was only one real area left for Naruto to enter and go through before he could exit: the laboratory. Orochimaru constantly had people working on experiments for him and sending him the results. It was the main reason he created Otogekure in the first place, a series of hideouts and strongholds where Orochimaru could experiment on subjects and learn ninjutsu. Every base they had been to thus far had a laboratory with tons of experiments, some reasonable, most of the inhumane variety, as well as a bunch of prisoners, many of which the Konoha ninja had discovered would have been better off dead. Naruto's interest in Orochimaru's labs were the product of the promise he had made to Anko to get the seal off of her neck. He had discovered from Orochimaru's notes back when he was a child that the origin of the cursed seal were from an organic source, most notably a human being. Orochimaru was obviously keeping him somewhere, and he figured if he was able to take out enough bases he would be able to find the person it came from. If he could do that, then he could get Hamiko to work on trying to break the seal down. He still needed DNA from Orochimaru to study, but he was sure that there was plenty of that laying around Konoha somewhere. The only ways to really free Anko that he could possibly see were to either kill Orochimaru, something he knew he wasn't going to get a chance to do anytime soon, or to find the source of the cursed seal and go from there. Orochimaru's true lack of knowledge in Fuinjutsu came to the forefront once again, as instead of some sort of elaborate security device, the door to the lab was protected by a lock that Naruto was able to pick and move along from without any trouble. Steeling himself for whatever horrors he would find within, he opened the door and rolled inside, closing it behind him to keep a wandering guard from stumbling across him. The lab was empty and cleared out. Anything that he would have found useful, or TCH, Naruto let out in an annoyed fashion. A red herring of a base. He should have known, if this place were truly active, the people stationed here would have been far more attentive. It would have been a rat's nest comparable to the original Odogekyo that Naruto had infiltrated as a boy. Blowing this place to bits now would do nothing more than let Orochimaru know once again that someone was onto him, and that someone was obviously Konoha, since for the most part the rest of the shinobi world simply let him be. They had already destroyed 2 bases without much of a trace, and the one in Umi no Kuni was next to abandoned by the time they had gotten there. Taking this one out now would have definitely let the Snake Sannin know that his gambit of using expendable bases like this was definitely working to keep the heat off of him. This one was a complete and utter bust. As he went to open the door, he found it locked from the inside. Naruto jiggled the handle before realizing that he would have to pick it all over again. This place had some stupid security measures. Just as he pulled out his tools for the job, a recorded voice came over an intercom in the room. To the fool that thought that trying to inspect the remnants of my research was a good idea. If you really wanted to see what I had been doing here, all you had to do was ask Kukukukukuku. The far back wall opened up to reveal 3 men in prisoner garb. From where they were, it appeared that this room was directly connected to the cells of the prison. How fun! Especially when they looked like they were under the influence of the cursed seal. Second stage, if the discolored skin and the barely human appearances were anything to go by. Naruto drew his sword from his back wordlessly as they stalked inside of the empty lab, the door to the prison closing itself behind them. These guys were nothing more than mindless savages now. Not worth his time whatsoever, but he couldn't open the damn door without getting rid of them first. Naruto waited for them all to rush him at once in an attempt to simply overwhelm him with numbers. From their approach, it was clear that they didn't even have any real training, something that he took advantage of when he cleaved the arms of one attacker off at the elbows. Before he could even let out a scream in pain, Naruto cut his head off cleanly. Naruto shoved his shoulder into a second attacker and pushed him back, allowing him to throw a back kick to the third prisoner that caught him in the body, pushing him up against the wall. Naruto quickly backpedaled and reversed his sword in order to run the man against the wall through with it while he was disoriented. The second berserk prisoner ran at the self-cornered Naruto, who grabbed the deceased man behind him by the collar and threw him over his shoulder at him. The unexpected action of his blonde prey threw the prisoner off, forcing him to stumble and slow down. More than enough time to let Naruto grab his sword like a javelin and throw it straight at the poor fool, catching him right in the head. Damn it, time to pull out. Naruto gave the room one last look before shaking his head. 1 week later, Konohagakure no Sato. Tsunade read over the report given to her by Naruto, Tenzo, and Yugao. So in the end you didn't get anything else? Naruto shook his head in the negative. He probably builds bases, stays for a bit, and leaves, keeping some troops behind as footholds in case he needs to fall back to one. The base in Umi no Kuni was long abandoned. I think the last time he was actually there himself was when he put the seal on Anko and abandoned her. And about that, does Anko still want to kill us for sending her back to the village? A smirk adorned the female Kage's face. I'll leave that one a mystery for you to discover when you leave here. She then sighed and placed the written report down. Tenzo, what do you say about Naruto's performance on the mission? Tenzo took off his mask and smiled. We're all alive, aren't we, Hokage-sama? Naruto did a great job. The second base in Kawa no Kuni, Land of Rivers, was a bona fide death trap, but we worked it out in the end. Naruto didn't look as pleased as Tenzo did over the whole thing. It worked out if you call taking out a bunch of grunts a successful mission. 5 months of traveling and searching, and we didn't find anything on the guy that I didn't already know. We probably tipped him off about what we were doing too. I've got to find him and kill him before he can switch bodies with the Uchiha, or kill the Uchiha, which would work out too. Where's Ero Sennin? The next time we do this he needs to come with us so he can fight the snake himself. Tsunade averted her eyes. Yeah, about that. He came back while you were gone and asked me where you were. He was actually kind of pissed off when I couldn't tell him where you were because I didn't know. He said to summon him to you whenever you got back and heard this from me. Naruto gave her a strange look. How the hell am I going to do that? Tsunade shrugged. He said to summon a toad and tell them to come get him. Naruto didn't know what the hell that was going to do, but listened to his order, biting him thumb and making the hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu! In a puff of smoke, a toad around Naruto's size appeared. Hey bro! How you doing? It's been a while. Naruto smiled. Long time no see, Gamakichi. I've been super busy these days, but hey listen, could you get Ero-sen in for me, whatever that means? Gamakichi nodded. Sure thing, Nai-san, I'll get him back here in a second. With that, the toad vanished in another puff of smoke. The four ninja just stayed where they were in the office, silently wondering what to do now. So, Naruto started. What's new around here these days? Before Tsunade could answer, Jiraiya appeared in a puff of smoke in the middle of the office with a small elderly-looking toad by his feet. Now remember to visit me and Ma again soon, Jiraiya-chan. And bring that apprentice of yours next time. That got Naruto's attention. Why would any of the toads actually want to meet him? From his experience with Gamabunta, he usually hated being summoned unless it was for binge-drinking purposes. Jiraiya gave the toad a grin. I'll be sure to do that next time. Why don't you meet him yourself right now? He's just over there, he said, pointing at Naruto. The old toad looked Naruto over, seemingly appraising his worth, or whatever. That was certainly what it looked like to him anyway. He finally smirked at Naruto. He looks as if he'll do just fine. Be sure to bring him when you think he's ready. Ready for what, more secrets, damn it? And badly kept ones at that? Why did being a ninja have to be so enigmatic only when it was annoying to him? Jiraiya nodded. Will do, Fukasaku. Tell Shima I said goodbye. The old toad Fukasaku nodded before vanishing in smoke. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and gave him a toothy grin. Well now, Gaki, did you have fun? Kill some Odo ninja, did you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well yes, not the ones I needed to though. What was that all about, by the way? Jiraiya chuckled. Even the Sannin have to train too, kid. I went to empty my bokas since you were off gallivanting across the globe to raid and pillage. He then hooked an arm around Naruto's shoulder and looked at Tsunade. Can I steal this kid away from your debriefing since you've got these other two with you? Not waiting for an answer, he grabbed the boy and jumped out the window with him. Thanks a lot, Haim. Jiraiya took Naruto to the top of the Hokage monument, and found the boy incredibly amused when they arrived there. They put Bachan's face up here while I was gone. She's so lucky I wasn't here, or I would have made a spectacle out of it. He now paid attention to Jiraiya, who looked to be in full serious mode. So what do you have for me now, Ero Kyofo? Jiraiya looked at Naruto before speaking. You do know that Tsunade did what you said and repealed the law about the Kyuubi, don't you? Naruto shrugged. We were moving so fast when we got back in the village and my hood was up, so I don't know. And don't tell me how things are going now either. As long as Hamiko is okay and nothing happened to her due to her association with me, I don't care. If anyone did do anything to her and I find out when I get home, I'm going to go hurt the idiot that did it. Jiraiya kept up his concerned look. Are you sure you'll be okay with people if they start cursing you in the street? I'll crack some jaws for you if you want me to, kid. Naruto chuckled. Thanks, Ero Kyofo. But the people love and respect you, for the most part. No, don't throw your rep away for me. As long as no one directly tries to attack me, or my friends, I'll be cool. They can't burn my apartment out after Hamiko-chan put up all of the security stuff I told her to do, so only direct attacks against us would have a chance of doing anything. If they do, I'll just have to cripple something as punishment. Jiraiya's sweat dropped. Harsh, Gaki. Naruto gave him a dry look. Gaara would suffocate them in sand and crush them to death. A broken arm or leg is me being nice, just so you know. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder. I don't know how Minato and Kushina would feel about the whole you crippling the people attacking you thing. Well, actually, Kushina would cheer you on while you did it, and probably even jump in herself, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, I know that your growth as a ninja and your whole attitude over the Kyuubi would make them incredibly proud of you. Naruto smiled up at the man. Thanks a lot, Ero Kyofo. I'm not really sure about that, though. I'm baptized in blood. How could a hero like the Yondaime Hokage consider me anything to be proud of? I'm not even talking about my time en route anymore. I'm talking about now. Do you know how many lives I just got through ending, either directly or remotely? I'm 14 years old, and since the age of 5 I've killed more people than many war veterans even have to. I know I've done more than any other ninja my age, except for Gaara. Gaara's definitely killed way more people than me. I don't even think I'm close. Jiraiya sighed and flicked Naruto in the forehead. Are you dumb, kid? Do you know how many ninja your old man killed in his time? I can assure you that your body count has absolutely no chance of holding any kind of candle to his. How many do you think you killed? Naruto estimated in his head. I would say between 200 to 300, especially in the one place where we got caught. Jiraiya ruffled his hair. Minato killed over 300 Iwa ninja in one battle, by himself. Before that I think he killed about 100 ninja and razed their camp to the ground when they ended up capturing your mother. Hell, I had to pretty much almost destroy an entire village by myself. If you call yourself a killer, then what are we? That's what we have to be, Naruto. That's the way things are in the shinobi world. In reality, in the eyes of the public, the only difference between butchers and heroes are the colors of the uniforms of the men you've killed. As messed up as that is, Naruto said, I guess you're right. I had a bit of a punk-ass moment there. As long as you're sure they would have been proud of me, I believe it too, Erokyofa. Alright, now I have to go home and see how my roommate is doing. Jiraiya then got a lecherous grin on his face. How's that girl doing anyway, Gaki? She adjusting to the village okay? Naruto glared at him. Get that look off of your face, you damn pervert. And how would I know? I've been gone for almost half a year. I guess I'll find out when I go back home. Naruto waved at him. Later. Don't be a stranger now. Naruto then used Shunshin to disappear from the mountain. Jiraiya smiled to himself as he watched the leaves settle from Naruto's Shunshin. I wonder how good of a sage that kid would make. Deciding to see what the people of the village thought of him now rather than wait for a time where he had to actually do something amidst the people and be caught off guard, he decided to stroll through town on the streets on his way home. Much like before, adults didn't try to look at him, but much to his surprise, instead of having angry looks on their faces, quite a few of them looked down at the ground. That had never happened before. Demon! A passing middle-aged man said as Naruto walked past his position outside of a building. Your mother! Was Naruto's eloquent reply. The man stepped out from his position and marched into the street to confront Naruto. What was that? I don't have to put up with you anymore. You don't have the Hokage's protection anymore. She obviously sees what you really are. Naruto didn't even turn around. Yeah, she sees me as someone that is able to handle his own business, so I have one question for you, sir. Are you my business? You tell me, he said as he pulled out a pocket knife and ran at Naruto, only to be stopped by the blade of Naruto's sword at his throat. Naruto sighed as he looked at the man from a side gaze. That was a great idea. Let's attack the trained ninja armed to his teeth with a stupid pocket knife that's probably too dull to even cut notebook paper. Naruto used the blade of the sword to slide the knife out of the man's hand before smacking him on both of his kneecaps, dropping him to the ground in a bowing position. I had her take away that law for your benefit. Because keeping the secret that wasn't really much of a secret in the first place was getting obnoxious. However, just because you won't get on boo on you for speaking out about this doesn't mean that someone won't kick your ass for attacking me. I'll do it myself, I'll just enjoy it better. He then used the flat of his sword to knock him out. Naruto looked down at the unconscious man and back up at the villagers who had just watched him knock a grown man out with no effort whatsoever. Naruto laughed nervously as he sheathed his sword. Nice day, huh? Sorry about that, please carry on with your business. Naruto then proceeded to whistle a jaunty tune as he continued making his way home. From within a nearby restaurant, a group of young ninjas somewhat knowledgeable about the scar-faced blonde had witnessed the spectacle. A group of 10 Konoha ninja were celebrating the fact that the 4 that were still genin would be traveling to the upcoming Chunin exam in Suna and had seen just how hostile things could get for Naruto. Each of them sat in silence as they watched him walk off on his own through the window, whistling the entire way. Yo, Hamiko-chan! Naruto yelled as he entered his apartment. I'm back! Hamiko came from the back room with a gentle smile on her face. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. I hope you're unharmed from your mission. Naruto nodded as he started taking his gear off. Yeah, I'm fine, Hamiko-chan. I'm just drained. I forgot how long those missions like that really are. Were you okay while I was gone? Yes, I was fine. Taiyuya-san and the Ichiraku family were very helpful to me while you were gone, and I even got to meet the members of your graduating class when they came by asking for you. Hamiko admitted to Naruto as he took off his hooded vest that probably had some kind of leftover residue from his violent activities over the last few months. Hamiko scrunched up her nose as he walked by her. You smell like blood, master. Naruto frowned. Sorry. Throughout the mission there was a lot of it, and a considerable amount got on me, repeatedly. I need a long shower and a good meal after this. He yawned loudly. What have you been doing to occupy your time? Hamiko winked at him. Oh, just a few personal projects. I have to say, master, the seal on your stomach looks very familiar to me, she said as she looked at the visible seal on Naruto's belly. It looks like something derived from the sealing style of Uzushio Gakure. Naruto made a thoughtful noise. You can study it after I shower, eat, and sleep. Anything interesting happen while I was gone, or did you just watch the wallpaper to entertain yourself? Hokage-sama revealed your Jinchuriki status to the village. Hamiko said as she picked up his vest and walked towards his hamper to drop the piece of clothing inside. It was a mildly entertaining spectacle somewhat. Naruto smirked. So how many of the old fogies called for my death when she was through talking? Hamiko shrugged. More than a few actually. But then the shinobi that had met and knew of the things you had done in your career thus far shut them up, especially the two that are always guarding the gate. It was amazing. You probably would have gotten a kick out of it. Note to self, Naruto said. Send Izumo and Kotetsu a fruit basket or something for being good people. 3 weeks later. Once again, Naruto's training took him deeply into the forest of death. He put his attempts to learn how to utilize the Kyuubi's chakra on the back burner for the time being as he wanted to learn the nuances of using his sword. The rate at which it drained his chakra when he transformed the Sennenki no Ken into Sennen Kagek was ridiculous. He couldn't even keep it up for too long without tapping into the Kyuubi's chakra, and even then, getting more than several minutes of use out of them was seen as a success. How the hell did anyone use this thing without draining themselves dry? Or maybe that was why it was a sealed heirloom in the first place. Hey, maybe he could use it by giving it to his enemies to use themselves. Just let them kick his ass until they drop dead of chakra exhaustion and then take it back. Nobody would ever see that coming. From experimentation, the blades cut through pretty much everything like a guillotine blade, even without him circulating wind chakra between them, which was good, because the damn blades absorbed his chakra like a sponge. The transformed blades couldn't cut him, and with them his taijutsu was extensively more dangerous than it ever could have been otherwise. Other than that, he was having more trouble manipulating his new lightning element than he had been expecting. He couldn't even hold the chakra in his hand like he could with his wind chakra without damaging himself. The damage would come by way of him shocking the feeling out of his hands for hours. He couldn't practice getting the feel of the chakra with his Kage Bunshin because they would dispel after taking the damage, and this was the only way for him to train the element for the time being. His elemental Rasengan was a work in progress as well. Adding his wind chakra to the orb ended up blowing up in his face, or more accurately on his arm, giving him deep gashes that took time for him to heal even with his advanced healing. He joked to himself that he needed a medic nin on hand for whenever he wanted to train these days the way all of his current projects were going. Learning his seals with Hamiko was a very self-esteem crushing experience to say the least. Every concept he had been working on prior to bringing her back to Konoha had been burned as she had proceeded to verbally tear down every single original idea he had come up with. Her reasoning being that everything he had made could have been classified as a forbidden technique, and not for the good reasons, like they were strong, or that if they fell into the wrong hands they could endanger Konoha. No, they were forbidden because everything he had come up with had a greater than not chance of flat-out killing him if he had really gone through with their usage. So as far as Hamiko was concerned, he had to start straight from square one, and she had half a mind to find Jiraiya and make him sit through her lessons as well if he had really been the one to introduce Naruto to those abominations that the boy had the gall to call seals. Even his custom explosive tags that he designed to take the Kyuubi's chakra were flawed. The timer on them was next to 2 seconds before detonation, and with the mass of the explosion that really wasn't enough time to get safely away. As far as she was concerned, the only thing she didn't have to reteach him was how to make his own ink and how to write the seals out. The girl was usually very kind and patient normally, however when she was teaching Naruto Fuinjutsu she was a very harsh taskmaster. Instead of letting him freestyle seals the way that Jiraiya had done from just about day one, letting him get along through trial and error, she had him break down seals that she had put together for him by order of difficulty. Then she would have him do it again under a time limit. She wanted him to be good enough to identify every major nuance of any seal he would come across at not but a glance, much like she herself was able to. Looking at what Konoha had referred to as seal masters had actually gotten Hamiko to laugh. Not smile, not giggle, but full-board laugh uproariously. As far as she could see, Kakashi was a hack and a novice and Jiraiya was overrated. So when Naruto was called into Tsunade's office he figured that this was as good of a break as he was going to get from the grind he was putting himself through on a daily basis. "What's up, Bachan?" Naruto asked. "And before you even complain about it, if anyone in the entire world has a reason or an excuse to call you Bachan it's me and you know it." Tsunade's eye twitched. The brat had a point, but she still didn't necessarily have to like it, and she was still his boss, relation or not. "Listen up, brat. As you know, the Chunin exam is taking place in Suna this time around and the finals are rolling around in about 2 weeks. Naruto blinked blankly. No, I didn't know that. Why the hell would I know that? A paperweight to the head was his response. Gah! That was a reasonable question. Tsunade put her hand down with a smirk on her face, satisfied with the throw. Anyway, I'm taking you and Shizune with me for my security. She pointed towards the black-haired woman standing by the desk, waving pleasantly. Naruto waved back before groaning. Another escort mission. Fine, whatever, it's in order. And speaking of Suna, where the hell's my money? I gave you the DNA, which means I gave them the DNA. Why am I not rolling in dough right now? Yes, about that, Tsunade said. They don't feel comfortable transporting that much money themselves, so they've laid that responsibility on us to collect, which is another reason that I'm assigning you to my personal guard detail. Oh. Naruto looked at her vapidly. Well, thank you then, Bachan. But do you think I'm really your guy in case it all goes down while we're there? Shouldn't you bring someone like Kakashi-sensei, or even Ero-sen? Tsunade let out a laugh. You don't think you're up for this? You killed a top-level missing ninja that had eluded capture for 20 years and destroyed Otogekure bases. You're a jounin in everything but title, kid. So, Naruto said somewhat testingly, promote me. A grin worked its way onto his face. Tsunade let a wry grin of her own show. Maybe later. I'll think about it. Anyway, tie up all of your loose ends, Naruto. You're coming with me and Shizune to Suna. Naruto smirked. If I yelled road trip out the window at the top of my lungs, would you hit me? Kabuto, what does that make, the fourth or the fifth of my bases that have been hit in the last half year? The medic in question adjusted the glasses on his face as he smirked. The last one that was hit last month makes 5 Orochimaru-sama. And I think you'll find the person that is responsible for the damage to be extremely interesting. Kabuto placed a videotape in the nearby VCR that revealed Naruto fighting the cursed seal prisoners in the empty lab. I guess I do owe him some thanks though. He did free me of the control that Sasori had over me if the buzz over the bounty is anything to be believed. Well, now isn't that interesting, Kukukuku? Little Naruto-kun is growing up. It looks like your rival hasn't been losing any steps since you left Konoha, has he, Sasuke-kun? A pair of spinning Sharingan eyes glowed in the dark. HN. The dobe is nowhere near my level anymore. His glare grew intense as he saw Naruto easily dispose of his opponents with little effort. I'll be sure to prove that the next time we meet. He'll never get a victory over me again. Orochimaru chuckled in the background. That still remains to be seen, Sasuke-kun. Perhaps, just maybe Naruto here is more special than you. Sasuke bared his teeth in the darkness as the cursed seal ran across his face. There's nothing special about that loser. And soon I'll finish what we started myself. First him, then Itachi. Chapter 28, Shifting Sands Land. Are you all prepared to leave, Master? Yes, Hamiko-chan. You've got all of your weapons? With all of the scrolls I've got and the stuff I carry on my person at all times, I'm armed to the teeth. You've got your suppression seals for the Kyuubi's chakra? Yes, I've already given enough to Tsunade-bachan already that she could probably use one to stop me every day on this mission from now on forward though. Well, it is one of only 2 things that you can adequately make. Now why did you have to go and kill my self-esteem like that, Hamiko-chan? Naruto was leaning against the front gate in the same clothing he had taken to wearing recently, with Hamiko doting over him before he was to leave to escort Tsunade to Sunagekure for the finals of the Chunin exam. He hadn't really seen anyone from his graduating class around town since he had returned, but he then put 2 and 2 together and realized they must have all made it to the finals of the exams. Hinata and Shino had been promoted last time around, so they were probably on a mission. Shikamaru probably went with Asuma to watch the proceedings, and Team Guy, who had been promoted immediately after their next exams, were probably busy, because being a rookie Chunin did suck. You weren't high profile enough to really put in for downtime, but you were considered just good enough to get back-to-back real missions. Naruto gave a glance to his pleasant companion. Are you going to be alright while I'm gone? Hamiko rolled her eyes with a smile on her face. I was fine when you left for half a year, Naruto-sama. I don't think a week or so without you here will be too much to handle. You will be missing my birthday though, she said, pouting playfully. Oh, I'm sorry, Hamiko-chan, Naruto said, actually somewhat upset by this. He had been gone for half a year, leaving her pretty much on her own. All she really had were his own loose acquaintances to block being lonely. It did make him wonder if she had really been okay with him leaving, or if she had just been putting up a facade so that he didn't worry. She smiled and waved it off. It's all right, Master. You don't get to dictate your own schedule, I know. And since I am your servant, I am also basically controlled by your schedule. Naruto frowned. You're more than a servant, Hamiko-chan. You're way more important than you make yourself seem. Even if you don't agree with me, your master froze you inside the vault for a reason. Hamiko nodded. I think I know why he did it. I'm certain he knew that the Uzumaki bloodline was too stubborn to just die out, and he put me there so that I could assist a future generation of them upon being discovered. Why else would he have placed me in an area that could only be accessed by one of your lineage? So the way you speak as if it isn't my job to do these things for you, that is actually contradictory, Because you are the entire reason I exist. Okay, this girl was really starting to remind him of Haku, only she seemed more prone to emotion, most of them positive. She was really receptive to the whole being his underling thing, something he didn't think he would ever get accustomed to, but she simply accepted it right off the bat. Hell, she suggested it and insisted on it in the first place. Naruto shrugged mentally. If this was what she wanted, he couldn't just keep trying to get her to stop. Hopefully she wouldn't get too into the whole servant thing, but if he had his way he would wean her onto her own independence. Naruto pulled her into a hug, catching her somewhat off guard. I'll bring you back a present, okay? Something cool, because it's not like I'm going to be short on funds when this mission is over. Just take care of yourself. Hamiko smiled serenely and returned his hug. What if I get something from Sai? She whispered to him, knowing that Naruto wanted to keep everything about his relationship with Root under wraps. Naruto whispered right back. Just keep it until I get back. I wouldn't be able to handle anything else on this mission anyway. Okay, Naruto-sama. Naruto let go of the hug as Tsunade and Shizune came into view, allowing Hamiko to bow to the blonde woman. Good morning, Hokage-sama, Shizune-san. Tsunade smiled at the girl. Hello, Hamiko. Has this knucklehead been treating you well? She asked, ignoring the indignant rambling from Naruto in response. A slight laugh came from Hamiko. Yes, Hokage-sama, things are very well here in Konoha. Naruto-sama is a good boy. Naruto's sweat dropped. I am basically a near 15-year-old man that has been known to kill people with twice my age and experience, and I'm being talked about like a 5-year-old by my village leader and the girl that lives with me and has sworn my allegiance to me. A lot of those things in that sentence sounded good, and I'm sure you can guess which one didn't seem so great. Hamiko turned to him. I am still older than you, master. Naruto sighed. I know. How old are you going to be anyway when your birthday comes around? I will be 15. Hamiko added helpfully. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and looked away. Well, I figured that much. I was meaning more along the lines of how old will you really be? In actual years, not in cryo time. The street got awfully silent after he said that. What? What did I say? Hamiko narrowed her eyes on Naruto. I will be 15, master. Naruto looked around in confusion as if he were caught in some kind of loop while trying to run through the mental math in his head, failing miserably because no one really ever told him exactly when Uzushio Gakure fell, just saying that it was around 20 years ago, which could have meant anything. I know that, but for real, how old will you ? I will be 15, master. Hamiko asserted sternly, unconsciously leaking killing intent. He didn't quite get why he was getting the vibe of him about to be getting disemboweled from not only Hamiko, but from Tsunade and to a lesser but still noticeable extent Shizune, but he decided that in this case, getting to the truth about a badly kept secret could actually be detrimental to him for once, and figured that smiling and nodding was his best way out of this. Thusly Naruto gave her a toothy grin and a thumbs up, ignoring the feeling of impending death when he did so. So, super amazing expensive gift for you when I come back, right? Yes, please. Hamiko perked back up. Be safe on your mission, Naruto-sama. With that, Naruto bade her goodbye and set out with Tsunade and Shizune towards Sunagakure. 3 days later, Kaze no Kuni en route to Sunagakure. For the last time, Naruto, Tsunade said, currently decked out in full kage gear as they made their way through the desert. You aren't wearing the robes and the hat, so stop asking. Come on, Tsunade-bachan. Naruto tried to reason, his hood up to avoid the desert sun beating down from above. Think of it like this, just let me henjin to you and you into me and I'll be your body double until we get to Suna. It's a totally sound idea. Besides, I'm going to be wearing that stuff soon enough anyway, I might as well get used to it now. Tsunade shot an amused glance to her left where Naruto was standing. Jiraiya said you were gunning for Hokage these days. What makes you think you actually have what it takes, brat? Naruto put on a thinking face. Well, I'm Minato Namikaze's kid, the remnant of a powerful clan, and loosely related to you, so I have the lineage, one would say. If you would promote me again, I could start proving that I'm strong enough more than I already have. Oh, and I already beat you back when we first met, so I have a recorded win over a Sannin. Tsunade got a tick mark on her head. That was not a recorded fight, you idiot. I was using one finger and was taking it easy on you, and I still ended up knocking you flat on your spiky blonde ass. Naruto grinned at her. I never told you to go easy on me, and you made the terms of the fight making it an exhibition bout. You ended up using your entire hand to wail on my face, thus you broke the stipulation and lost. Therefore I won, therefore I have a victory over you. And I have witnesses, Shizune Nichin, Ero Kyofu, and Taunton all saw me take you back to school. You should really stop talking before I pick you up and chuck you in Suna's general direction. Tsunade threatened. Naruto's eyes were shaded by the hood draped over his face. That actually sounds pretty useful. He looked over at the dark-haired medic holding a small pig. Do you want Tsunade-bachan to throw you across the desert too, Shizune-nichin? It has to beat walking, I hate the desert. Tsunade flicked Naruto in the back of the head, propelling him forward into a sand dune. As a smile came to her face, Shizune rushed over to dig Naruto out alongside Tantan. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Tsunade laughed as she neared her bodyguards. Shizune, I hit the run harder than that on a near-daily basis. He's fine. Naruto popped out of the dune, hacking out sand and brushing it out of his hair. That was totally unnecessary, by the way. A shut the hell up Naruto would have worked just fine. I do follow your orders after all. Tsunade picked him up by his collar and dropped him back on his feet as they kept walking. I said to stop talking? Naruto scowled as Shizune picked the rest of the sand out of his hair. No, you suggested that I stop talking. If you had directly told me to shut up, I would have. I'm not insubordinate, Bachan. If you order me to do something, I'm going to do it no matter how I feel about it. You don't question orders, Naruto-kun? Ever? Shizune asked as she kept messing with his hair. Naruto looked over at Tsunade. She knows, right? About how I was trained. Tsunade nodded. I told her after you told me. She knows not to say anything about it. All right then. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, I question orders. You hear me mouth off about some of my missions all the time, because griping and nitpicking is fun. But I never say I'm not going to do something. I always take the missions, and after I accept, I don't complain. You should know why I don't, Shizune-nichin. She frowned and nodded. Because of Danzo and Root, right? Naruto pulled his hood back up when he felt she was done. Well, Danzo-jiji tried putting his stupid seal on the back of my tongue, but I kept breaking it. When it would activate and paralyze me, I would just get pissed off, flare the Kyuubi's chakra, and the damn thing would disappear. He must have tried to re-educate me about 7 or 8 times because of it. Old bastard, that shit was painful. Shizune looked appalled. That's awful. Naruto shook his head. That's Root. He wanted obedient operatives, and I originally went to him, not the other way around. I wanted to be a ninja so bad, so while I would never let him own me, I did do everything he told me to do. He didn't have to train me after he realized that I wouldn't be like all of the others, but he did anyway, and while his training was unspeakably harsh, I was the one that asked for it, and it's the entire reason I can do the things I do today. Naruto's eye twitched, and he grabbed his head before speaking in monotone. Ow? Shizune looked at him strangely for saying ow randomly. What happened? Naruto rubbed his temple. When I relieved you at night watch at 2 in the morning, I made a ton of Kage Bunshin to guard the area as well. Before we left, I told them to train my nature manipulation, and the bastards all decided to dispel at the same time. Tsunade heaved a sigh. Don't train while you're on a mission, brat. What's wrong with you? Naruto growled lowly at the pain of his headache, only to exhale in relief when a pair of glowing green hands ran over the sides of his head. Thank you, Shizune-nichin. And technically, Bachan, it isn't me training into the ground, I just got a headache. You can get a headache eating a damn ice cream cone. And before you say anything, that was not insubordination, that was an opinion on my own personal well-being. Whatever. Tsunade let the situation drop as the sight of Suna came up in the distance. Look alive. Shizune knows the drill, but you know nothing about being a dignitary, Naruto. Before you say anything about your mission way back when in Kumo, you weren't anything then because Hamura never let you do anything or go anywhere with him. You were a glorified tag-along that was left to your own devices. Naruto frowned because she was right. Oh well, consider this a learning experience. Tsunade gave Naruto a businesslike look. Here, you will need to tone it down some. Talk to me before you do anything. Causing international incidents aren't going to fly here like they did in Kumagakure. Keep your senses sharp. I'm counting on you to intercept any threats that may come my way, and don't expect that just because we're in an allied village filled with ninja that I may not be attacked. If you have any questions or concerns, or you notice something off, don't hesitate to talk to me or Shizune about it. That is what your job is. Naruto nodded in complete seriousness. Shizune gave him a small smile. We know you're good at the assault part of being a shinobi, Naruto-kun, you've proven that. But this is really the most high-profile escort job you've ever done. It's not about going out to find the enemy and destroy them, it's about keeping the danger away from something important, about keeping it safe. In this case, that something is Tsunade-sama. Tsunade snorted. Please, Shizune, you make it seem like I'm some fragile glass figurine. I'm not Hokage just because of my pretty face, you know. Naruto snickered. Especially since it's just a powerful henge. Don't kill your bodyguard, Bachan, that's counterproductive. Naruto yelled as he ducked and covered his head in anticipation of a strike that Tsunade had already wound up for. Shizune's sweat dropped and nudged him forward from behind, getting him to stumble ahead. Naruto chuckled as he regained his balance. "Yeah, don't worry. I'll do everything I have to do to make sure I don't let either of you down. Just remember that I'm not really accustomed to hanging back and watching things unfold. I'm more of the go there and beat the crap out of that kind of guy, so if I start stepping out of line, feel free to check me, non-physically of course." Tsunade had a serious face on as they neared the entrance of the village, guarded by 2 Suna ninja. "Well, just be ready for rapid response in any event." One of the ninja guarding the way and immediately came up to the traveling party. "Welcome to Sunagakure Hokage-sama. The Kazekage has requested your presence at his office upon your arrival, if you will permit it." Tsunade nodded. "Of course. I trust that my security detail are allowed to remain with me throughout the proceedings." "Yes, Hokage-sama. If you would follow me to the Kazekage residence." The guard led them into the village. On the way to the meeting, Naruto noticed that the looks the group had been getting were no longer hostile as they were for him when he had escorted Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro back home following the invasion that had taken place before Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage. The looks were more like awe, something Naruto obviously chalked up to the fact that Tsunade was walking through their village in her robes. As they arrived at the Kazekage's building and were escorted all the way to the office, Naruto had been expecting to be taken straight to the council chamber that he ended up sitting in for 3 hours during his last trip to Suna, but they ended up being taken straight to an office with an ornate door, not too different from the one that signified Tsunade's office. Naruto raised his eyebrows in curiosity. "Huh? Well, I guess that it has been 2 years since the Kazekage was killed. It's only natural someone else took the spot." Wondering who it was, Naruto followed alongside Tsunade into the office after the door had been opened by the guard, and Naruto froze in place when he realized exactly who it was sitting behind the desk. "No way." Tsunade smirked as she saw Naruto's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Even Shizune had to give off a small giggle. "Greetings, Kazekage-dano. It is good to see you in good health, Hokage-dano," said a monotone voice. "And you as well, Naruto Uzumaki." The spiky short red hair and the kanji for love on the left side of his forehead, dressed in Kazekage robes, was none other than Sabaka no Gaara. Naruto looked between the robed Tsunade and the robed Gaara about 4 times. "Can I speak freely, Hokage-sama? Kazekage-sama?" "You may," were the responses from the 2 leaders, though one was exponentially more jovial in tone than the other. "Thank you." Naruto nodded before taking a breath. "What the fuck, Gaara? You can't write a letter? And nobody thought that this was something I would like to know." Tsunade had an amused grin on her face. "He was given the position and inaugurated while you were off on your little rampage against Orochimaru's bases. How were we supposed to contact you to tell you when we couldn't even find you?" Gaara then spoke. "Besides, your Hokage decided it would be far more amusing if you didn't know when you came to collect your bounty. And speaking of that, there are 2 people that want to speak to you about that." Naruto looked at him curiously, still not overseeing Gaara as the Kazekage. "Well, sure, as long as the reason they want to see me isn't to kill me. I get enough of that." He stood in place just staring at Gaara. "So, Kazekage, huh? Running a village? How's that working out for you?" A small smirk came to Gaara's face. "Fantastic, actually. You should try it." Naruto returned the smirk. "Oh, I will, just you wait. If you're already Kazekage, then all I have to do is wait for Tsunade-bachan to retire, and that damn hat is all mine. Where is your hat, by the way?" Gaara shrugged. "I don't like wearing the hat indoors." Naruto's eyes widened. "I would bronze that hat and have it surgically attached to my scalp if I could. I don't get you guys. Sandai Meiji wore it all the time, and so would I. They would literally have to pry the damn thing from my cold, dead hands." Gaara was legitimately interested in Naruto's choice of address for Tsunade. "Uzumaki, why do you refer to the Hokage in such a familiar manner?" Naruto shrugged. "Aside from the fact that she let me speak freely and hasn't told me to shut up yet, after a bit of digging I found that she is legitimately related to me way down the line, so it's appropriate." Tsunade interjected. "Alright, Naruto, that's enough for now. The Kazekage has called us here for business." Gaara nodded. "Yes, I have invited you here to observe the final round of the Chunin exam selection tournament due to Konoha having 4 participants involved. However, I have also invited the village of Iwa to watch the event as well." Naruto got stone-faced at the sound of Iwa, as did Tsunade. Gaara took notice of this. "Is there a problem? I understand the latent aggression from your 2 villages after the war all those years ago, but can we not let the matter settle?" Naruto looked at Tsunade, who nodded her consent. I'm kind of the son of Minato Namikaze, Gaara. I've never really said anything about it since I found out because for the most part it doesn't really matter, but in this case it's kind of a big deal. Gaara showed no surprise to the revelation. I see. That is somewhat astonishing, but it makes sense. Most Jinchuriki are related in some way to the leaders of their villages to instill loyalty, though I do not see how that would have worked if you still didn't know. Anyway, Naruto continued, what's the over-under that the Chuchikage sends assassins after me after he realizes who I am? All it's going to take is one good look at me for any of them to hate my guts. Tsunade sighed and took a seat by Gaara's desk. If it's still the same old man from when I was a kid, then he'll definitely know you at first glance. The fact that your Jinchuriki status is now common knowledge would only make that worse. Tell me why you told me to let that out again. I'm already being pursued by Akatsuki. Keep your eyes open for that, by the way, Gaara. But anyway, at this point, if it gets out and Iiwa starts sending people to kill me, there isn't a snowball's chance in hell they'll actually send someone capable of finishing me off. Maybe if I were my old stupid sealed self, then most definitely, I would be a dead man walking right now, but I just got through killing Suna's most infamous missing ninja and have been obliterating Oto bases for the last half year. He blinked and looked at Tsunade. Am I in the bingo book yet? She shook her head. No, you haven't caused any kind of stir with any nations yet, so you're not on anyone's radar. And you don't want to be in a bingo book anyway, brat. What's wrong with you? I'm trying to get famous, Bachan! Naruto shouted before silently musing to himself. It's my mission after all. Whoever becomes Hokage when no one has ever even heard of you. That's why Danzojiji found it so hard to get his name in the argument after my old man died. He had spent so much time running black ops and underground stuff that people had forgotten about him both in the village and abroad. He was too good at orchestrating it and keeping himself in the shadows. Gaara returned to the issue at hand. In any case, do you think I should position any protection around Uzumaki? I would rather not have another war start at another Chunin exam if I could help it. He looked at Naruto. You seem to have very bad luck with Chunin exams. Tell me about it. Naruto sighed. I think it would be better for the world in general if I just stopped knowing about these things. I'm 2 for 2 with these things so far, so it can't just be a coincidence. I'm not even in this one. Gaara placed his hands together on his desk. Well, now I would like to speak to Hokage Dano about matters alone. I have to ask your guardians to step outside of the room. Naruto looked at Tsunade, who nodded to him and gestured for him to leave along with Shizune. Gaara spoke again just as they reached the door. Those wanting to speak with you about your run-in with Sasori will find you outside of the office while we have our meeting inside. With that, Naruto and Shizune exited. 2 hours later, Naruto and Shizune were seated on a bench in the hall leading towards the office, simply waiting for either the meeting to end or for whoever it was that wished to speak with Naruto. So you're telling me that I can't ever learn Bachan's strength-enhancing jutsu because it requires medic nin control? But if you can use it, then why don't you? Shizune laughed sheepishly. I never like using taijutsu or fighting in general. All of the things I use in combat are generally ranged techniques with poison. As of now, the only people that can use that technique are Tsunade-sama, myself, and Sakura Haruno. Naruto's eyes widened. When the hell did she learn how to do that? Shizune smiled at him. She started learning it a few months ago while you were gone, and during her stay in Suna she finished her training for the technique. She sent a letter back saying she did. She's very gifted at medical ninjutsu as well. Well, good for her. Naruto grinned before returning his face to a placid outlook. But I can't ever learn it. Oh well, I'll just have to get along with raw brute force and keep developing that. Shizune blinked. How strong physically are you, Naruto-kun? With or without the Kyuubi? He questioned in return. Both. Shizune said. Naruto thought on it. Without the Kyuubi, I would say that the only people in Konoha that can actually outmuscle me are Adulta Kimichi, Mado Guy, and of course Tsunade-bachan. Rock Lee might be able to do it if he's been doing Guy's training for all of these years, and I'm sure Erokyofu can do it too, but the last time we sparred I couldn't get him to go all out on me, so I wouldn't know for sure. With the Kyuubi, well, let's just say that Bachan isn't the only one that can finger flick walls down. Naruto Uzumaki. The attention of the two was grabbed by a diminutive elderly woman walking up to them. Are you Naruto Uzumaki, the boy credited with the defeat of Akasuna no Sasori? Naruto and Shizune looked at each other before Naruto spoke up. I am. Who's the one curious about it? The old woman gave Naruto an appraising look before speaking once more. I am Chiyo, and I am the grandmother of the man you killed in battle. Both Konoha ninja paled at that revelation. Damn it. I can't believe this crap is going to start another war. He came after me. Chiyo then bowed before them. I apologize for Sasori's actions against you. By now it is common knowledge who you are, Uzumaki-san. you became somewhat famed around Suna for being the only person that has ever defeated our Kazekage in battle, and your character has been vouched for countless times by the Kazekage and his siblings. If you engaged him in battle, then he attacked you first. He was a missing nin regardless of that anyway. So, Naruto felt out. Am I still getting paid? Naruto, you glorious bastard! Was Naruto's warning before he was picked up and engulfed in a hug from a larger-than-him Kankuro who rushed over upon seeing him. I can't believe you actually defeated Sasori, and you brought him back. I've got permission from Chiyobu-sama to use him as a new puppet. Good to see you too, Kankuro. Naruto strained out before he looked at Kankuro strangely. Wait, I obliterated his body, how the hell could you use him as a puppet? Kankuro grinned. He had spare bodies on him, sealed on a piece that you actually left intact. Naruto nodded. Of course he did. Well, it's a good thing I hit the heart when I destroyed him, isn't it? So Gaara's Kazekage, have you been promoted yet? If possible, Kankuro's grin got wider. I'm a jounin now. Temari is too. Naruto's eye twitched. Because that's fair and everything. I can't get promoted by Bachan to save my life and you guys just sleepwalk right past me in rank. He turned to Shizune. When this is over, I seriously need to put in for a promotion. Speaking of Temari. Kankuro trailed off, looking at Naruto in amusement. She's looking to have some choice words with you. You're so lucky she isn't here right now. Me? Naruto asked. What the hell did I do? Kankuro leaned against the wall near the bench as Naruto sat back next to Shizune. Well, you haven't even spoken to her since we left Konoha after the joint mission for your Uchiha kid. It's been 2 years since we've even talked to you, kid. Naruto almost face-faulted. I've been busy. Between the ridiculous training I had to do to master my element, missions to other nations, and the long assignment to hunt for Orochimaru's bases, I have had almost no downtime. How could I have possibly visited? And about that, Kankuro added. Ever since Gaara's been Kazekage, she's been Suna's liaison to Konoha, and she didn't know about your mission when she wanted to see you, and she's very pissed off for a myriad of reasons that I'm not going to go into right now. Besides the not seeing us part, she's also mad because went off and got into a fight to the death with Suna's greatest puppeteer all on your own. Chiyo was still standing there as the boys had been catching up, but it had finally swung back to a topic of her interest. How were you confronted by Sasori anyway? Naruto sighed. I didn't go looking for the guy. He came to me when I was perusing through my clan's ancestral village ruins, him and some bomber freak with mouths in his hands, Deidara was his name. Somehow I isolated Sasori and was able to kill him before the other retreated. If I don't see her before I leave, you tell her that wasn't my fault, I am a victim here. Kankuro nodded. Sure thing. But that will only work if you're going to be gone by sunrise, because she's going to be back tomorrow. Naruto's sweat dropped. You're an ass, you know that? So I hear from Temari on a daily basis, Kankuro said as he started walking away. See you later, Naruto. Chiyo turned to follow him out as well. Before you leave, be sure to allow the slug woman to let you collect your money, young man. You're getting quite a hefty sum for it. Naruto sighed. Old people especially. Oh man, if that lady is mad at you and Bachan for her just coming up with counters to her poisons like 30 years ago, then how pissed off at me is the Chuchi-Kage going to be after my old man single-handedly made their village his bitch 16 years ago? Shizune patted Naruto on the back. It's okay, Naruto-kun, he might dash dot. She cut herself off when she realized how accurate that statement could have been and laughed nervously. Well, maybe you could wear your hood for your entire time here. Naruto slumped in his seat. Ah man, that fucking thing is hot. The next day, Naruto, Shizune, and Tsunade were seated in a Suna cafe, with Tsunade actually permitted to indulge in a little sake due to the vacation-esque feel that the entire trip had. Naruto was sitting and practicing his seal-making speed on napkins while Tsunade drank. Shizune had a small cake for herself, and Tonton had a small bowl of corn. Why did we get here so early? The fights aren't until tomorrow. And where is everybody right now? Can't we see them before the finals? Tsunade downed her saucer and looked at Naruto. Brat, we can't just run off to see them like that. My apprentice is in the damn thing tomorrow. Don't you think I would like to see how she's doing before tomorrow? But I'm also the leader of the village, and any interference from a Kage on a competitor's training would be seen as some kind of favoritism, even if it was just to see how any of them are doing. We are in a foreign village after all. They would know and use it when it came time to judge on their growth and skill. She looked at the scowl on his face and realized his problem with a sigh. You are so bored it's killing you right now, aren't you? Naruto gave her a hopeless look. Desperately. I can't even train, and I can only work on so much Fuinjutsu stuff without Hamiko-chan here, because if she finds out that I've been trying to freestyle seals without her permission again, she'll kill me. He let out a small shiver. She's so sweet, how can she be so damnably scary too? It's a paradox. He turned puppy dog eyes to Shizune. Can we please spar Shizune-nichin? Shizune quickly averted her eyes. We can't fight Naruto-kun. We have to make sure we stay in top condition in case something happens. And from what I've heard from Jiraiya-sama about training you, you don't know how to hold back. I'm a medic ninja, but I would still be less than 100% if a real battle were to break out. Okay, he said dejectedly before turning to Tsunade. Bachan, do you want to fight? Come on, you know you want your rematch with me. I can see it in your eyes, those big brown orbs are just screaming at you to tear me apart and get your win back. Tsunade gave Naruto a dry look as she refilled her saucer. As much fun as it would be to slap you around the desert, you are my bodyguard brat and I can't in good conscience cause the physical bodily harm to you that I would like to for that asinine remark. Here. She then got a smirk on her face. I will keep that in mind, however, when we get back to Konoha. I need a new human punching bag to spar with. I can't go all out on Sakura because I'm supposed to be training her, but you don't have that safeguard on you, do you? And beating your ass would be the next best thing to beating Jiraiya's ass when I can't catch him for being a glorified pervert. With your healing factor you should be able to take it, right? Naruto thought to himself, this could either be really good or really bad, a fight with my own Hokage. In an effort to put this in the back of your mind for further thought, just smile and nod in agreement. He then actionized his thoughts before he felt cold iron being set on top of his head. Hello Temari-chan. Good to see you again, if I could actually see you. Hello Naruto. The fan freed itself from Naruto's head, allowing the boy to turn around to catch sight of her. Temari now wore a black Suna Hideate on her head, a black battle dress, black gloves, and a red sash around her waist. Her ever-present iron fan was strapped to her back as always. You don't know how to keep in contact with people? Naruto sighed. I could have told you where I had been for a lot of the last 2 years, but I would have had to kill you after sending the letter. Temari placed her hands on her hips. Anything to say in your defense? Yes, actually, Naruto said with full confidence. Blame her, he said, pointing at Tsunade. You should know being a rookie chunin sucks. Well, try that being cranked up to 12 at the rate she had me working at. In the last 2 years, 14 months of it have been spent working long missions. Add that on to the banes of my existence, gate guarding duty and routine border patrol, and my ass has been run ragged. He looked at Tsunade. Why the hell did you make me work so much anyway, Tsunade-bachan? I know for a fact that Shikamaru didn't work 1/3 of the schedule I kept. Tsunade shrugged. When I had a joint meeting with the upper-ranked ninja a few months after my inauguration to go over our mission influx, I talked about how I needed someone to fall on the explosive note of picking up a lot of the slack. Guy, Kakashi, Enko, Ginma, and you raise your hands to volunteer. Oh, he said as he thought back to it. I honestly was not paying attention to a single word you said in that meeting, it was so boring. I just raised my hand at the end because I saw other people doing it. You never elaborated on what it was I had raised hand for, and nobody said anything about it after that, so I thought it was totally inconsequential, especially when nothing happened after that. Tsunade and Shizune's sweat dropped. And that's why we haven't promoted you yet, they said in unison. Naruto stood up abruptly. Oh, come on. It was staff meeting. Not a war meeting, not a mission briefing, but a staff meeting. Nothing important is ever said at staff meetings, especially to the chunin in attendance. We're too high ranked to avoid them, and too low ranked to get anything out of them. Temari gave Naruto a look that had an air of indifference, but listening to her tone one could tell that she was somewhat perturbed. Well, the last time I was in Konoha I found something quite interesting. How long have you had a girl living in your house with you? This one was an easy bullet to dodge for Naruto. It depends on when you were there. She's been there for almost 6 months, but I haven't been there in 6 months, so technically she only lived with me for about a week, then I left, then I lived with her another week. She called you master and Naruto-sama, Temari said. Naruto responded. If anything, I would call her an old family friend, not a servant. She seems to really be into calling me that, so I let her, and I let her live with me for personal reasons. However, she is just an old family friend. An old family friend, he emphasized. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hamiko had taken to visiting Irika Yumino and being something of a teacher's aide for the academy when Naruto was out on missions, due to not having a lot to do when he was gone. Kids had taken a shine to her due to her pleasant demeanor being a welcome contrast whenever Irika got into lecture mode, and the little she knew on the subject of ninja arts, while incredibly specialized, helped Irika out when he had gone over the basics of sealing with older students. Instead of just showing them a sealing scroll and having them come to their own conclusions on what to think, he had Hamiko lecture for the day instead, actually teaching him something in addition to the students. Currently, however, Hamiko was assisting Irika in grading papers while the class were outside for lunch when she looked up with a somewhat blank look on her face, getting Irika's attention. "Hamiko, is anything the matter?" Hamiko frowned. "I'm not sure, Irika-san. But I have an overwhelming urge to find Naruto-sama and cause him physical harm of some kind." "Back in Suna." "Be that as it may," Temari stated firmly. "I haven't seen you in forever, and it's mostly your fault, and I'm fairly certain you've been doing stupid things while you've been busy. What are you going to do to make that up to me?" Naruto pulled out his wallet in a placating fashion. "I am going to make a ton of money once I get around to grabbing my bounty check from your brother. So if I take you out to do whatever you want like the last time I pissed you off, would that work out?" Temari's eyes shone as she grabbed Naruto's forearm firmly and pulled him out of the cafe. "Let's go then." Naruto tried holding on to the doorframe in vain. "Wait. I have a job to do. I'm guarding Bachan. Temari-chan, let go." 2 days later, the day of the Chunin exam finals. Gaara and Tsunade, in full Kage garb, were seated in a box overlooking the entire stadium, which was an open-air coliseum at the outskirts of Suna, dug halfway into the cliff surrounding the village. The battlefield was earthy, mostly rocky earth with boulders lining parts of the field. Naruto and Shizune were flanking Tsunade while Gaara had Kankuro and Temari doing the same for him. While the genin up for promotion were down on the field, Naruto had taken to pointing them all out in his own way. "I could beat him, him, oh that kid wouldn't last 5 seconds with me." Sakura, Ino, Chuji, and Kiba were the Konoha ninja that had made it this far this time around. All of the others had been promoted in the previous exam, leaving them as the ones that needed to pass this time. Naruto frowned at seeing Sakura down there. "Man, I kind of screwed Sakura over when I advanced in rank, didn't I? After Sasuke left, she didn't have a team, so trying to take this again must have been a major pain in the ass." Tsunade tried to get him to take some blame off of himself. "She rotated between active teams while I trained her and was on Chuji and Ino's team the last time she made an attempt. They were all simply matched against opponents that they couldn't handle in the first round fights and were forced out. Sakura fought Neji Hyuga, Chuji fought Rock Lee, and Ino fought Hinata Hyuga. Of course you weren't there to see it." Naruto rolled his eyes. "And whose fault is that? You had me working like a slave, so how was I supposed to show up and watch? Besides, I'm not that important to them, they had to have forgotten about me by now. The only one that should even have a semblance of care about me is Shikamaru, and that's because I've worked with him on the mission to Kiri and did a border patrol for 2 weeks with him." "You would be surprised, brat." Tsunade assured as the proctor for the fights, Baki, called for the fighters to acknowledge the crowd that had come to see them today. One of Gaara's Suna ninja made their way to the box and bowed to him. "Kazekage-sama, the Chuchikage and his entourage have arrived and are making their way to the box as we speak." Naruto cracked his neck to the side. "And here we go. Let's get this over with." Shizune looked over to Naruto. "Naruto-kun, pull your hood up." Naruto shook his head. "To hell with that, I'm not hiding when I don't have to. Bachan didn't order me to cover up, so I'm not doing it. If he's dumb enough to cause a stir here, then I have to seriously doubt his status as Chuchikage." There was no more time left to speak about the subject as the man in question made his way into the area of seating. A small man dressed in the Kage robes of his own village with the kanji for earth on his hat made his way towards the seat on Gaara's left, opposite of Tsunade's seat. The man had a large bulbous nose and a Fu Manchu mustache/beard combination. Accompanying him was a large man with dark eyes and hair that spiked out from the back of his red bandana-style hideate. He had big cheeks and a plump nose and wore the Iwa brand flak jacket and a yellow scarf over his red long-sleeved shirt and red pants. Also accompanying him was a girl with short black hair and pink pupilless eyes. Under her Iwa flak jacket she wore appeared to be a kimono with the right sleeve missing as well as the bottom left side, and underneath that she had fishnet tights and shorts. He took his seat, prompting Gaara to initiate conversation. "I am happy you were able to make it to the event, Chuchikage Dano." The Chuchikage gave Gaara what looked to be a somewhat haughty smirk. "It's been quite a while since I've made the trip to watch an exam outside of the village. When the opportunity was offered, I just had to jump all over it for once. I needed a vacation." He looked over at Tsunade. "Well, Tsunade, how's the job since you took over? I never pegged you for Kage work." Tsunade let out a small laugh. "Let's just say that Konoha gave me an offer to return that I couldn't refuse. It's a bet I was willing to take." On the field, Sakura was fighting first, standing out face to face against male Suna genin. Along with her still short pink hair, Sakura now had a red hideate in her hair. Her top was similar to the dress she wore a few years back, but was just the top. She had black high-heeled shinobi sandals, black shorts, a short pink apron-like skirt, and pink elbow protectors, as well as a tanto and a medic field pack on her lower back. As she stared her opponent down, she pulled a pair of black gloves onto her hands. Upon being allowed to start by Baki, Sakura attempted to rush right towards the boy, who jumped out of the incoming pink-haired girl's path as she headed in to attack him. She made a set of half a dozen bunch in to disorient the boy and allow her to get closer while he tried figuring the right one. Gaara turned to Tsunade as the battle progressed. Your apprentice is fighting much the same way she did in the Chunin exam that I competed in Hokage Dano. How would she go about winning this fight? Tsunade smirked. That's easy, Kazakage Dano. She's a woman and an obvious medic nin, and he's a man and probably more of a direct combat type. That means he thinks she isn't physically skilled and he'll attempt to get close. Gaara looked somewhat puzzled. What does that mean? The Chuchikage knew what she was referring to and let out a laugh. Oh, this will be funny. Keep your eyes on the fight, young one, and you'll see what she's talking about in just a moment. The boy had managed to discover which of the copies were fake and now had the real Sakura, but hitting her with any of his weaponry proved to be an arduously difficult task, as she seemed to be effortlessly moving out of the way of everything he sent her way. Getting upset now, the boy rolled through hand signs. Futon, Kuryo Kunakaze no Haneri, wind release, powerful wind wave. The Sunagenin shot off a powerful blade of wind at Sakura, who took to ducking behind the boulders produced on the battlefield. The technique cut into, but not through her cover, showing that the boy was not fully adept at using the element. 3 versions of Sakura came from behind the boulder, charging his way. Not this again, the boy said before reaching into his kunai pouch and hitting them with more weapons, dispelling their illusionary forms, keeping his eyes peeled around him for more instead of keeping himself locked on the boulder Sakura initially took cover behind. As his attention was diverted to search for Sakura, the boulder that he had cut into had been lifted off of the ground into Sakura's arms before being tossed across the field at him. He felt it coming at the last moment, and dodged to potentially save his life. As he jumped far to the side, he never noticed that Sakura had anticipated his movement, and moved to cut him off upon the point he found it necessary to turn around and face her again. As he turned his head, all he saw was Sakura with her fist cocked back, and that was the last thing he saw for the rest of the fight. Sakura's fist collided with his jaw, sending him flying across the field into the stadium wall, leaving a deep impression in the wall where her opponent's body had hit. Baki made his way over and found the Sunagenin utterly responseless. Lifting his hand in Sakura's direction, he spoke. Shausa, Sakura Haruno. As applause sounded out for Sakura's victory, Naruto looked at a very pleased Tsunade while giving the girl applause of his own. Damn, Sakura. Kami, you just had to go and teach her how to do that, didn't you? From what I remember as a genin on Kakashi's team, she already hit hard enough, though that never made its way towards fighting, just the back of my head really. Tsunade applauded and turned her eyes to Naruto. Hey, I have free rein to teach my apprentice what I want. If Jiraiya could teach you the spinning blue orb of death and how to summon toads, then I can give Sakura a little strength boost. Naruto's sweat dropped. A little strength boost? I sincerely hope she never goes back to her old habit of trying to smack me one like when we were fresh genin. Getting hit every blue moon by you is enough. The Chuchikage entered the conversation, forcing Naruto to subconsciously steal his features. So if that girl down there is your apprentice Tsunade, and you claim that this kid here has learned the Rasengan from Jiraiya and how to summon toads, does that mean he's Jiraiya's apprentice as well? That's curious. He got a look at Naruto, who until that point he had overlooked as a random bodyguard, and almost had a PTSD flashback at the serious look in Naruto's eyes before settling himself. You know, he looks awfully familiar. I never forget a face, especially a face that caused so much impact to my village. Naruto, Shizune, and Tsunade frowned inwardly. Here we go. They all thought at the same time. The blonde currently being scrutinized looked at his blonde leader. Hey Bachan, can I just come out and say it? It's clear he already knows and just wants confirmation, and you know that I can't stand a badly kept secret. Tsunade frowned and nodded. What's with the Bachan brat? You started out calling me Hokage-sama. Naruto shrugged. When you let me speak freely in Gaara's office, you never told me to shut up or rein myself in. I used that as a loophole to keep saying what I wanted, he admitted, getting a small sweat drop from Tsunade for such a simple tactic. He then locked eyes with the Chuchikage, as much as he could anyway, with the man's hat obscuring them from full view. As for why I look familiar, well, I'm the son of Minato Namikaze. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and it's nice to meet you. That brought looks of shock from Temari, Kankuro, and the Chuchikage's 2 bodyguards. As the Chuchikage allowed Naruto to look in his eyes, he didn't see any real hatred, mostly amusement really. I honestly believed they had resurrected the man from the grave for a moment when I first looked at you, kid, But then I gotta look at those marks on your cheeks, and that name. You're the Jinchuriki of your village, aren't you? Naruto nodded. Guilty as charged. You're not going to yell at me and tell me to die for my father or something? Because that's really what I was expecting the second you gotta look at me. The Chuchikage looked back out at the arena. Bah, I'm getting too old to hold grudges against dead men. You weren't even a screaming brat yet when all of that happened, so how could I possibly justify trying to take you out? It's not like Iiwa is looking to fight with Konoha and you know Hiraishin or something. Man, that would be so badass. Naruto grumbled to himself. I need something cool like that. Every Kage or famous ninja has something cool that nobody else can do. I don't have jack, I'm just a Jinchuriki. Therefore if I am known, I'm known as the Jinchuriki kid, not Naruto of something, just Naruto the Jinchuriki. The girl that was guarding the Chuchikage was in shock at how Naruto was casually speaking to her Kage. How can you just speak to the leaders of 3 of the 5 great shinobi nations so casually? Nobody ever talks to Gramps like that. Naruto turned his attention to her. I hung out with the Sandaime Hokage all the time from the age of 8 until his death. I called the current Hokage Tsunade-bachan to her face, mostly because it's actually appropriate. And hey, Gaara, Naruto said, getting the Ichibi Jinchuriki's attention. You remember that time you and your siblings spent the week at my house? You guys still owe me grocery money. Naruto smirked. Unless I'm told to be meek and compliant to the honorifics that everyone uses for each other, I won't use them. I hate being like that. Sometimes these guys just need someone that is willing to treat them like everyone else. You seem to be pretty familiar with the Chuchikage to be calling him Gramps, so what does that mean? The girl glared slightly. Because he's my grandfather. What else would I call him? Naruto chuckled. That's a better excuse than I have for why I call Bachan what I call her. I was just being a bastard when I met her and called her Granny. I had no idea we were actually related somehow, so now she has no reason to tell me to not call her that. Naruto was still somewhat wary, but was satisfied at the moment that the Iiwa contingent didn't flat out want him dead. He was very happy about that. As the contestants for the next bout entered the field, he figured maybe he was being all paranoid about the Chunin exams for nothing. There was no way that he would go 2 for 2 in regards to catastrophic situations, right? Nobody's luck was that hit or miss. He wasn't even in this one. Sasuke-kun, is this really what you would like? Orochimaru asked. Heading into Sunagakure just for Naruto-kun seems a tad over your head. Questioning Sasuke's abilities, no matter how seemingly suicidal his task, was always the perfect way to push him into pretty much anything. Sasuke grunted. I'll finish him off and we'll be right out of there. It'll be so fast no one will even know we were there. I can't believe Leader-sama told us to come all the way into the fucking desert just for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. A man with slicked back silver hair cursed as he and his masked partner strode through the desert. Isn't he Itachi and Kisame's mark? Where the hell are they for this? The masked man sighed. Just deal with it, Hidan, and stop complaining about it. The sooner we finish this mission, the sooner I can go back out looking for more bounties. Besides, this kid killed Sasori. Maybe he can do me a favor and finish you off once and for all. Heh. Hidan laughed. If he can do it, he's more than welcome to try Kakuzu. Unlike the rest of you heathens, I'm Jashin-sama's chosen one. None of you fools can kill me. Kakuzu shook his head. Well, maybe if we can get the Ichibi as well, Leader-sama will give us a bonus.